I'ma fight about the team. If it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's the leisure? Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fir aa jao sare, ek ek mare fir ek aur ek gare. Sare mere bante aur bhawe, registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sale de man bahane, walatna mat jab hum aa jaye samne. Aur kare tere wale, mere meri team mere piche kya karega tu chabe. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back. In my team we adapt. We a family from around the world. We a pack. You can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. I said I got your back. I got your back. And I said I got your back. I got your back. I got your back. And I said I got your back. I said I got your back. I'm crazy.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Hello and welcome to the OMEN VALORANT Challenges South Asia 2025.
Virtually no field velocity moving this right.
और हाथ में एक शरीफ एंगल ऐसा बट बैट है एक बड़ी अंडरस्टैंडिंग लगाई बट विकी जस्ट पुशिंग इट डाउन एक एक करके बैक इन्हें हमारा ने सिचुएशन कंट्रोल जरूर करी है लेकिन विकी पकड़ेगा शाउट स्टेप किया और विकी ने एक परफेक्ट फ्री एक सेकंड में कामयाब
The stage of do or die is set, ladies and gentlemen, and it's on absolute fire right now because this is the last opportunity for 4 of the teams and 2 of them will eventually make it to the top 4 of Split 3. But in order for that to happen, we'll first have to unveil all those matches in OMEN VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Split 3. I'm going to be a host and caster, Skated, and alongside me, we're going to have Shadow. Shadow, we saw what happened yesterday, and that was basically a chance for some teams to survive and move forward. But today, they've got an opportunity, the one that they had all the way up in upper bracket, which they eventually lost and moved down to the lower one to qualify for the top 4 and make sure that they get at least those top 4 circuit points.
Well, certainly those circuit points are really important, especially in Split 3, and considering today's matchup, they both are the elimination matches. So that means the pressure is going to be double on the shoulders of all the 4 teams because it's not going to be an easy matchup at all. Especially what happened, if you remember, against Reckoning, Asterisk and Reckoning. That's one of the biggest comeback we saw from the side of Asterisk. So I think we are up for surprises on this day as well.
I'm really looking forward for those surprises as well. But you know what? Let's reveal one of them, and that's going to be the schedule for the evening. Global Esports Academy taking on Revenant XSpark, and the second one is going to be .exe up against Asterisk. Now, I really want to talk a lot about .exe and Asterisk, but that one's going to be a later stage match. So, Global Esports Academy, right? Yeah, they were not able to close out their first game against SATUL. That was a big thrashing onto them. The second map actually went pretty solid though. But then, moving all the way to the lower bracket against EXO-GG, they only played one map that was of Lotus. But to be honest, they look very different from how they were looking against SATUL.
Yeah, but that was a comparatively easy matchup considering the fact that SATUL Esports has showcased tremendous improvement in their playstyle as compared to Split 1 and Split 2. So that was obviously not an easy matchup against SATUL Esports. Pearl went a bit close as compared to Split because Split was a 5-13 defeat for Global Esports Academy. Pearl was still slightly better, a 9-13 defeat, but it is a defeat for them. And today's matchup itself is going to be really challenging for Global Esports Academy. It's not going to be easy for them to beat the players of Revenant XSpark.
That's the main thing, right? They haven't really won against the side of RNTX all the way back from Split 1 itself. So it's more or less like a revenge story for their team. I mean, to be honest, they could not complete it against SATUL. Maybe they've got an opportunity right now. But the most important part about this entire thing is Revenant XSpark has always looked solid. And the big reason for that is the performance of Aziz. It is not stopping Shadow. He literally has double the frags of Antidote and almost double that of Raw Fuel.
Yeah, that's clearly visible. Aziz is the top fragger from the side of Revenant XSpark. As a duelist, he has been fantastic. But recently, we did witness that even Antidote was also stepping up majorly. Georgie is one of those guys where the team can entirely rely on him, especially on those eco rounds and the pistol rounds. Is where Georgie shines the most. Raw Fuel as an initiator has always been on point with those Hunter's Fury and the initiator utility. So the entire lineup of Revenant XSpark is looking very strong.
It's always been looking all the way from the Split 2 LAN itself. The winners, the ones who took down VLT for the very first time in this entire season or circuit of VCSA 2025. So yes, this team has absolutely been on point, and one of the fun fact about them is that they can either put Winka on the duelist or they can put Aziz, and even Georgie has some sense of that duelist blood in him. And to be very honest, you know, we have seen Raw Fuel as well. We used to see him all the way on Jet and all of those kind of agents too. So if you really are fighting against Revenant XSpark, that's like fighting against 4 snappy duelists powered by one of the big brains of the community, that is Antidote. So in order to stop them, Little Boy, UV, Ryzen, Garb and Caramel, they'll all have to step up big time, Shadow, because things are looking pretty bleak for them. Now, one big reason for that is they have played 2 less maps as compared to what Revenant XSpark have played. That's almost like one entire matchup. But even yesterday, we were seeing some struggles from Garb, which I really want him to brush off, because that was against EXO IND. And if he's not able to perform against them, things are going to look very difficult against Revenant XSpark.
Obviously, it's going to be really challenging. And if you remember yesterday's matchup also, UV was stepping up majorly as a Viper. He was getting all those frags and everything converted. Caramel was also pretty decent as a Vice on the map of Lotus. But will that be enough today against Revenant XSpark? I don't know, because let's be honest, UV is pretty decent with those sheriff shots. He has the capability to convert those eco rounds in his favor, but he also needs the support of his teammates, and that was clearly visible in the performance of Global Esports Academy, where they went against the players of SATUL Esports. The team game was kind of missing, and Revenant XSpark, since you mentioned Venka, even Antidote also said in his interview that Venka is so goated with that outlaw in his hands that it's almost impossible to shut down Venka when he's on the operator or the outlaw.
He has always been one of that guy, you know, one of the crispy aim guy, always taking those fights to the other party. And yes, if you are Global Esports Academy, you'd need to find a way to shut him down. There have been scenarios where Raw Fuel has been looking a little bit weak per se as compared to the rest of his peers, and that's some kind of opening that maybe GEA could eventually capitalize on. But you know, that's very intricate details about that. We'll talk about that in a while though, but before that, the most important part comes down is the map veto. The most of the maps that you really like are a strong, or rather super strong maps for the side of Revenant XSpark. So I'm not quite sure if they'd be able to answer that map veto, but there's one opportunity for all the people to answer the question that's going to be on our screens right now. Who had the highest ACS in Omen VCSA 2025 Split 2? Was that SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, Aziz, or Tricky? I'm surprised, Shadow, that there's no option of Damara here.
Yeah. Because Damara, I think, has got highest headshot percentage and total kills. ACS is someone else.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it's Aziz. Maybe it could also be SK Rossi. Someone definitely did put a bonker performance in one of the games. Maybe it was the map of Lotus. If you really get it, you quickly have to scan the QR code to answer that question. A form will show up in front of you. You have to fill that form, and then the one who answers correct questions, or the maximum number of correct questions all throughout this week, will get 5,000 VP in their Valorant account. Now that's enough for you to buy your favorite skin. I don't know if it's going to be enough to buy your favorite Radiant Entertainment operator though. Oddly specific. Who knows. But now, coming back to the same conversation, Shadow, about the map veto itself. We know Global Esports Academy, they like to play on Haven, they like to play on Lotus, they like to play on the maps of Pearl. But all of these maps are very strong for Revenant XSpark themselves.
Yeah, I agree. Lotus can be the best possible bet for the players of Global Esports Academy and Pearl itself. Because if you look at the stats of Split 2, Global Esports Academy, they, I think, played only one time against Exe Esports yesterday only, and that was a 13-4 scoreline in the favor of, but that was an easy matchup. But speaking about the players of Revenant XSpark also, they lost again Exe Esports on the map of Lotus, and that too in a 4-13 fashion. So Lotus is definitely one of the best possible bet for the players of Global Esports Academy at this point.
It could be possible though, because we have seen some of those iffy struggles for Revenant XSpark, but that's only about what happened in Split 3. If we are really talking about this lineup, we know that all the way back, even in Split 1, if I'm not wrong, Revenant XSpark, when they faced up against Global Esports Academy, it was Lotus itself where it went to OT and GEA were able to steal it away. But here's the thing, Shadow, you had NV2K at that time. You had some different players, right? You also had Lil Boy in your lineup. Right now, that's not really the case. It's Kibo, Caramel, UV Ryzen and Garv. These are the players who are playing. Lil Boy hops in and out as well. But that's the most important part behind this entire scenario, is the fact that your lineup is a bit more different as to what it used to be. So I'm not quite sure if that same kind of playstyle could be reciprocated by Global Esports Academy, because right now, one player who's obviously playing out of his mind has been Aziz, regardless of the role.
Well, certainly. Aziz has been playing fantastic. 29 total kills, 27 in game number 1, 27 in game number 2, 13. There is a dip in his performance, but his teammates are also stepping up. That could be the reason that he's not getting so many kills, because the other players are also top fragging, getting those important duels converted in their favor. The first kills is definitely there in game 1 and game 2. 8 in game number 2. The damage per round is also pretty high. So overall, we can see that game number 2 as a race, he has the best possible stats.
That's the most important part about it, because it's not just about Raze itself, right, Shadow? Because it's also about the fact that it does not matter if this guy is actually playing on a duelist or if he's playing on an initiator, if he's trying to just fill off some of the roles. The main fact behind that is that he is always there fragging. He's always there providing those utilities. And that makes Aziz very deadly in terms of the kind of explosive player that he is. And we already know about Venka itself. But coming back onto the other side, let's have a look at the map veto. We've been having that discussion. First pick, Revenant XSpark, Pearl. Second is going to be Lotus for Global Esports Academy. It's both of these maps. But Shadow, if it goes to map number 3, then we know how strong our NTX are on Ascent.
Yeah, certainly we know Ascent is one of the very strong map for the players of Revenant XSpark, and Lotus, like I said, is the only best possible bet for the players of Global Esports Academy, and that's the reason that they have picked the map of Lotus. There is some mistake. Global Esports Academy banned Ascent, then Decider is also Ascent.
Well, just have to check it. It's absolutely fine. The main thing behind that is like, let's bring the conversation back to Pearl, Shadow, because if I'm not wrong, I guess there was a situation when we saw these two teams play on the map of Pearl itself, and if I'm not wrong, Global Esports Academy have not really had the best possible result on the map of Pearl too. So I think so we'll have to focus down more on this one, because I don't really feel like that map is actually going to go for them. Look at that. They've won it twice though, yes, but Revenant XSpark's record has been looking absolutely flawless on this map.
Yeah, in Split 2 itself, they only lost against the players of Velocity Gaming. Otherwise, against Reckoning, it was a 13-5 victory. Against Exe Esports, that was a 13-2 victory for Revenant XSpark. So Pearl is definitely a very strong map. And they love to go for that Brim and KJ composition, the double duelist composition, Jet and Reina in the mix. And Global Esports Academy, they stick to the basic Fade, Astra, Neon, Vice and Yoru, the double duelist composition from their side as well. But looking at the agent selection, if they go with the same agent comp, which team do you think still has the better chance?
It just falls down to the macro of the map, and Revenant XSpark has been looking very solid with that, regardless of the composition that they normally pick. And I'm pretty sure that that might still be the case. But if we're talking about that, so let's have a look at what kind of composition they will bring on the table. I'm pretty sure it's going to be same that we've mostly seen. I don't think so we're going to see any kind of new experimentations out here and there. Yeah, it's the same Brimstone, Georgie on the Reina, while Global Esports Academy, they've added a few tweaks in here. UV playing on that, Yorugarv on that Neon. Again, we have seen GEA play this map even against S8QL, and they did showcase some new signs of life. So there would be some possibility, Shadow, but here's the main thing. This map heavily revolves around that mid control of Revenant XSpark.
Yeah.
They always like to play with Georgie creeping up from mid, and if he's not creeping up from mid, rest of the teams will be creeping up from mid. So you need to maintain the double door control, need to maintain the art control. That's going to be the crucial key points for Global Esports Academy to hold down, since they're starting on defense.
I totally agree to that. The mid control is something which Revenant XSpark always likes to go for, and Global Esports Academy, since they have that Fade, the Nightfall can come really handy, at least in the first half for the site execute. But let's see how they are going to pair up those ultimates and those utils, because yesterday against Exe Esports, those combination, those pairing of the utilities were always on point from the side of Global Esports Academy. But we do have a bit of the situation, a technical pause. Soon all the issues will be resolved and we'll head into the map of Pearl. But coming back to the conversation, Antidote has been stepping up majorly. If you notice recently, he is also the guy who is known for those important duels converted in their favor. Georgie has always been fantastic, and since the way Revenant XSpark has improved their gameplay as compared to Split 2, there is a solid chance of a one-sided victory also today.
Could be possible, but again, I really am seeing the growth chart of Global Esports Academy as well, and their performance against S8QL. I think so they'd be able to give a proper competition to the members of RNTX. So we'll just have to wait and see how they pull that off. This Neon Yoru composition with the double dive, I do like that. And when I was on the desk with Spartus as well, we were discussing about how Ryzen can quickly recall some of those stars, dissipate as well, and that would help UV and Garv take control of that B-long, slowly creep upon the back of it. One of the best utils to deal with a Y shear is the Yoru decoy. And it falls down to how well you control the macro of this entire map, how well you maintain those extremities control too, how solidly can you keep your opponent guessing. But defense is where this composition needs to be proactive. You need to take some space away. You need to be the one to, deny some of that space to Revenant XSpark. And I believe taking control of the A main is going to be one of the key game plans of GEA.
Could be possible for the players of Global Esports Academy. It all comes down to how much prepared Global Esports Academy is against Revenant XSpark, because they have to prepare those counter strats against Revenant XSpark. They have seen Revenant play. They know what sort of plays Revenant loves to bring on the map of Pearl, since they have played Pearl so many times in the entire VCSA. So there is enough room for the homework, enough room to go for the read against the players of Revenant XSpark. So I'm sure they had a chat with the coach, and the entire team along with the IGL did really observe the games of Revenant XSpark. But it all comes down to how perfectly can they execute those counter strats.
Executing them is going to be a key. And again, it's also one of the factors which relate to those key strats execution is the fact that you need to keep your mental, you need to keep yourself calm in the scenarios, you need to have a proper communication. With the way how Global Esports Academy plays Shadow, we have seen quite a few times that it seems that there's a bit of a gap in that communication when they are on that struggling end, when they are down in numbers or maybe they're down in rounds. It feels like there are going to be some of those issues. I really hope that they get fixed from GEA. And only then would they be able to take on some giants like Revenant XSpark. We really want to see how that pans out eventually. Because this is a crucial match. This is a do-or-die scenario for you. Even they have an opportunity right now, since Revenant Esports have been eliminated, to get some good amount of circuit points and maybe make it into the top 4. .exe is also in that race as well. Heck, even Asterisk, if they win this one and they place themselves in the top 2, they might have an opportunity to get into that top 4, just based on their consistency in split 1, then split 2, and now even in split 3. Going all the way up, down from Pro Morello. Global Esports Academy, this is a lineup that has always avoided that. It has always been on that very edge, but constantly keeping their boat afloat. And that kind of consistency has also helped them out a bit to, you know, be in this competition and be a team that can threaten even the top 4 giants of this nation. Revenant XSpark, though, no one really expected Shadow for them to be in this lower bracket, because we always thought maybe they're going to have that solid upper bracket run. But ladies and gentlemen, all the discussion after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Here we go! What's this? Here we go! What's this?
Back, ladies and gentlemen. kudos to the team. We fixed all of the issues and we are back again with the action. Revenant XSpark up against Global Esports Academy in this first match of the Group A. It's an elimination scenario and also a chance to qualify for the top 4 of VCSA Split 3 2025. Just one match win away. Where both of these teams are now going to play up. Revenant XSpark up against Global Esports Academy on the defense side, and that's an aggressive start over towards the mid itself. And we've always seen Georgie take control of this mid, Shadow, but this is like a different pace.
Yeah, this time going a little aggressive, already aware about the position of Rizin. And he also has an idea that East side defense might be a little weak, but the entire team of Revenant XSpark is going all the way towards A, where we have only one solo anchor, that is Caramel, and his entire Vice setup.
Yeah.
Need to be a bit cautious, but look at the way Georgie is going from the mid. He can get so much value, but the outrun also has information about Caramel, and RNTX has so much information in Georgie. Gets the first pick onto Risen as well. A big opening, and Georgie and Antidote gets entire team of Global Esports Academy. It's only UV last man standing, and Georgie will shut him down with a 3K, and the pistol goes in the favor of Revenant XSpark.
UV was the last man standing indeed. Georgie yet again with his lurk in mid. A 3K in that pistol round itself, setting things up so fine. And this has always been the strength of Revenant XSpark. It seems like Global Esports Academy, early on they were prepared for it. Ryzen was watching the angle of B connector and that forced back Georgie. But then he all the way went down towards the water and then creeped in. Eventually Ryzen was still holding that angle, but he could not really win out on that duel. And as soon as he lost it, the side was either way is bursted down by the rest of the members. This time around though, instead of being changed a bit, there's a flash over towards the B side of the Vice. And if RNTX go there, they will hop into retake. While they all want to rendezvous up in mid. And that's such a good read from RNTX. Antidote is the only guy who's holding it all the way back, and now he knows that the other side is actually pushing out mid. It's all going down to the preparation, or rather the hold. And he's already calling a couple of members to try and help him.
Just look at Venka.
Right here.
Such a critical position he is in. And the entire team, they were anticipating this from the side of Global Esports Academy in a complete mode on. UV gets 2.
Hold on!
As well, and UV with a 3 gets, suddenly the tables have turned. The numbers advantage with the players of Global Esports Academy maybe on the verge of converting a eco round. All they need is just to take down Aziz. And Aziz is not only pistol, just a ghost. It's still possible, doable. Weaponry is recovered. It's a round for Global Esports Academy. But wait a second, Aziz gets one. The Cloud Ghost goes in on the back of it, trying to get the second and buying enough time. And he does buy enough time and gets both the player of Global Esports Academy. A good round conversion. A good save from the side of Aziz, I'll say.
All he needs is an absolute ghost because he is a demon. My oh my. But I'll have to say, you know, kudos to Global Esports Academy for being able to take down every single weaponry off of the other side's hands, because this would not have been possible without that. But what a play. Even though they knew, RNTX had every single information, but it was UV along with Garv racking up those kills on the board with the Sheriff in their hand and a classic picture perfect round. Almost could have got that last one though, but it was just the positioning of Aziz over towards the back halls where he was able to play around, catching Garv first and then UV, as UV was the one who was holding on that rifle. Good damage being done, I'd still say. And it's only because of that that Revenant XSpark now looks a bit scrappy with their buy. They still have a couple of Vandals being invested in this round. Antidote bought one. Aziz bought one for himself too, with a full shield. So it's going to go in the hands of Georgie. Few things going to be tweaked now. It's a Vice Shear going over towards the B side. Triple stack towards the A. I'm pretty sure they're going to try and focus on mid as well a little bit. And an explosive A start. A very fast A main control. And Yu picks up the orb now. Just 2 points away from his dimensional drift. Dimensional drift as well.
Right here.
Slow walk up towards B. Should be an easy plant, but Revenant XSpark, they don't want to take any sort of a chance. But look at where Antidote is. He can get so much value. But seems like his position has been compromised. Risen is having the bit of weaponry in his hands. And Antidote with just a pistol will be taken down. And now, Global Esports
Raw fuel.
retake towards B. UV. This guy did so much damage towards the side of Revenant in the previous round. Can he replicate the same thing? But this time, Garva and UV once again stepping up majorly. Even takes on Georgie as well. Numbers advantage once again with the players of Global Esports Academy now. The bonus conversion, I don't think will be allowed to the players of Revenant this time because Venka is the last man standing. Can he buy enough time? And seems like no, as Risen will shut him down and Caramel will get the defuse. Round in the favor of Global Esports Academy.
Got it down to a bit too scary point, but it's absolutely fine. As you mentioned, a crucial round for Global Esports Academy, and nice anticipation, realizing that Revenant XSpark like to take a lot of space towards the spawn. They like to push out this map to their utmost limits. Anticipating that play, being able to take down both Raw Fuel and Georgie with losing just one. And courtesy to that force in the previous one, right now there's 4 light shields on the other side. And economy was not really read by GEA properly, so no outlaws being brought in, but still maintaining a deep control of the aim on the back of that Nebula. And still hold that position down, and UB also has got his dimensional drift available for any kind of random shenanigans. Spike was not really committed, so RNTX are not really fixated on where they want to end up on this map. Still want to explore.
Evo in such a pickle. The smoke definitely saves him, buys him some more time. And Revenant XSpark, like you said, once again going for the entire mid control. Those razor wines are becoming a little bit of a problem and takes down Raw Fuel as well. Veto playing, and he gets second onto Georgie as well. Where is the trade, Venka? There was no time for the trade. The trade game is not there. And Caramel just getting one after other. But Aziz is going to find a timing onto UB. But Kibo was there to get a trade onto him.
One enemy
Situation
remaining.
for the players of Revenant XSpark and make it a 1v4 now as Caramel with a 3k. Leaving Venka all by himself.
Position anticipated as well. Caramel will end the round at a 4k. Good round conversion from Global Esports Academy. Understanding that mid is where RNTX randomly walk up. So they were ready to punish them off for this one. And again, there were a lot of questions though, because Georgie had a couple of layers available in his own hands too. Was really anticipating for him to use one at least. Look at that, full util. And to be honest, I actually like the decision of Venka for not re-peeking on that angle, because you don't really know how many players are there. You've just seen Caramel. There could be still one more watching in from the connector, maybe ready to take you down. Comms error out here, you can see. And an operator now being brought into the mix by UV. He's going to hold down over towards the A, and contrary to what normally teams would do, RNTX want to challenge this.
Portal closed. Time to jump.
Yeah. Especially when the opponent is having the operator and the dimensional drift. Seems like a risky move from the side of Revenant XSpark. And the operator gets a perfect value. Instant TP. UV also finds out these. Can he get the second one? The Nebula is there to buy some more time and block entry towards the A. And Kibo also finds Antidote. Revenant
Phenomenal.
XSpark is suddenly losing every single duel. I understand this time they don't have enough weaponry in their hands. It was a scrappy buy for them, but still, despite that,
One enemy remaining.
not looking in their form.
I like what Global Esports Academy are doing. They are reading the tendencies of RNTX. That is so good. And then not peeking individually as well. That is good discipline from the squad. What happened in the first round stays in the first 2 rounds. It's not repeating up in the next few. That is such good Valorant coming in from their side. They know that there's always someone who stays up in mid for RNTX. They always send one person for that late lurk. So they were able to sniff that one out this time. If I'm not wrong, that was Antidote up in mid. And then on the back of it, even Caramel was ready after spraying down the entire magazine. He knew that RNTX, they like to push even through those smokes, and they were ready to answer that. Hunter's Fury though this time from the other side and pretty aggressively.
Yeah. But not much value has been given to that Hunter's Fury.
No charges left.
The major ultimates are still towards the side of Global Esports Academy, but this time Aziz gets one onto Gar. Caramel will keep over there to get 3, 4. Fenka gets one, but Fenka, the last man, has been down by UB. A complete mow down once again of Revenant XSpark, despite getting the first opening frag. Global Esports Academy thrashed the entirety of Revenant XSpark.
That was a nasty double star set up on the site. You first got the concuss up and then you got the grab well up as well to hold down on every single player out there. To be honest, I don't really call that mistake of Garv because Aziz was concussed up. There was no way he should have gotten one more on the back of it.
Get out of my way.
But my, oh my. That is such good Valo being played by GEA. And UV this time around. Goes in towards the B side though, spotted out. It's gonna go all the way to the other side though.
Rizin, this guy is not stopping for anyone. Once again gets a timing onto Antidote, whose lockdown was, by the way, just 1 point away. And that lockdown could have been a major win condition for the players of Revenant XSpark. Now all they have, not anymore, Orbital Strike, as Venka has been picked off. That Orbital Strike is not coming for this round. That could have been a major win condition for them for the post plant. But Georgie gets a timing onto UB. It's still a 2v4 situation where one weaponry has been recovered in raw fuel. Gets Risen as well. Georgie gets one. Now it's a doable round for the players of Revenant XSpark.
To 1v2 though, it's going to be pretty difficult, and they also west in the nightfall, so they know where raw fuel is. Can't really do anything now, and a sliding neon up in his face. Global Esports Academy. They're absolutely out here to fight, and they are winning those fights.
They most certainly are. 5-2 in the favor of Global Esports Academy, that do in defense. Revenant XSpark, no one thought they'll be struggling on the map of Pearl.
Guess what? They are.
Split 3 is full of surprises, I guess.
One enemy remaining.
That's how certain things happen out here, Shadow. Always tend to keep your eyes and ears open here. Can't really get complacent at any possible point of time, and that's why Revenant XSpark are now taking this time out to work things around, discuss and fix what's been broken.
They need to find a way to breach into the defense of Global Esports Academy, because a few more rounds goes in the favor of Global Esports Academy, the chances are there won't be anything left for the second half.
True.
So this is the high time when Revenant XSpark needs to stage a comeback. They need to start converting rounds in their favor, because if they don't, I don't know, anything can happen on the map of Lotus. I already told you, Lotus is not such a weak map for the players of Global Esports Academy.
Have been pretty solid onto that one. Yes, I agree. And that is why this map also needs to go for them if they want to win out the series. It's either a 2-0 or it's going 2-1 in favor of RNTX. There's no in between. So GEA, that's why they're playing all aggressive out there again. Repeating their same default. On the back of a Prowler, they insert UV all the way up in A main. And this Owl Drone needs to clear the box. Last time, that's where UV was sitting. This time has been flushed out of there.
Dimensional Drift, Cosmic Divide, Steel Garden, 3 major ultimates. Even the overdrive of Garv is also just 1 point away. If he gets an orb or a kill, 4 major ultimates to the side of Global Esports Academy. So this should go in the favor of Global Esports Academy this round, on paper at least. But since Revenant XSpark had a timeout just now, there is a possibility of them also bringing in something different. Already, those Astra stars are there, the smokes are there, and despite that, UV gets one. The lockdown is there, but now the Global Esports Academy players have been pushed back out of the site. The gravel placed so perfectly, and Aziz gets Kibo and Risen as well. Great opening frags as Venka gets a slow walking Caramel as well. Outside A.
Last player standing.
Georgie gets UV. It's only Gar, the last man standing. If he gets one, he'll have the overdrive, but seems like that won't be allowed at all as Georgie also shuts down Gar. A third round converted for the players of Revenant XSpark. Seems like the timeout actually did work in the favor of RNTX.
Yeah, because they were eventually playing at the pace of Global Esports Academy and they were not really slowing down. So, pretty sure Goff said, take a chill pill, boys. Slow things down, it's absolutely fine. They took their time, retook the space of A main, and then simply went for a very simple A execute. Worked out really well, wonderfully, if anything. Also anticipated some players hopping off from the other parts of the map as well. Now they're reading into what Global Esports Academy are trying to do.
Revealing.
Recon. The Prowler, the initiative utility gets no information for the players as of now. But once again, Revenant back to going for that mid control. And this time towards the art, it's not just one but 2 players of Global Esports Academy already prepared, one of them being the Kibo. What the timing of the star. Otherwise, Aziz could have been a dead man. Suddenly, Revenant has been forced to go for a very slow approach. But there is a possibility of a lurk play also coming in. The Prowler already gave that intel to Revenant XSpark. There is a possibility of someone coming from the mid, coming from the back lines. So Revenant, they need to be very cautious. They can get sandwiched in this position. But even now, Antidote. See what the play he's going to make. Caramel. This is happening second time. That Caramel is always positioned in the mid and he always gets the value. This time only one single frag he got traded off. Last time it was, I believe, 3 frags which he got in the mid.
Absolutely, but right now, frags happening out here are going to be crucial. 10 more seconds. Try and stop this plant from going down. UV is trying to hold his angle down. Raw Fuel as well. Maybe getting caught out there. Antidote down to 60. But Raw Fuel still holding it down. He's all still helping him out. But not for long. As UV and Kibo, working in unison, will be able to get the defuse stuck. Picture perfect round yet again. That slow approach was absolutely shot out dead. Georgie was the only person who could have caused some problems over towards the later stages. But eventually he was snuffed out as well after picking off Garv. Everyone from GEA knew where he'll be playing from. And this last stand was absolutely impeccable, catching Venka first and then following up with the other pick of Raw Fuel, using that one Nebula on site. Technically the last one out there. Fast execute over towards the A this time around. Both of them wanted to change the pace, but that one relay bolt slowed down the progress of RNTX.
Stacked up side scare, that's a major problem, but Georgie deals with one of the side anchor, that is Gar. No fast on, no overdrive for Global Esports Academy on the back of it. Raw Fuel with a Hunter's Fury also trying to do some damage to the side of Global Esports Academy, but no damage has been done as Kibo. That one corner. He getting 2, but Risen also gets a trade onto Aziz. A 2v2 situation. 2 major ultimates still on the side of Global Esports Academy for the retake. Steel Garden being one of them. Even Cosmic Divide can actually help Global Esports Academy at this point to isolate those fights. Still a possible situation for Global Esports Academy now.
Yeah, they'll both have to run away out there, and the Divide as well is now on their faces. With a crucial one. It's all about when they really decide to go for those taps. He could have stuck half. He should know that there's no sound there, but they still push out. And Global Esports Academy on the back of both of those ultimates, getting more rounds on their defense on this map of Pearl. I kid you not, that was a bit funny though. Tapping onto the spike. Because no sound actually travels on the other side of that wall. I'm pretty sure he did it because force of habit. But good anticipation of when RNTX would want to peak. Solid round yet again, and only 3 in the hands of RNTX still now. 2 more rounds to go, Shadow. This could very well be a 9-3 half.
Most definitely can be. If the next 2 rounds also go in the favor of Global Esports Academy, this is going to be a really important one for Revenant XSpark. If they lose this one, they won't have enough crest to go for a full buy in the next one. But since Overdrive is there, the operator is there towards Global Esports Academy, chances of round conversion are pretty slim. Unless until Antidote gets that lockdown available after getting an OR point or 2 frags. That can be one of the condition which can land Revenant XSpark the 4th round. They've got the orbital strike as well, but Risen gets a timing onto Aziz. Not a good news for Revenant at all. Garv still hiding in that corner, completely unchecked, but random spam from the side of Raw Fuel is going to give the information away, and he gets Garv, and Caramel also goes down.
Kibo is able to answer 1, yeah, but Winka on the side. That's a big pick.
Enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Kibo, the last man standing, he has got the Nightfall. A 1v2 situation, still a possible one, but Anti says no, not this time. A 4th one coming for the players of Revenant XSpark.
round
A good
before the
round,
switch.
a good read from RNTX in this one.
That was indeed a good read. But I'll also say the same thing for Global Esports Academy. Trading through the tendencies, giving up the space of A-main early on and then moving towards the mid. Because they knew that might be contested. It's just the fact that there was a bit of confusion out there between Garv and Kibo. He wanted them to probably either go for a double peek or for Garv to hold on till Kibo sends out that util. But it's absolutely fine.
The hunt begins.
Actually able to hold it down and an explosive start towards the A.
Oh, the orbital strike finally coming into play. A 3v3 situation for RNTX, but they still don't have the site control. Situation is still in the favor of Global Esports Academy, as Dimensional Drift has also been invested by UB, and now he's got all the information in the world about RNTX. The spike goes down, and seems like RNTX wants to play from the main. The nano on the spike.
I like that Dimensional Drift because that cleared out every other avenue apart from A main, so you know that the players are going to be jumping from there. There's still a possibility of someone going towards the backside, and that's why they're a bit worried.
Yeah, and Aziz, a 3k, and the last one for Antidote. Seems like Revenant XSpark has finally found a way to breach into the defense of Global Esports Academy, and now a 7-5. We thought it's going to be a 9-3, but a 7-5 is a very possible good swap for RNTX. There's still a possibility of them coming to an equalizer if they convert this pistol round.
All you need is a pistol, and we already know how strong this team looks. Shadow brings me back to the same memory of Aziz with the ace in a 1v5 against VLT when they were on the defense. Gives me chills even thinking about it. It's all the same. Exactly the same. 2-1-2 spread out defense though. The Killjoy controlling most of mid. And I'm pretty sure Ante is just going to play all the way far back towards spawn to be in the range of his utils and at the same time hold on for any late lurk, and that's what Ryzen is trying to do right now. He's got a big opening out from Art.
He certainly has.
What?
Risen gets one onto Anti. Aziz is there to get the trade game. And also finds a timing onto Georgie. The Seize goes in but gets nothing as Garv also finds a timing onto Aziz. The situation is still in the favor of Global Esports Academies, and seems like Revenant, despite being strong,
Spike down
might
A.
lose this pistol round. But Renka, the moment I said this, gets one onto the players of Global Esports
enemy
Academy. Still
remaining.
possibility. Caramel gets a walking raw fuel. And now it's done. It's only Venka in a 1v3 situation.
And look at the discipline of Caramel, quickly running all the way back. Knows that he does not really need to give a 1v1. Henka has always been a beast. Just a small jump peek. Yeah, they spotted him. They know where he is. There's going to be a flash right on the face. And a lovely peek on the back of it. Global Esports Academy winning out the pistol, and it's all falling in the hands of Ryzen, doing the exact same thing that Georgie did for his team in the pistol. Pushing all the way down in connector, going to water, and then getting the first pick. It was Ryzen to fall that time to Georgie, but this time he picks Antidote off. That opens up the side big time. Love the play, love the anticipation. And then Caramel just holding his angle down. Day one against SATUL, Caramel was struggling. But right now, Shadow, he is on top of the board.
He certainly is. Here's the thing, he wasn't struggling against the players of EXO. I know it was an easy matchup, but despite that, I think Caramel was stealing the show in so many rounds yesterday also. Especially the way he was anchoring the C side on Lotus. And this is what I'm more concerned about. Since Global Esports Academy yesterday showcased a very good performance, there is a possibility they can replicate the same one. So now I'm worried about the players of RMTX. If they don't get a victory on the map of Pearl, it can be a 2-0 also for Global Esports Academy. And now they are winning every single duel, as it was a save round for RMTX. Easy 9th one for Global Esports Academy. And here it is, a 3K for Risen and 9th one for GEA.
Lucky for Global Esports Academy out there surviving that. There were 4 people already stacked on that side. I was a bit worried there after watching the first right click of Georgie on the way in the back halls. He's able to take down Garb. No judge in the hands. Being useful out there, but still a decent conversion of GEA. Getting those 2 of the Bulldogs from the previous one to this one, and now I've got some Sheriffs and Ghost on the board as well to complement all of that. Revenant XSpark on the other side though, pushing out all the way through the B main. And look at that sheer wall, Shadow. It is just to make sure that if Aziz runs all the way up, that wall is going to get triggered. And if he updrafts, then Caramel is in a position to know where he is. But is that a small gap? Nah, it's triggered. It is triggered, so they know where he is. That's why you're seeing them speed up their execute from mid.
Just look at where Garb is. Still outside A main, and the entire team is traversing around the entire map. They have the mid control and now going all the way towards B, where we have only a solo anchor, that is Raw Fuel. If Raw Fuel gets taken down, it's going to be an easy open site for Global Esports Academy. Go for the plant. The Haunt already goes in, and now Global Esports Academy is aware. Got Aziz, and he gets one. A good game. Raw Fuel also gets one.
B. Last player
Both the
standing.
side angles so much, but Garb came a little late.
Oh my
For the
god!
backup, and even Raw Fuel shuts him down. A complete mowdown of Global Esports Academy. Had Garb been a bit few seconds early, it might have gone in the favor of Global Esports Academy.
It's not even that. All he needed to do was land the shots. That was absolutely problematic out there. My guy is not feeling confident at all. Under the pressure, he's crumbling. While the rest of the team is out there standing up tall now. Aziz and Raw Fuel working in unison together. We're able to hold down this push all the way from mid. This time around though, Georgie has got full util in his hand though. Still wants to go out dry. That's a bit bold for the man to be there.
Very slow approach from Global Esports Academy. If you notice the ultimate progression also, UV's Dimensional Drift is just 1 point away, even the Cosmic Divide 1 point away. These two ultimates can definitely land Global Esports Academy a 10th one on the board. And that could be the reason for such a slow approach. But Georgie, look at him. The smokes are there, which is not going to provide any sort of value to Georgie. A perfect timing was there, but Garv, the sliding Leon, still trying to get a timing onto Georgie. The flash goes in from the side of Georgie and he gets UV as well, and Caramel gets antidote. Back and forth rates are coming in. In the meanwhile, Global Esports Academy did manage to go for the spike plant. But for the retake, it's 4 plus, a 4v2. Numbers advantage still with RNTX, and no major utility to play for the post plant for Global Esports Academy now. But despite that, Kibo gets one, and Kibo gets a second through the smoke. Nightfall available, being invested. A 2v2 situation.
Stacked one only. Venka untagged though, but he's still down to 21 HP. Not really the best out there. It's a double peek from both the sides, Shadow.
One enemy remaining.
Too easy.
Last player standing.
Whoa! Raw fuel at the last second! Gets both of them down, but he does not have the time! 0.13 is the difference between a 7-9 and a 6-10.
It was so close. For a second it looked like he'll actually get the spike diffused. The guy goes out, deals with the remaining 2 players of Global Esports Academy, do a 1v2. But late by just 0.13 seconds, like you said. A timeout is coming from the side of Global Esports Academy because they do realize that how close this round was. And they really need to discuss a way to go for the 11th one now.
It's a big thing, as you mentioned, but the fact is, Shadow, on the map of Pearl, Global Esports Academy reaching double digits before Revenant XSpark. And it's them taking this time out. That just gives Gobs enough time to talk to his team as well to add some more adjustments and adaptations as to what GEA are trying to do.
It's the split 3 charm, I'll say.
Maybe. Fauna, they're just gonna try and charm up this map with those ultimates out there. Dimensional Drift, Cosmic Divide out here for UV and Ryzen. Should he have the economy to go in for a full buy, so
Scanning ahead.
it's a double judge, double full fast dive in composition. It's gonna be a big thing. Only one player defending this side, and that's also not with the Killjoy utilities.
What is this guy having for breakfast? Risen?
Shorty bullets.
Maybe. Cosmic Divide is there, but UV is sticking to the Dimensional Drift to get all the information of the mid and the art. Where else, his entire team is moving all the way towards B, where we have double stacked up 2 side tankers. Raw Fuel being one of them, and he has got the Hunter's Fury. If it is used to perfection, there is a chance that a complete side denial can happen for Global Esports Academy.
Deploying drone.
Not quite sure about this Cosmic Divide though. It helps you scale up, but there's still a couple of smokes in your faces now. And the judge in the back halls too, you don't really want to push it. Can they go for a plant is the big question. Do they have enough space? Because Raw Fuel finds the first one.
30 seconds left.
And UV and Gar with the judge gets 2 of their own. Now it's only 2 plus remaining. Even the Hunter's Fury didn't get any value to Raw Fuel, but the Shock Judge did give him enough value. It was not enough to convert the round.
Last
Georgie
player
on the
standing.
Empress. Can't do anything, can't find anything. Gov shuts him down. Raw Fuel gets Gar. And UV with the judge takes down Raw Fuel. 11th one for the players of Global Esports Academy. So very close to winning the map of Pearl.
I was just a bit worried about them if they've left enough space on the side to go for the plant without one of their body parts moving through the wall to the other side, but it was. And that's such a solid play. And I love the anticipation. UV and Garv again making that proactive play on the back of that pop flash through the divide. Pushing through it and catching the first one, and that was Raw Fuel. Hunter's Fury not getting anything as well on the other side. That's a big, big sign of trouble for RNTX. Georgie wanted to take matters in his own hands, trying to push up front. Just on the back of that noise, though, you've already dragged a bit of the rotators away from the B side, though. They will still be able to stack it all the way up. While Aziz is able to push all the way through. Look at the amount of space he's taking. But Global Esports Academy, they seem to be knowing about this.
Let's see if they actually know this. Because Aziz is actually walking on a thin ice.
Oh my god!
Oh, finally, he has been spotted, and Kibo gets him. The only win condition for Revenant XSpark has been eliminated in this round.
Oh my goodness!
Ready.
What a timing, what a play on the back of it, Caramel and Garv. You love to see this happen. And it's also an open plant though. So you can play from wherever the heck you want to.
One enemy remaining.
Wait a minute. Rafuel says no as he gets two. Can get the third one onto Garv as well, but it's all about the timing. Last time also, he came so very close. He got the frags, but was not able to get the spike down. Let's see if he can do this. Now, Garv still on 6 HP.
Beautiful.
I like the approach. Global Esports Academy was not giving any peek to Rafuel. And now 12th one.
Match point.
That's the most beautiful part about it, Shadow, because they know Rafuel does not have smokes. He does not have anything to cover himself. He can either stand there and stick and be open from 5 different angles to be fired on, or he can try and push certain avenues to clear out those spaces so that once he goes back to sticking the defuse, he will know where the people will be flooding it from. And none of them gave a single peek to him. Understanding that they were low, they didn't care about it. Running it all the way far back, phenomenal from Global Esports Academy. And that has forced the last timer out of Gobs as well for RNTX. 6 chances to steal the first map away.
Match point, Global Esports Academy. No one thought. It's almost done and dusted. We can draw the curtains out scared, I think. This could be the last round of this map.
That is highly possible. The anticipation of GEA has been picture perfect throughout this map, Shadow. It's like they've read RNTX like an open book. It's like they've specifically sat down and prepared a full-fledged counter strategy for RNTX's every single tendency. Might push this time around, but look at Ryzen. Look at Caramel. They just know every damn thing, and Aziz is out there on an island now.
Global Esports Academy. Pivot all the way towards B, where we have a solo anchor, Rafuel.
It's all the way back though. And he's, as you said, left alone out there. A 3v4. Garv has got the shorty as well, but the overdrive to play around with. And Rafuel wants to make a proactive play up front. Do GEA read into this? Shorty goes in first. He sees him, walks by him and takes him down as well. Wenka had to rotate all the way back because of that silent walk up. He had absolutely no damn clue. Still tries to walk out, still tries to be a hero, but he will fall like an absolute villain. Ryzen catches one more. And it's all down to Antidote, who catches one though, shuts down Garv, who got a bit too over-aggressive out there in that. Still, it's got 125 to play around with, but absolutely nothing else. Ryzen is just gonna hold his position down. There's every piece of util left. A flash on the face. Antidote cannot seem to win the fight as UV shuts him down and steals the map of Pearl away from the Kings of Pearl. Global Esports Academy now in a prime position to even close out this series. And what a domination.
Totally agreed. A one-sided domination is what Global Esports Academy has showcased us today. And now I can clearly say Split 3 is full of surprises. If it had been a map of Lotus, I would have understood Global Esports getting a victory, but Pearl is a very strong map for the players of Revenant XSpark, and on strong map, Global Esports Academy comes in and thrashes the entirety of Revenant XSpark. This is something no one anticipated at all. Even I'm sure Revenant XSpark also didn't anticipate that.
No one did, and I really want to point out the specific ideas that Global Esports Academy were painting with on their canvas, right? They just knew that RNTX like to push out on multiple avenues. It could be A main, it could be outside of the main, it could be B main. They were having control of one or the other part of the map and were waiting on the other side for the push out. And it worked so very well for them. They were not scared to take those fights as well in the avenues, and we clearly saw that in their own defensive half. Even though they lost the first 2 rounds, that was the pistol and the anti-eco, we still know that they were able to take away every weapon and anti-eco itself. That made a smooth round steal in that bonus round, and then went on to steamroll the half as well. 7-5 was still very good on the map of Pearl, considering how big it actually is and how long it really takes for the defenders to rotate. Revenant XSpark were playing all the way far back. They were playing on the back of those contacts, but Global Esports Academy, my goodness, this team, it's like a very new GEA.
Totally agreed. Yesterday also we thought it's an easy matchup. That's why Global Esports is looking so dominating. But today they have proved that it's not just easy matchup. They can take even the strongest of the strongest teams down. Even if you remember last time also, when both these teams went against each other, Global Esports Academy was able to steal one map from the side of Revenant XSpark. And this time they are up for the revenge. Seems like what Ascent wanted, a revenge. Global Esports Academy also wants the same revenge against Revenant XSpark. And I will be very happy and surprised and shocked if Global Esports Academy actually 2-0 or 2-1 the players of Revenant XSpark today.
If they want to win this series, then it needs to be a 2-0. I stated that all the way up before we started. And that is because the map of Ascent, that's where Aziz just pops up like a madman. You don't really want to focus down on it though, but for this map, the madman title goes to Kibo. An absolute chad onto that fate. 18 kills and 262 VCS as well. With only 2 first kills, exactly the kind of stats you would want on your initiator. Was there with all the pieces of util as well, controlling the art with his C's, with his horns, clearing out mid with his prowlers, sending them over towards the main when they need to set his team up or when he needs to set UV up with the operator too. It was beautiful. Just beautiful.
It certainly was. 262 ACS. Kibo was doing so much. 31.9% headshot percentage. Damage per round is also pretty high. Even I still remember one of the round where Nightfall was the reason that Global Esports Academy was able to convert that entire round in their favor. So yes, Kibo with that initiator utility, those ultimates was doing wonderful. And looking at the stats, 12 first kills for Global Esports Academy. For Revenant, it's only 7. The post plant is also looking flawless for Global Esports Academy, 6 on 6. Whereas for Revenant XSpark, they were able to get the site 9 times, but were able to convert only 5 times. And a single clutch from the side of Revenant XSpark.
Retakes were so very good for Global Esports Academy as well. Their sims were running perfectly. Having those flashes on point as well for Caramel. They were to get many picks on the back of it too. And it's again just them understanding what RNTX like to do, how they really like to set up in their post plants too. They know that they like to push out of those smokes as well, which they themselves drop. And Global Esports Academy was so very ready for it. Even the one in which, still remember, Raw Fuel was pushing out towards the art, trying to catch a timing onto Caramel after his magazine was empty. Caramel did not go for the reload. He switched off to this classic. He knew what Raw Fuel wanted to do. It is just that they were understanding and literally playing with the minds of RNTX. But it's not just that, Shadow. One of the most new things for me is seeing Wenka all the way down. 9, 14 and 7. That ACS is lower than what Antidote normally pulls up.
Even Garv, as a duelist, is sitting at 7 and 14 from the side of Global Esports Academy. Yes, they did get a victory, but the stats of Garv are not that great, especially if you're the duelist of the team.
That's one part about it, right? All right, we can still keep it aside since Global Esports Academy have actually won that. Though it obviously should not be the case, but we had a discussion about this as well all the way before in the pre-show segment, where Garv, even yesterday, he was struggling against EXO-IND, so I wasn't really expecting a lot out of this matchup itself because of the amount of pressure that he would normally go through. And to be honest, he was actually doing his job really well. He was being the first entry for the team, while we were seeing UV hop in as a second entry, and then they both were playing together on the back of each other's util, setting each other up. So that is still pretty fine. But what has happened to Wenka? This guy was an absolute beast when it came down to his gun skills and mechanical skills, but seems like he's been struggling for this previous map though, and if they really need to win Lotus, they want him to pop off. But if he'll be happening or not, that's going to be popping up after this short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Here we go! What's this?
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss. Look, come on, always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y a la primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. Voy a hacer que recuerde mi nombre. No me importa cuándo ni dónde. Yo por esto la sufrí y aposté por mí como el doble. Yo no sé lo que es perder desde el 2000 y pico. Y si fallo, detrás tengo a mi equipo. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this scream. My cup off and make them scream. Go pop off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no letters. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it.
Here we go! What's this?
The surprises of Split 3 continue as Global Esports Academy steal the map number 1 of Pearl from the clutches of Revenant XSpark. But now it's about time to jump on the map of Lotus, which we have seen them love to play on. But the same could be said for Revenant XSpark themselves, Spardas. We have been witnessing both of these teams for such a long time. Now it's basically become their playground.
Well, I don't know about their playground right now, but what I certainly know is that Revenant XSpark is having a real hard time to play this game at all. The map of Pearl was something they just ran it down. Split 1, we had an interview with the Antidote. The thing he said was, we are just comfortable with these picks. The meta does not defy us, we are just running it down because we can run it down. Till the time we get shut down, we are not changing it a bit. But today was a very different scenario. Because they tried to run it down again, but Global Esports Academy players were like a stubborn rock. They were not moving an inch.
I mean, it just fell down to the way how they were playing behind each other, right? This team has always had some of those problems where sometimes the communication gaps, we were witnessing that throughout their previous games. But this time around, it seems like they fixed all of that in an instant, and they were making their own proactive plays. There were set plays, and also there were situational plays which both Yuvi and Garv were making together with the Yoru and the Neon on their attacking side. And that works so very well for them on the map of Pearl. And I'm pretty sure if they continue this on the map of Lotus, they can probably change these win-loss ratios that have really been looking on the far side.
Oh, that is very true. And I just believe that these statistics, compared to Split 3, they are not worthy to be considered at all at this point. Since roster has been changed, the game meta has shifted a bit. The Theo has been completely nerfed out, so all these losses and permutation calculations are thrown out of the window. Global Esports Academy, they are playing a default-ish structure on the map of Lotus with the Omen, Viper and a Vice setup. They are doing it pretty good. But RLTX, will they run it down yet again with an ISO raise? If they try it, Venka needs to be the one who needs to step up big.
And that man has been struggling for the entire previous map, my boy. It's very unconventional to see Venka on the bottom of that fragging leaderboard. Because regardless of the pick of the agent, he would always frag out of his mind. And it seems like this time around they're going to change things a bit as well. Still going to play on smokes out there, but this is interesting. Antidote down on the breach, raw fuel on that Sova. This is more like a different version of that Fanatics composition out there. Instead of a Killjoy, you're now running with a Breathe Sova. This is interesting, Spardas, because that's a double smoke, double initiator comp.
And no Senti comp on this map is a big surprise. A Killjoy, Cypher, turned out to wise. All these sentinels have played their bits and pieces on the map of Lotus for the entirety of the world. But today RNTX, they're trying to go without one. This is a big call, especially in a map where it matters a lot. Global Esports Academy, they are thriving right now. They are in the good form. They are in the driving seat, and RNTX, they are not having the best game till date.
Eventually struggling on there, one of the favorite maps out there, so this one really needs to be converted. Venka on that smoke, Spartans. This is going to be interesting. Let's see if we can actually become the Forsaken of South Asia, or maybe things are going to be a bit too different out there. Revenant XSpark on the attacking side this time around. It's a very weird Viper wall out there over towards the mount. This is probably for them to control the mount and then scale up without letting the defenders know about it, but I'm not quite sure if it's the best plan of action or the best way to go.
I think that definitely works out, to be honest. If you are someone who knows you don't want to lurk around the A side, you have a different game plan rather than an A classical Viper lurk. Careful. The mount
Probably.
Control the one-way smoke. You throw a one-way, we just Viper wall up and get in the side. But now Caramel, he has a big responsibility on his shoulder. Everybody's swinging onto his face. Perfectly done, perfectly delivered by Garb. He's perfectly hitting headshot as well, and Aziz gets eliminated for a 44.
Yeah, and a bit of an over-aggressive play out there towards the stairs too, pushing out through their own smoke. And a good answer back on the other side, but now it's down to a 4v4 situation. A couple of players with a bit low HP out there, but an open plant to play around nonetheless. An antidote. He has everything, but Ryzen is still watching on that angle, able to take one though, but a back and forth fight. Still lands down in an even-Steven scenario. 15 HP for antidote, but it's absolutely fine as Venka still stands. And Kibo is going to make a long run, the longest jump, takes the first leap, is able to get one, but now he knows that there's Venka in front of him. And the third circle's out. It's not happening right now as Venka wins the pistol for his team yet again.
Good start to the map. They needed the pistol desperately and they will convert it out. Good round played, a well orchestrated round, but at the end, it was just a duel in nature. And in that department, Venka getting that first blood drawn onto the side, it was very necessary. But overall, Global Esports Academy, the ideas are still there. They know where to retake, they know where to position themselves up. So they have the game plan. It looks like it is going to be a fair, close battle again.
Seems to be that case though. Really thought that maybe RNTX were actually preparing for their bonus round with, you know, a couple of pistols in hand and a rifle in the hands of Ink. Like to be the case, and that's a trap play. Fault 9 being sent back on the back of that paranoia, but they still could not get a pick because Revenant XSpark had an anti prepared for that either ways. Antidote was all the way sitting back, ready for any kind of push, and it seems like Caramel's water will be tested one more time.
Just waiting if someone opens the door. Actually, he has the
Deploying drone.
First, and get a timing at Caramel. Yeah, trying to sneak past it, but nah, not getting one. Raw fuel is getting up a bit, and finally, Ryzen will take him down as well. A weapon is upgraded in the form of Ghost. But Georgie can spot a double swing, but get one, but get a second, and he will. Aziz support right at the perfect time. Now the Caramel, but the second pump will not land, and Georgie with a double to his name, just making sure that his team does not slip up the entire court.
All this down in the hands of Kibo. Maybe one more rifle off of their hands. Just a bit of damage. But Anti sees him. And Venka cleans him. A much cleaner round by Revenant XSpark in this map, unlike what happened in the previous one. Being able to carry forward 3 major weaponries, couple of bulldogs and a main rifle Phantom. Can't really invest into another one though. Well, they actually will. They will still try to. Getting a Vandal in the hands of probably Antidote out there. A good round from them nonetheless. Watching that there's a Bucky out there entry. Did not try to challenge that, but rather converged all the way from the connector to the B side.
Revealing area.
Global Esports Academy this time around, those Spartans are
there.
actively taking control of the mount though with the Viper and Vice.
Works out because they are anticipating a C hit, but it is completely different. B-side has already survived. That's so good.
Oh!
Crazy movement onto the face, and Georgie, he had absolutely no chance to deal with anything.
Raw Fuel up close and personal out there, and Pillars though. The question is, will you be expected? Oh, he checks him, but he still does not win the duel though. Kibo passes back one all the way towards the connector as well, and on the back of that boom bot will now try to take control of the side. Z is still there. Raw Fuel holding the angle down. Caramel good for an answer of one, but it's down to a 2v2 scenario. Sees both of them in front of him.
Remaining.
Bit of a lackluster in terms of the peak, and Aziz will capitalize on the back of it and converts the bonus round for Revenant XSpark.
Bonus round where they didn't have enough economy, to be honest, but again, the initial swings, the B side compromise, and Global Esports, they are not having a good read. They thought of retaking B, but then UV just not diligent enough to clear out Raw Fuel. He peeks him though, but completely unaware and just kept his crosshair at the very wrong moment, and Raw Fuel, if he was eliminated at that very moment, the round could have been very different, but at the end, RNTX, 3 rounds in a row and a perfect start to the map of Lotus.
That forces an early timeout out of GEA as well. Did not really see that happen in the previous one. It was probably in round number 14 or 15 in the previous map. But RNTX, now they're looking in their own rhythm. Now they're looking in their own form. Antidote has started calling his own shots perfectly. The boys are hitting shots as well. There's been some anticipation of GA on certain factors, but it still is really not enough to close out that. They really need to take the rubble control Spartans. They've been giving that space up way too easily, and RNTX have been exploiting their hits from the connector towards the B side multiple times now.
Let's see. But now the Viper wall has been shifted back towards this side. This time nothing surprising from this side. They know they have a good shot of economy. They have better weaponry overall. Just need to stick as a team, and they will be able to win. So, spots one. They do the exchange, just goes back to safety. Ryzen, if he can't deliver the first shot, spots the barrel, but nah, just misses out. He had the opening there. Not able to land the shot.
He still landed a couple of body shots though. On the other side, Global Esports Academy. The ones who got low. It's out there, Aziz. Good for one. Wanted to catch the second, but just blast packs out of there. Down to 40 HP with the outlaw up close and personal though. Through the smoke now, Winka waits on the other side and snaps up perfectly. Gets both of them out of the picture and sends out a paranoia as well. UV is able to dodge it, but now he's got so many angles to watch out for. And Winka will put him out of his misery. 3k for him, and a comfortable conversion of their 4th round in their back pockets. This is the Winka that we wanted to see. 7-1 on top.
Yeah, he was kind of missing in the last map. Maybe the Brimstone was not working the way he wanted to. But on that OMEN is just deleting the opponent. Right now is a good spot, but now I just want to see what GEA has to deliver after the round.
Ready.
The timeout they took, they have the chance to implement it in this very round, and right now they are just fighting for the A side. Yeah, that's into the A side. They have the A side control. They know they are not A C could be the otherwise set up challenge. Oh, the showstopper. Self-sabotaging.
But it's absolutely fine as long as he still stands. That's the most important part. As Georgie sends out that snake bite, but all the way towards the sea is where the main action is. And the hero of that action seems to be Caramel, as you can't step foot in his own kingdom. Down to 70, but made sure that it was worth every single bullet. Goes in for a 4k as well. This guy just does not fall. Global Esports Academy. again on the back of Caramel. I've got their first round, and Spartans, this is oddly similar to what happened in the previous map where Caramel was just holding his side down regardless of how many people fell onto his side.
Generally, the call in a timeout is to the duelists that go and kill, be aggressive, get your bugs. Maybe Arub is intended it for Caramel this time. Because the way he anchored it down, it is just perfect. Every duel was a perfect timing. The opponent was not expecting a swing there, and he just takes the advantage. He wanted to go towards the left side. Caramel standing towards the left side, ready to welcome them.
Very opposite parts of the map being worked around right now. Caramel shifted his setup towards the A side. This 3-man push is going to see every single thing that's happening out there in front. But Rob Fuel is the man who'll snap first. An Antidote checks the angle perfectly. Goes for a wide peek as well. Ryzen could not catch him by surprise. The round is technically over by this point. Haven't got a single pick on the back of it now. It's a 5v2. I don't really have a lot left in the bank account for the next round too. So should be a save, but Yui still wants to make a play, and he's going to be punished for that. It's all down to Caramel in a 1v5.
Oh, Caramel. He was calling someone else and he just found out, oh, there is someone planting. Let's just get one extra ult point.
I was just about to say, he landed the shot, that to the head of the guy who was down to 1 HP. Missed everyone.
You just need to hit heads.
Jeez.
But hey, 5-1 up. RNTX completely hot shot form. Looks like the wounded lion is trying to get himself back into the action. Now, so a double fight this time. The read was right and supposed to approach, but the records will find at least 3 people, and RNTX, they know they have the timing of the rotation. They will just wait it out. But Caramel, he has a judge in his hand. He needs to ahead. The smoke was delayed, and Ryzen, you cannot miss those timings.
Not ready yet. Good hit.
Also, basically got off the weaponries, but there's no one to play around on the back of his ultimate either. Yui is able to catch one, but that's Wenka just pushing a bit too far forward down in CT. By the time they go in for this retake, every single thing will be ready on the other side though, but there's the Nightfall paired up with the Showstopper. Not quite sure if they heard about it though. Caramel lands in a nasty pass 6 shot. It's all down to just one as the pincer perfectly. Global Esports Academy will get another round on their defense, and what a read by them. But I really like what RNTX were trying to do there, Spartans, but Global Esports Academy did them one better.
It was such a beautiful played round from GA. They know it could be an A hit. They started with the A fight, but at the end, when the reveal connected at least to 3 players, RNTX, they know, just run it down C. They cannot beat us in the rotation. C would be empty, and it was. They got the fair share of sight, and Caramel, even with the judge, he was not able to get the timing right just because of dark cover not in place. But then the retake sequence where Caramel implemented his Steel Garden, it was a thing of beauty.
Satchel out. Here.
Right now, it's going to be taking the space of the rubble very quickly, and again, rest of the map is going to be worked around by RNTX. And yes, coming back to that previous round, I agree. That Steel Garden, just sending it out, making sure that RNTX are not able to push towards the waterfall or the spawn, and then pairing rest of the ultimates up as well with the Nightfall and the Showstopper. It was absolutely fantastic.
Got the spike.
An Antidote was even forced to use his Rolling Thunder as well while they were trying to make a play towards the CT. It did not work out for them. So now it's all down to that Hunter's Fury. Oh my god, there's just 2 players up in front of you. Yuvi's been taken down though, and the Hunter's Fury is going to catch Caramel out in the open. Did not anticipate how far forward RNTX were pushing the Global Esports Academy. Now down to just 3 members.
Do they have a big combo there? Can they just pair up?
Listen up.
Utility is the first one. He takes one down cut. He has the first one down. He has a full forward curve. Maybe he does not need that. Get to the core, Venka. In the close area, will get taken by Gurv.
enemy
A
remains.
triple, keep up with the fourth. Gurv with the quadra as well. What just happened on the side of RNTX? Everybody slept on the crosshairs because Gurv, he's just swinging them left and right, taking everybody down all by himself. A
Shadow,
quadra for the race and Global Esports getting the third one on the board on the back of it.
Swadas, remind me, when was the last round Gurv used a showstopper? Round number 7, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. That was
He's
nine.
one.
He will have
He's-
it again.
He's 1 point away from another showstopper. Absolutely mind-boggling. And the fact that this guy was struggling not just for the previous map, but rather for the one before that they played yesterday against Exe Esports on the Neon. Still surprised as to why these people do not give him the raise. Just let him play on the race every single time if he's gonna do stuff like that. And get 4 on the round where you were down numbers. I mean, heck with the Neon.
Aziz.
No more thorns.
Caramel, he's gonna break. Why not just use it?
Good one.
Maybe he'll get someone there, but right now, RNTX are afraid to make a move. They're trying to jump B, they're trying to bait the ball, and they will. But Aziz!
Oh my god.
Movement right there. I thought that just happened to me, but if that happens to Aziz, then I'm taking it every day then.
Yeah, that's the thing about sheer wall. You always have to be picture perfect while taking that down, and Gurv needs to be picture perfect in landing that shot. But Venka does him one better. Anticipates that angle, goes in for a peek. Just a little bit wider than usual to offset the crosshair on the other side, and that's an empty A side that they'll be able to grab. But the focus is on the utility squatters. They've got every single thing left in their bank account. You could say the Paranoia up ready as well. Owl Drone to try and clear some more space towards the spawn when they want. Couple of shock darts as well, and Anti with the aftershock. Should be able to stall this push for a while though, but Ryzen, he's got his own bunch of util with the Paranoia. He is also ready with the snake bite. This could get ugly very soon.
But the fact that 4 people are on the flank is very different. Nobody's expecting that. Just the door is open, everybody's playing downside. Paranoia might turn things around, but UV is not in the close angle, and now Paranoia from side of Venka calls everybody back. A good horn. Venka takes one more down with him. Ryzen
Is
for the trade, but Venka with the quadra turns the table all by himself. And the Omen
not being
Div
shot
into
at, you're
server,
doing
getting
something
the 6
wrong.
for RTX.
absolutely phenomenal again. Playing so forward out there. As soon as the smoke was dissipating, he just took a timing to cross towards the right. Caramel did not really check up the close left. He was eventually taken down by surprise. Was not able to reset the crosshair well on time, and the Paranoia to disrupt the shouted step in of Ryzen and the Kibo support on the back of it. It's just a bit late out here. Really nice play being made by him. He's literally doing so much for RNTX right now on this map. But Showstopper on the other side sends it. Georgie is out of the round as well, and now you do not need to worry about the Viper lurk.
He's just tanking now inside. Now everybody's revealed, but what?
What?
Venka! Ouch! The crowd is there, but Caramel, he's welcoming him perfectly well. He gets one. Caramel, he's ready for the swing. He wants to swing out again, and yep, gathers it. But Aziz is trying to chase him down. But now
One away
Aziz,
from-
he's isolated in the side.
Last
No way
player
he's gonna win
standing.
that duel because Ryzen, he's there for the backup and parking the stuff for RNTX.
Seems like RNTX went in for a lot of individual plays this round, didn't they? Once Georgie was taken out over towards the rubble, they wanted to speed their execute up over towards the sea, but a bit of an over-ambitious play from Venka. Shrouded step over towards the mount. 2 players just behind that were able to isolate him and take him down. And then Aziz. Seems like he wanted to make his own individual play, even though Antidote was out there on mount standing alone. Economy broken, and Global Esports Academy are looking at a prime position to get another round on defense as they want to play aggressively towards Rubble yet again. Holy smokes! Holy smokes, UV and Garv. Alright. For a second I thought maybe RNTX might get at least 2 when Kivo was taken down. Oh, that was a good damage control by Garv on the other side. And 14 and 6! He's doing even better than Venka.
That's crazy for a newcomer in the lineup. He's someone who is just been recruited on the side of Global Esports Academy from Revenant. Now this guy, who didn't have enough play time in his reckoning season, is showing his class against the best team from South Asia as well. RNTX on the last round of this half. For the ultimates, they have 3 big ultimates. But how big different strategy is just better than Gov takes on the big guy, but Georgie, he trades him off perfectly well.
Still a bigger guy remaining out there in the form of that Omen inside his own smoke. Unconventional one out there, not the one way that we usually see. Ryzen, yeah, it's not gonna jump peek that again. Realizes there's still a couple of players out here. Caramel has got a full setup over towards the A side, so you need not worry about the hold on. Prowler did not catch him. Prowler did not absolutely catch him. And Ryzen, out of the round, caught by surprise out here. That means a free C site up for grabs.
Oh, Kibo.
Spike planted.
Maybe fulfill from what he does. Georgie is just trying to be a pain. Yeah, he's just trading balls, making the setup utilized and slowing down the rotations. But now they have the entire to the side, and RNTX in a 4v3 looks pretty much comfortable until Kibo. The shot is down, but the speed is good enough. Finds nothing. The spam guessing nothing as well. UV on the close range. He needs to deliver the first shot, but Antidote is better with process his bed. Gets it over as Kibo in the isolated island. Will not be able to do much. Gets a double to his name, but that is out it. And RNTX close down the first half. 7-5.
Switching sides.
Good round being pulled by them, and again it was all on the back of that one Prowler. Spardas had that Prowler connected onto Venka, this would have been a very different round. It missed, and that round turned on its head. But ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to miss out on the option right in front of you. If you are looking forward to play Valorant competitively, then your best friend is going to be the Omen laptop. It comes in power pack with Intel i7 processors of 14th gen, and it's also got RTX 4080 up and more. And there's also a lot of exchange benefits out for 20,000 rupees, some immense discounts of over 15,000, and a very lovely HyperX headset, which is worth 11,000 in an offer worth only for 499. Scan that QR code, rewind that video, scan that QR code, or visit your nearest HP Omen stores for more details about this offer. As we now again move back onto the pistol round. Global Esports Academy having the time of their life right now. 7-5 on the defense part or something. I'm saying it's a very solid half. And now they've got a very real opportunity to convert it, unless they go on the stacked side, which has got 2 players already.
Getting a double to his name too. Right, just barrage into the race side, and sees Georgie was just ready to welcome them. A good fault line from Antidote to support the team, and a free frag fest for the rest of the players. Winning the pistol, giving them the advantage they needed. Positive 3 in the round differential, looking to make it a positive 4.
Already got the weaponry out there. All the players with the half shields. And there's an outlaw in the mix as well for Aziz. And I agree, that was again a very solid fault line from Antidote, just disrupting Kibo, not being able to trade the first one. So they could not really find anything out. Paranoia opening the door up out there. Caramel, the first one to fall, and another 2K this time for Venka. Guardian up in hands as well. He gets 4 in total. Last one left out there, UV. Still got a chance for an ace. No, but UV will land in the shot. Shut him down, and that's absolutely not a Bulldog Spartans. That's a Phantom out in his own hands. The best weaponry that he could have grabbed, and he's also going to go in for the plant as well. It's going to be a very quick recon now. Position revealed out there. Raw Fuel's going to send the shock dart. It's already down to 70 HP. Recon dealt with. Aziz out in the open. That angle has been lost. Raw Fuel needs to be careful. Just watching it perfectly. Aziz has shown out his foots as well though. Raw Fuel will take that individual. A chance was there for UV. But that still is just going to go down and slumber. Revenant XSpark convert their round.
Almost on the verge of getting thrifted though. A good play from you with the classic headshot, just turn things around. The Phantom was recovered too, but maybe a little too much to ask for at that very moment. If he held that waterfall angle on Raw Fuel, because I thought he saw a glimpse of that Suva type of utility that was coming in, he might be able to anticipate that shot, and if he held for a second longer, the dynamics of the round would be completely different, and the entirety of the map would have turned as well because of that thrifty coming on the way of Global Esports Academy. But that's the case for all ifs and buts. As per the result, RNTX having a good round differential, a good area from them to control, 9 for advantage on the opponent's map pick. Looks pretty solid.
They have to do that, Spartans, because if they won't, then we're going to have RNTX being eliminated before reaching the playoffs of VCSA Split 3. And imagine what a storyline that would be. The winners of the Split 2 land, the ones who dethroned the Kings, and the likes of VLT. The one who made VLT feel their acceleration, yeah. Not really standing up on that terms where you would not even see this team up in the playoffs of Split 3 though, but we'll have to see. Global Esports Academy are also looking to have their own Cinderella run or a fairy tale ending probably, because if I'm not wrong, they were in 6th position in the total number of circuit points, so you'd really need at least a top 3 ending in this event in order to be in the top 4, or at least have a chance to be in the top 4. Now that reckoning have been thrown out by Asterisk and .exe, who themselves are now in the contest for being in the top 4. And Ascension qualifier playoffs is so open now though, I'll have to say.
With the results we are having in the past 2 days, anybody who would have predicted how the Ascension circuit would look like, it is completely changed by now. RNTX barely managing to just get through in this map right now. They are in the lower finals for the qualification. SATUL threw them to a lower final. Nobody expected that to happen. So many upsets being created. Right now, GA in the full buy round, they want to solidify that upset. Because RNTX, they do have a 4-round buffer, but GA on the attacker side of Lotus on their own map pick make things happen.
Have to make that happen. It all needs to start from this round onwards.
Poison's on.
No control of the rubble as well. No control over towards the B. Just open the door now so they have some of it. That's the reason why Antidote was also rotating off on the back of that door open now, but still 3 people ready to answer back if Global Esports Academy decide to go on this site, and that fault line is so very ready. Look at the position of Caramel. He's anticipating an early lurk or an early aggressive play from RNTX. Someone who'd get a bit impatient, who'd want to walk out for the information, but RNTX are not giving that to them.
30 seconds left.
Is everything okay? People looked paused. Just look at the breach. Andrew looks AFK right now. Just holding the kind of
My God.
that.
Sometimes I feel, Spartas, that you really can predict really well.
Like nobody
predict-
in the world would be sitting on the spawn for like legit 30 seconds. You shift walk at least somewhere. You're not there to wait for the opponent to push you down if they have not done it in the past 14 rounds. Hey, good one there from everybody. Like, yeah, the tech pause. I kind of thought like, okay,
good read.
Matt
Good read, my guy.
holding
Good read.
the stun would be different, but how long are you holding it, Antidote? Seems like he was maybe DC'd there.
I was getting sad seeing the technical pause yet again, though, because I mean we'll just have to wait and see now. Eventually, we are fixing on this issue, ladies and gentlemen. So please do not worry. Just give us a few more minutes. It's gonna work out perfectly fine. But that also gives enough time to Global Esports Academy to have a chat with their own players as well, right? Because normally we were seeing that team in control, in an advanced position in terms of the rounds, and then winning the pistol as well as the anti-eco after that in the previous maps. And that helped them close that one off really well with a 13-6 scoreline. This time around, it's a bit different. It is their map pick, yes, but Revenant XSpark are the ones who are in the lead, and this technically is a 9-5 in their favor, a 4-round gap. You don't really have as many chances as you did like the previous map, so you can't make major mistakes, Spartus.
Oh, let's see how long this will take to get fixed, to be honest. Because I can see the people still on the screens, right? Except for Georgie, I believe. What is he doing? He has a touchscreen monitor? I didn't know that.
Probably.
That's
He's just focusing down on it. You know, we'll let him figure out what he's doing for this, and we'll be back after this short break. People, don't go anywhere.
Here we go. What's this?
Last player standing. Ended. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Try again. Remaining.
Here we go. What's this?
At some time in history, the chemicals became so complex that they eventually started studying themselves. But it's not going to be that difficult to study this game between RNTX and Global Esports Academy, because they are playing absolutely out of their mind right now. A series in which we really thought RNTX would have an upper edge is being stolen away by Global Esports Academy on the other side.
Watching here.
1-0 in a lead though, but RNTX really want to push it down to map number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. You are watching OMEN VALORANT Challenger South Asia 2025, spread 3. Map number 2, RNTX and Global Esports Academy. RNTX trailing behind by 1 map. And we are in the second half, round 15 out here. Garv out in the open though, and what a shot to be landed on the smokes of the other side. Huh?
Hey, good. He just maybe
Bro.
got a glimpse of Aziz. Well, he was dropping down and just pre-fired an angle, but George in the meanwhile, he takes out Ryzen. The controller class gets dealt with, but though, a 4v3, Sheriff and a goes for Rossi.
Oh!
But Caramel, the timing is tough.
It's just it is absolutely insane timing, man. He just took the perfect one when Georgie was looking towards the mound after hearing all that stomping noises on the other side. Erv is down to 10 HP though, but that's about it. Everyone else super healthy out there. The Phantom's gonna get a headshot onto Caramel one, but everyone else 150 out. Antidote with just a Sheriff in hand. Not quite sure if they would really want to go in for this retake. Do have the crits for the next round bye, so might as well just want to give it a try though. There's an option, chance and a possibility, but Caramel is just ending it all. It's an important 2K and a comfortable one at that. Global Esports Academy not letting the bonus convert for RNTX this time.
The moment I think that Phantom meta looks like pretty much evident right now, like so many players are using the Phantoms. There happens a big Phantom movement with Venka. He loses that 140 ding against Garv and the round just snowballs from that very end. A 140 ding could have been a kill for Venka. The round would have been the side of RNTX, but nah. Garv is taking things in his own hands, getting that round and the very next one. They are yet another default. C-mount all by themselves. Zero utility exchange. Waiting for the opponent to make a mistake.
Yep.
Go get him.
The discipline out there. Global Esports Academy right now. Take the mount control, get the orb, feed it into Garv as he's one away from a showstopper. And then decide where you want to go. Very deep shear being placed to make sure that there's no one pushing outside of A main, so you've got to re-clear the rubble now. 44 seconds remaining on the mark and opening the door. That means you've also shown some of the B control space, but no one's leaving the space. Aziz and Venka, they're still holding it down. The paranoia has been sent out on his face, but a nasty stun from Antidote all the way from the other part of the map. Catches one as well, and Aziz is not stopping at all. It's both of these duelists just shutting down the entire cavalry of Global Esports Academy.
Just trying to get some long. Aziz will not even allow that. Double digit for RMTX. 10th round. And right now all they're doing is just winning those duels which they were not able to get on the map of course. Venka 19 and 8, Aziz 13-12. Both the players are just heavy fragging while on side of Global Esports Academy. Garv and Caramel, they are the heavy hitters on their end. The scoreboard is pretty much similar with 19-18, 13-12, 11-8, 7-8 and everybody else. That's the fact how crucial those frags have been. RNTX, they had the majority chunk of them.
That brings us out to another timeout by Global Esports Academy and their last one at that. If they can't fix anything after this one, this map is gone. But if they do, then RNTX will have their own two of the timeouts though, but I'm pretty sure GEA would be happy because that would mean their coach can talk to them as well. So now, it's a do or die scenario for GEA. If this works, cool. If this does not, then that means this map is going out of their hands. And to be very honest, how do you even fix this, Pardas? How do you fix Aziz and Venka in that position? He used up the paranoia, he used up the prowler as well up close, but Aziz just standing his ground down on the back of that fault line of Antidote all the way from B. How do you deal with that?
you the answer to that.
Ready.
Right now, what Global Esports knows about their opponents, I don't think is enough. Because they want to hit B. Standing there, but Caramel, he gets the frag. The showstopper will not work out because Caramel, he takes one more play down and Ryzen. He gets a third one in a row. Back-to-back frags for Global Esports Academy, and the timeout is working wonders for them.
It's like the duels that you want, the duels will give. As you catches one more, and it's all down to Antidote, who's down to just 15 HP. I would have picked up the prelude, but he's just now trying to save his own rifle, and Garv walks out down the stairs, down the aisle, sends him back.
Charges, check. Brakes.
His own team now, it's a back and forth for the past 4 rounds finally. Global Esports Academy again look to take some control back and steal it away from the other side, as Caramel has got his steel guard and up now, Spartus.
One enemy remaining.
Fortunate duel from Aziz as well there. Things could have been different, but triple frags, good round, but can they replicate it? That's the big thing.
There.
But right now a set play coming in, and the set play will work out. Gets one, all the players are falling left and right, and Lord makes the number even better after each frag. Under shooting committed 2, and the players, they are isolated, but Caramel, he finds one, and hold up. Caramel, if he can deliver another headshot, he can make the wonders happen. Woman, he's just 1 point away from the ultimate, so 1 point, and things will be in control of Ryzen.
My ultimate is ready.
Lovely. And has not yet been read by RNTX. And now they realize it's happening. Quickly picking up the spike as well and going for a backside plant. She can play for
Bomb buddy out.
either from the tree or from the heaven. Still one way up in heaven though, so he's gonna wait for the people to push up. Oh, lovely fault line, and that's enough. Raw Fuel takes him down. 1v3, sends out a steel guard, and you can't really exit. And Antidote is the one who's trying to grab the attention. He can probably catch one, but it seems Antidote is on an absolutely different dimension. Classic headshot. He was struggling so much in the previous map, Spartus, but he is leading the team right now.
Triple K for the breach. Getting himself back up, and another good round played, and RNTX 11-7 the lead. Dropping the first map of the day. Things look pretty rough for them, especially Venka. But now, since he's outperforming, he's playing his part perfectly well. The team is stepping up as well. But that can't be said for Kibo and Ryzen. The two lads who are the core of Global Esports Academy, they are having a real rough time. And again on the set play being executed, but this time around, despite the fact they are expecting that, they get lost in the duel, but UV is getting those trades. Raw Fuel behind the Rolling Thunder finds one more. Caramel holding that angle perfectly well, but a flash onto the face. But Ryzen takes the matter in his own hands, gets a double. But the thing is, 31 HP against 150. Spike is in no man's land, and Ryzen, he is very far off from that ultimate there, but I just want to see him run back. You have 1 minute 6 seconds, you don't need to push the smoke at all. Just go back spawn, re-wrap around, take your time in the world. But Ryzen, he looks very stubborn to take the spike from this very possible angle, not creating enough question marks, and Raw Fuel, he is happy to deliver. That is perfectly done from RNTX. Series point, which Global Esports wanted in this map. They are far from it, because RNTX, they are mowing them down.
No charges.
I agree on the point that you mentioned that he should have re-wrapped around as well. He had 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock. He could have gone all the way around the world and then actually found something on
Now we wait.
Raw Fuel, but it is what it is right now. 5 chances for RNTX to close out the map. And Antidote is looking an absolute beast right now, and a big reveal by Raw Fuel. Combine it with the paranoia as well. Caramel UV answer back on their own ways though, but
Player standing.
that's absolutely not enough because now when Venka steps down, it's Raw Fuel who steps up for the team. It's 1v3. Caramel, you make that son and that's gonna be the best clutch for you, but that ain't happening. It's Aziz to close it out for RNTX. And boy, it's not over until it's over. We move to map 3.
Did people really think that RTX going home today? I wonder what you guys are actually looking for then. Because RTX, the champions of Split 2, and Antidote, the type of team he has built around himself. These guys are not going home this soon in the tournament at all. They are the LAN demons and they will do anything to qualify for the LAN. And right now, the first map, yes, was a pretty harsh one on them. The team was not being coordinated enough, the frags were not coming in, but maybe it was just the first game of the day. They were just not ready for the map of Pearl, but on the map of Lotus, a completely different ball game where Antidote, he stepped up real well. Aziz did his part and Venka stole that match MVP yet again.
And it's just the fact how they were controlling the entire pace of the game, right? They had a full control over the rubble, full control over the mound as well whenever they wanted to have that. They realized that Global Esports Academy are not really actively fighting for that rubble control, so we don't really need to put a lot of members behind that push. We can just work on the other parts of the map because that's apparently where GEA were constantly taking their fights to, always having that early mound control. So I love their adaptation over towards the end as well, and that clearly showed how quickly this team can adapt and adjust to your playstyle and then counter it perfectly. It just did not happen on the map of Pearl because they were hard countered by Global Esports Academy. But when things came down to the even-Steven scenario a bit on the map of Lotus, that's when they truly showed their colors.
That's very true. Things definitely worked out the way RTX wanted it. Although Garb, he was a crazy man. He played really, really well on that race. Justified his role by a mile. But he just cannot win enough rounds for his team all by himself. You need a team support at least at this level, and the team was completely lacking. Especially Ryzen and Kibo. Those two lads, they have to put up some bigger performances, but they are just constantly struggling. The last map, Kibo MVP. The next match, he is not able to put an impact. This inconsistency from his side, this is what needs to be figured out.
And that's basically Venka but in reverse.
That does make sense.
Because in the previous one it was all the way down, but this time around 21 kills total and 277 of that ACS. Picture perfect performance on that Omen 2. Always ready with that utility, getting those set plays perfectly on point, executing them properly. And I like the fact that he was also playing Omen, right? Because it's not really a very passive smoking agent that you need to play with. It's also used in a pseudo dive composition. When your duelist falls, then you become the primary dive of your team. So technically, doing almost the same thing like a duelist. But you've got your own smokes and a flash to play around with. So fits pretty well in his own hands.
That's true. Something where he's allowed to make some plays. And he definitely justified that. Except for some questionable shrouded steps here and there. But it definitely worked out at the end. But overall, if you look at the stat sheet, pretty much as we expected. Number of first bloods equal to number of rounds converted. Nothing different there. Post plant is good enough from both the sides. But Global Esports Academy, they are just not able to get enough rounds on the attacker side. So the post plant number would definitely not go up.
Absolutely. Not a lot of rounds to play around with, but for RNTX, the story was entirely different. Getting that plant down 8 times, converting them 6 times, and they also got one of the rounds by completely annihilating Global Esports Academy on their attacking side. So yeah, easily closing out the story on this map of Lotus, comfortable one, and this is what even me and Shadow were discussing about the fact that if the series goes to the third map, if this goes to the map of Ascent, then not only Venka will be just snapping like a madman. It will also be Aziz. It will also be Raw Fuel. We've already seen Georgie perform on the first one. This time around was on the struggling end a bit, but when he was struggling, Antidote stepped up big time for his team. 11, 13 and 11. Doesn't matter if his KDA or KD is not positive. His KDA is absolutely out of the world.
Oh, that's
but a good
true.
performance. But a very good performance by Garb Spartus.
Yes. 19, 14, 256. ACS 5 first blood drawn. So he did his part. Caramel was there, completely making his presence felt. But other than him, it was not that impactful player. Especially Ryzen and Kibo. They completely lagged it around. Kibo on the other day, he played Fade and he was looking pretty good on the map of Lotus with the good lineups and reveals and everything. But today, I just didn't work out the way he expected it. But hey, the series is not over. It's just been tied up.
It's not over until it's over. That's what you mentioned, and I absolutely agree. There's still one more map for us to watch out and for us to witness, though. But that's the thing. It's the map of Ascent, Spartans. We've always called it the home ground of Revenant XSpark because they've always showcased some classy performance all the way back when they used to play by the name of OG as well. They had Tesseract and Aziz as their imports and rest of the players, rest of the cavalry too. Then they had a few changes. They brought in Levi as well, who was playing phenomenally. And right now, this score is still sticking by Antidote, Aziz, Raw Fuel. They're still standing strong. With again, two new changes, Georgie and Venka into the mix. So I'm pretty sure that they're still going to have that control on the map of Ascent. For Global Esports Academy, not quite sure. Last time I remember they brought in that Vele composition, Vele, Wise, KO, Teho. And that did not work out as we were really expecting it to, specifically on the attacking side. On the defense, it was still fine, but on the attack is where they faced a lot of struggles. But we'll have to see if that still is going to continue or have they fixed up, have they passed things up, ladies and gentlemen. But all of that and the map of Ascent after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Here we go! What's this?
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Here we go! What's this?
After that break, Spartans, you know what I'm talking about. We're back again, ladies and gentlemen, for this map number 3 of Ascent on OMEN VCSA 2025. It's Global Esports Academy up against Revenant XSpark, and now Revenant XSpark have pushed it to map number 3. Could very well be a reverse sweep because they have looked absolutely untouchable on this map.
Oh, for sure. The map of Ascent looks like the map where GEA will definitely have a hard time. The composition is... I am not sure what they're going to pick today. So that is something which is a matter of concern, because the map of Ascent brings them a lot of experiments. They tried Bailey the last time around, it didn't work out. Will they go for a default, especially when Curb is doing really good on the duelist role? Will they stick with the Yoru deadlock composition they want to try? This is something which needs to be confirmed, because if they lose this match, they will go home from here despite the fact they came so close.
That's an interesting point that you mentioned about Garv being pretty solid on that duelist, right? I mean, I do understand that he's been the one who goes in for the first entry, but in terms of doing well, I think so he's been doing well on Raze per se, but apart from that, on that Neon, he has been struggling a bit. And I'm not quite sure if both of those duelists fit the role of on the map of Ascent, right, properly. I think so maybe they're going to swap a few things up this time around, because that Vele composition which you just mentioned, it was Envy who used to play for that lineup, and that's when they used to play this comp. But this time around again, they've got UB as well, they've got Garv, both of them can fill in on that duelist role. So maybe the Yoru deadlock could actually be the key. Maybe they can try something new with that, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to change a few things specifically that they hope.
Let's see how different structure they will bring in. Because this comp with the Wise, Teho, KO didn't do justice to what this composition can bring in. Because we all know, Veil, despite the fact it has been buffed a bit, it's not something that is still viable, especially in the pro scene. In rank, you maybe get 1 or 2 highlight montages, but that's about it. But here, things are very different, and let's see what different composition will Global Esports Academy will bring into the table.
It's going to be a big thing now. It's a deadlock Yoru composition, Sparta. Seems like you can actually predict a few things. Tell me when I'm going to become a billionaire. And I'll probably work triple hard by that time. Oh my goodness, it's absolutely fine. That means I'm going to become a trillionaire. I like that optimism though. But Revenant XSpark, they've also got that double duelist composition. The Yoru into the Jet as well. Georgie on that Cypher. Antidote brings himself back onto that Omen. Rafael on that Sova. We've seen the record for both of these teams. This map has been looking very sleeky for Revenant XSpark. Global Esports Academy would need to get cheeky to try and find something, because this is their last opportunity to move all the way up and back in this competition. Otherwise, they're going back home.
They have to be very, very diligent with what they do. As for the composition point of things, GA is definitely in a better spot. The difference between both the comps is the deadlock against a Jet. That is what is different right now. Other than that, every other agent is the same. So technically, you just have to figure out how do you deal with the deadlock utilities in the first place. Because deadlock and the Yoru, the combination with the Gravenet and Flash can definitely make things happen. But for the time being, an aggressive control on the side, and GA, yep, they were expecting that. Nothing worrisome about that. Carmel perfectly dealt with. He's still breathing, and he is making sure that the opponents don't breathe at all. Georgie is tagged as well, down to 40 HP. But Carmel, just one body shot, and he will get the perfect timing right. He's holding on to that ghost like a rifle, delivering headshot after headshot, and now Venka, he is the large side anchor. He's good for one and get traded by Ryzen. And as he's very late to the party, it's already over.
Too late, yeah, now even the door closed up in front of him. Nothing left to do apart from maybe just try and get a few tags onto 1 or 2 people. The first camera was actually of Georgie. The people who didn't realize that. 4 people up in front of him. First contact, and then 3 people are going to peek to get the hits curve to find the opener as well onto him. Lovely round by Caramel. He held his ground strong, anticipated to push outside of A, and eventually got 3 out of that. The discipline impeccable. And if that's the start they're getting, you might as well want to deal with the Cypher first before you move into the deadlock, Yoru.
I would say the composition like didn't even get started to work with, because Caramel, he just delivered the round with the Prime Day sale. This is nothing to worry about at all. He's just holding with the goals, just delivering headshot after headshot. In the very next round, they just have a Sheriff in the hands of Venka, and that's it. Nothing else. But a forced track toward today's side, and this contact play, it can be devastating.
Holding it down outside of the A main.
Enemy mark.
Gonna now push on to the side. 4 people stacked up, pretty solid out here. How quickly can you figure out? It's gonna be the big thing though, a big scan out there. Georgie with the classic, catches the first one. Trade being found. Ref rising up here. Still keep some of the players. Stand it out. And a good trade onto Antidote. And that's the smokes out of the picture. I like this idea though. Re-clearing all the way from Cat and then hit the site. Still a long range fight if you compare it with the classic on the other end. Rafuel, seen them. Venka is still on the other part of the map right now. Absolutely lost up and open. Georgie though is able to land in a shot. Rafuel answers back onto Ryzen. It's UV and Caramel. Eventually take them down as Rafuel falls. Still down to 1v2 and it is doable. A Sheriff in the hand, a Demon in the making, but there's another King of Hell standing in front. And Caramel is not losing that fight.
Another good round from Caramel. Another round where the Cypher is making a difference. 5-0 in the first 2 rounds. He's just doing it perfectly. But now the full buy round from side of RNTX, and now we have to see the setup they will run. Last time it was a 1-4 A stack. This time around the Cypher setup towards A side. Venka just jumping around the spawn, sending a gate crash. They're trying to just double fight mid, but hey, the utility from UV and initial grab net for their A main control finds nothing.
He's not really pushing outside this time around, but Aziz just finds a random timing to peek in mid and gets 2. And this is one of the big reasons why I mentioned that this map is going to be absolutely difficult for GEA to push their way through. Down to 60 HP, just a shot on the body or a shot on the skull. And actually do the trick. Kipo asking for the help of Ryzen. He shows up and the Sheriff is absolutely good enough, but Georgie seems to be a bit more better out there as there's the spike. Down in the open, down in the slumber, an Antidote in a corner, a cheeky one at that. Confirms the round for RNTX. But boy, Spartus not comfortable at all, losing 3 rifles.
Wow, that round, it could have been very different if something on the side of Kibo would be, I would say he was able to deliver some shots. But overall, I love the idea from Caramel, just walking around the areas. RNTX, they get a good timing, they get a frag, but the trades are just in the favor from Global Esports, but at the end, just not enough. But now, since both the teams have proper full buys, Aziz is trying to make a play, and UV with the grab red in his hand is trying to shut Aziz down, and he will catch him. A pop flash play, a double peek, Curve and UV joining the forces, running hand in hand, getting a double, and now Venka is completely blinded, cannot see a thing. And good, he will capitalize that utility to the finest.
All at a flawless itself right now as the rest of the players have decided to run back to safety. Not happening on the watch of GEA. Such a fantastic execute, and if I'm not wrong, Spartas, this is what we were missing from Asterisk back when they were playing this composition on this map. And also the fact that they didn't have Yoru with them. Only going in with the deadlock Sova. But this time around, it's an entirely different story.
See, Skid, the point being, you can go online, you can check a website and just copy the comp But the thing is, how does that comp works actually is very different. In the first 3 rounds, UV has shown us 2 different implementations of the GraphNet. The one being thrown towards that A main, which was a 10-second lineup, falls at the very last second if someone is crossing main, just jumping around, will get sitting ducked. In the next full buy round they had, it's an A, or rather the B main control with a cage and then a GraphNet, and then paired that with the pop flash from Gulf. 3 layers of utility to get 1 choke point. And that's the preparation we wanted to see from Global Esports Academy side. Because this side is an academy roster with a dedicated coach for themselves. And this type of set plays will work wonders in their favor.
Also shows their practice and dedication now. And their growth of improvement this season has been of surprises. But that surprises have been on the back of all the improvements that we've constantly seen from these teams. And right now, Shock Dart to deal with some of the tripwires. No one breaking the recon, so that's big information. And there's 4 people already out here, up to ready and answer. Venka down on his knees, though Rofuel is able to catch one. That's the annihilation, probably to catch one out there. The antidote still is standing strong, and it's UV making sure that Venka does not survive. No one there to break through the clutches. And it's all down to Aziz. Monster in making. A demon we've always talked about. But can he be the one? Can he be the ray of hope for Revenant XSpark? Hearing out all the places inside, drops down. Both of them here. That's an individual being offered. A bit of a damage being dealt out there. Still a GraphNet up on his face, and it's Kibo. Not just put him down on his knees, but to bury him in the ground. Global Esports Academy. 4th round on their attacking side.
Way too good from UV. The GraphNet utilization is tremendous, I would say. This is something where Deadlock's optimization is always being questioned, especially with the GraphNet being a recyclable ability now. How do you put it to the perfect use case scenario? And UV is showcasing just right. Another good frag on the back of the GraphNet where he made Venka just crouch inside the smoke, throwing annihilation onto his face and just putting him out of the round. RTX tried though. They tried to rush it, take a fast retake, get some frags, and a raw fuel alongside. Antidote was fairly successful in that, but the duel from UV just even better. The attacking side of Ascent, they're leading the charge by 4-1.
It's a big thing also. Winka again on that receiving end of the spectrum, though he's not really had a proper duel for the past 5 rounds, Spartans. I feel like it's always been some of the other weird situation he's been always put in. He either dropped down on his knees because of the GraphNet multiple times, or just flashed up fully. Can't really take a fight at all. Nothing per se to play on the back of for himself. And I think so that clearly shows you the amount of work Global Esports Academy had put up in this map itself. Their default running absolutely wild. And their confidence is higher than the map of Ascent itself. Specifically Caramel. Right away popping off in that first round. Continuing on that momentum. And now they're also coming close to some of the big ultimates. The Hunter's Fury. Even the Dimensional Drift, 2 points away. Could also be said the same for Revenant XSpark. Some big ultimates already up on board to maybe help them convert this one round on the back of that Hunter's Fury.
Oh, just take pauses. Like so many things which can work around, but they will just work when the tech pause ends, and I'm just waiting for that to happen. Although, if you look at the highlights there, the initial round showed how confident Global Esports Academy is with the type of composition and structure they are using. Caramel was made to hold a main, the entire team was pushing down mid, getting the catwalk control, and then one after the other, good frags all across. Aziz getting a good timing in the very next round, but again, Georgie having the better weaponry turn things as well. But after this, it was a complete class act of execution. Good deadlock utility, good Yoru utility onto the faces. And now with the tech pause being ended, let's see what GEA can cook in this round.
This time around, hopping up towards mid. They know what Aziz did to them last time. Yeah, it's been dealt with quickly. Rushes back to safety out there with the tailwind and now wants to retake that space. Still some question marks. Now this is that discipline though, but Venka needs to keep some of his own as well. Can't really push through this one way. This map hasn't really been that forgiving to you either ways. Mid controlled up perfectly, and because of that early presence right now, there's 3 people stacked up towards B. But Rafuel did send out a recon, not really helping them out that well. Paranoia from Antidote. He's got to reposition quickly to try and survive as Free has eventually been lost, but there's the Hunter's Fury out in the open. Ryzen catches one onto Enka, and that's Gara finding the second. No sight anchor, and it's absolutely open. Aziz wanted to find a timing. It's a bit of an individual out with the player in A main though, but a spam through the hell, and UV is able to catch one.
Just look at UV. He's stacking up the sonic sensor of the other. He's like, yeah, I have one more, I like one more. I can get one more
Lovely.
down. I just love it. This is the perfect optimization from Deadlock. Cabinet roll. Sit, he says. And the opponent, they have to follow it down as well, because now the clock is ticking in. They have to run back to safety. Aziz is getting some exits to his name, maybe good for the scoreboard. But on the individual level, cause as a team, another round is going up against them. 5th one for Global Esports Academy and RNTX. All they get in the first 6 rounds is 1.
And I don't know for how long can they keep this up. Got to find something. Again, Revenant XSpark, they're kind of relying a lot onto those contact rotations. And they just don't really have enough time because of the constant question marks that Global Esports Academy are creating throughout the map. You can't really rotate from mid because you don't know if it's clear or not. You'll have to check every other angle to try and move through it. Just because of that early one owl drone spot. There's only one major util. And I think Revenant XSpark would need to re-clear some of that space now. Would need to take back the map away from the other side if they really want to go in for these retakes. If they want to try and get their momentum back in this one.
Well, let's see how Gobs will turn things from them. Because the last time Ascent was played, it was against S8UL from side of RNTX and they struggled a lot. I still remember I was watching that game and my constant thought was why RNTX, they are not fighting mid enough. They were getting exploited by S8UL in the mid areas of the map and they didn't use it enough. They were not aggressive enough to make those plays. And today is the same theory yet again, because RNTX, they are sitting back on.
This is a nice
and
This goes here.
if on the map of Ascent you don't control your mains, it is not good enough. But this time around, a pop flash play for the tiles. Aziz already burning out his tailwind, and now he's stuck in a no man's land. He's trying to go back without finding any success. A dark cover on his face, and all he can do is just spam some classics, because nobody else is giving him a duel.
And I like that idea. Being a bit more passive out there. Knows not to feed the shark when it's hungry. And there's the re-clearance I was talking about. Revenant XSpark.
Time to jump.
Pushing all the way up. Taking back mid that they eventually lost early on. Venka and Aziz pushing together. But Caramel has got to be a bit more careful out there. Takes back the space in the B main though. But hold on. Venka, is that a bit too hard? Is that a bit too much out there? Still stands. And then takes the DP out. That's Ryzen off the mix. And look at where Aziz is. That's a bit of a miss out there. A Biffy up in front, but at such a range. Lands in a classic shot. Still gets one more. Wanted to go for a right click, but UV shuts him down. but the damage has been done. 20 seconds, no map to play around it. Venka as well, another layer. You can't really beat. And Garv can only pray for survival. Yoru, the flash on the face, and Garv is a bit better out here, but Georgie answers back. Finally, Revenant XSpark on the back of that timeout, unable to get their round back.
What just happened in this round? Completely disoriented play from Global Esports Academy. They were unaware of what could happen. Venka casually walking down mid, getting a frag. Aziz, the early space he took on the mid bot area, maybe just questioned Global Esports Academy more than they would have expected that. But now, with one round going in the favor of RNTX right after the timeout, the question is, can they repeat it? Because this time around, Georgie, he's solo A with the Cypher utilities. Against a Cypher Deadlock Yoru combination, the solo Cyphers might not get that much of a success. The gate crash, barrier mesh, waiting for the pop flash play, jumping, turning around, getting in the side, and now he knows where the player is, but a shot is step, and Aziz swinging out at the right time, Rockfield taking the timing, Ryzen, he takes one, but now with a shot in his hand, he cannot do much. Another well orchestrated round from RNTX, held the side from the smoke, took the contact and swinging it out at the right time.
The barrier mesh was also a bit off in that lineup, Spartans. That gave an opening to the members of Revenant XSpark to pop in through that smoke. That was the reason why GEA were not really ready for it, because they thought maybe the lineup fell in perfectly. That's a very quick flood and a good stop to the momentum of GEA. And if they lose this one more round, I'm pretty sure that we're going to get another timeout from the other side. Huh. That's a nice angle to watch, Kibo. But he's got a stinger in the hand. Hello?
Yeah. Perfect.
Alright, we're back. We're back again, people. Don't worry. Everything's working fine. Matrix has not been lost. It's all fixed. And Aziz seems like pretty solid onto that peak. The flash paranoia. And he's already got fun though, but UV answers back quickly. Kibo down in that HP. The shock dart's gonna do a decent amount of damage. It's down to just 20 out here. Annihilation being sent out, but it's absolutely empty. That's a major ultimate being brought out of the mix as well, and the mid control will finally be gained back by GEA.
They're walking it. An antidote, he can be hurt. Will they push down spawn is the bigger question, but nah, that's not the case. An antidote is trying to make a timing right, a grab net onto the space, and UV yet again making them sit, and Kibo getting another nasty headshot delivered. Venka is there to make some Yoru shenanigans, but no support utility at all. He's just trying to spam it down. Caramel is running around, have the information, and he's just surviving.
Oh, there's a tripwire, yeah. Dare push him down, he'll be ready for you. And I'm pretty sure Venka does not even have enough time to hold on to that. The flash is going to give out the information as well. 3 people all the way standing back in the boathouse, smoke on towards the short lane. There's Caramel finding a perfect timing, but Venka is an absolute immortal. In the army of Xerxes, this man stands alone to 3 HP. There's an opening for Rockfuel, lands in a shot, but UV on the other side is King Leonidas himself, who does not know when to bow down. A round converted, and you could very well call that a thrifty too.
What a play from side of GEA yet again, Skid. Because this is something you don't expect to happen. They lost the player early, they could not do anything. The ultimate annihilation got missed out, but then getting towards that B side, getting the first player down, then the grounded from UV, and then Kibo getting the pick down, and one after the other. They are just dying their opponents into certain areas, they can't move. And now Ryzen in a spot where nobody expects him, and the 1v fades, and he will get the frag. Venka. Yeah, he cannot watch that angle for sure, and yes, he should, but now Ryzen, he missed out on the bullets.
The thing is, yeah, Venka would not expect him on the angle, but it seemed like Ryzen was also not expecting Venka, so it came down to the flick accuracy. And that's why I said if, because Venka's flick accuracy, at least on the previous two maps, have been pretty solid out there. Ryzen he got on a well-orchestrated opportunity down, but at least has pulled down Rofuel down to 17 rather, Venka down to 45, and Caramel finds a pick onto Aziz. That means they're in a massive advantage on the back of this neural theft now.
The timing, the deek, why do you do that? Oh, that is making just, God, this is not good. But now they know where the players are. Caramel trying to get a timing. Rofuel is low on HP, and Caramel is running into the side. He desperately wants the frag. He desperately wants the kill, but Rofuel takes one down. Kibo is standing on the market doors. He's trying to make a play, but the time is too less to be comfortable with. 15 seconds, and all they need is to make a save.
10 seconds left.
But a haphazard play out there, though, I agree. Guys should have been focused down on that choke point rather than focus on that decoy. They had the neural theft for the information as well. And that was just a second that Georgie needed eventually to take him down. That lost them the control over towards the tree. And then neural theft gave out the information that's a hit towards the B side when Caramel was pushing up. Could have found a timing out there, but alas, just series of mishaps after mishaps. It's down to, again, Stinger and a Sheriff.
Time to jump.
.6-4. That's a good reveal. But see, this is something where I want to see Gurv making that pop flash play to the main. The grab net was just perfect. Could have taken pairs off guard, but Kibo! He re-adjusts the Hunter's Fury and takes Antidote down. And with Anti-down, they can just cross it down and pick the weapon up. And Venka is trying to make a play, and Venka, he gets one, but Caramel, he's aware. He takes one more. Rofuel, he's blinded behind the side. Another good flash, the reveal, he's darted. Is there something to flush him out? The spam is definitely not landing enough. Aziz is there for the support, but Ryzen picks up a weapon. And they know he has a shadow step, so he can just come back if he wants to, and the ultimate as well.
Absolutely. And the fact is that this is a stack side, though. They tried to make a fake. They tried to just send out those foots to maybe lower away the defenders from here. Now on a re-hit down to when 35 seconds are remaining. Rofuel has got the recon as well. He's going to get all the information that he needs. And Georgie out in the open. Rofuel still stands strong. 10 HP. And this guy is holding the choke point like a madman. They didn't even need the blades or an operator of Aziz. It's all Georgie and Rofuel. Global Esports Academy did everything right until that last second.
Lazy calling. That is the issue with Global Esports Academy. It is just lazy, I would say. They had good ample amount of time. They could rotate out. That you are trying to sell a fake to RNTX and they will not buy it. The Cypher is still standing strong and you have not spotted a Cypher utility till now. It has to be B. If the Cypher utility is not broke, why would they go B? But okay, Ryzen, he will go to heaven. Takes Aziz to hell with him.
This time around, important play out there. He's not able to win out on the way he tried to make over towards the A that time around, but a lovely pop flash. Venka still catches one. A bit too far ahead, a bit too aggressive there. They did not anticipate him to be up so close. And the door to the market is also closed, so that's an avenue you can't really push forward to. There's Hunter's Fury, preemptive a bit. He's trying to gather some information, maybe catch someone. Not getting anything. Pop flash onto the side, ready. Curve out here, up against Venka. Still wins out on the duel. You'd damn well be thinking he had an outlaw. Why does he have a rifle out there? Still an extra one kept for him. As Rofuel is here for the support. Kibo is able to answer one, but that's only a ghost in his own hand. Finally gets an upgrade though, but Antidote sends him all the way back into the abyss. It's all down to Kibo, down to 80, and eventually down to 0. As Revenant XSpark will pull themselves back up and equalize the half.
6 overall. Half where things could have been very different if certain frags would go in the favor of GA, but RNTX just controlling the map. They are getting those bunch of rounds in a row. 5 rounds from the last 6 is what they got. A similar story which Global Esports Academy did in the first 6 rounds. But now the scores are level, and RNTX with the attacking comp they have, they will be on the attacking side, and GA with the defensive comp they have on the defender side. So favorable compositions on the favorite side of the maps. Let's see who has the better ideas.
How do you set that defense up is a big question. We've always seen Revenant XSpark push through with this one composition of the double duelist of the double dive. And this time, they will decide the fight they want to take. Oh, lovely recon and a phenomenal play.
Fake teleport.
That is an opener which RNTX were not expecting. Fishing out the lurker up early on, and now understanding that it might actually be a head towards the A side. The smoke goes out. Paranoia there towards the Jenny, but then back towards the cat.
A 3v5.
30
Bingo.
seconds left.
He's just trying to get something right now, and this is not good. This is
Yeah.
not good. The door is closing the faces. They are trying to break it, and they just break
One
the
enemy
door.
remaining.
Caramel breaks their head.
Spike down A.
Good trade.
Flawless.
Another pick in that
Another
tripod as well. Yeah, Caramel is just going to be like another one. Didn't have anything to break through that, so it's a much needed pistol round for Global Esports Academy. They lost the previous, both the pistols in that map. And this time, they're the ones who have closed both of them out, so gonna be super happy about it. And then there's a technical pause.
Someone said happy, I suppose. How? Not so soon.
Happy about the fact that maybe it's gonna be fixed up very quickly, you know?
I love the optimism you have.
Yeah, because this is South Asia, not EMEA.
So the tournament will conclude as we expected it to be.
Might.
Hope so right now, but hey, the thing
at least it will conclude on time. All right, not gonna pull like out there anymore. Couple of bulldogs out in the mix with the Guardian, so no rifles out here. And I think so. This has been, yeah, this has been a difference between Global Esports Academy and RNTX partners, because RNTX always try to prepare for their bonus round, and they struggle to close out their anti-eco very cleanly. While Global Esports Academy, they're fully focused on their anti-eco round. They're like, nah, we just want a full weapon loadout for this one. We want to win it cleanly, and then we play for a simple, normal bonus round.
Well, I get that approach, since you are on that mindset of one round at a time. You're not focusing what happens in the very next round. You have to just win this first and then you will go next. But also at the same time, if you plan some strategic structure where you can get at least 2 rifles, 2 big rifles. Yeah, Bulldog is a category of a rifle, but a rifle primarily is a Vandal or a Phantom. That's it. Everything else is just a no. Like, you are sacrificing a lot in your bonus rounds, until and unless you can just deliver some crazy ADS bursts or some crazy one task with the Guardian. That's a different ball game altogether. But the fact that they don't have any major rifle in the bonus round is quite concerning. They need to switch up their economy and buying style a bit. So the next round, they could have at least 3 rifles where the guy who didn't buy in the bonus or the anti-eco, he can purchase in the bonus and make the bonus a convertible one as well. I hope that happens as well in the future if they win it through today.
Yeah, I mean, if the roster sticks together and all of these basics are kept, and I do understand that idea as well, but I'm pretty sure that Global Esports Academy are taking it slowly. They're taking it one step at a time. They first need to fix out their micro problems that they were facing all the while back. Their communication issues, they're looking much better right now. and that is directly translating their success into the game as well. We can clearly see them in the control right now. It's Revenant XSpark who are a bit on that passive end or on the back seat, because this is the defensive half, and GEA have got this double senti composition as well on the defense, while they got 6 rounds on the attack. And the fun fact is, they are not scared to make those proactive plays. In the pistol round itself, Garv is pushing down arches, pushed down towards B lobby, got the pick on the back of the recon of Kibo, because they knew Georgie would be playing somewhere around there. If not, that means that area is ours. That is such good anticipation, and again, it seems like they have done a lot of homework on RNTX.
Well, could be the case though, because all these things are majority of the time with the preparation you do. It is a homework. Who has done it better? If your homework has been good, you have the read on your opponents majority of the time. You know what they are capable of and what type of rounds they like to pull in. But hey, all this theory crafting will get continued. But the thing is, the implementation in the game is what is necessary. And for that, we want the tech pause to end as soon as possible.
It will. I'm pretty sure we're all working very fine for that, ladies and gentlemen, and we do appreciate your patience as well. In the meantime, you might as well want to check out some of the Omen goodies out there, specifically those laptops. If you are looking forward to being a professional Valorant player, then that laptop is your best bet. I kid you not. VCSA 2025 title sponsor Omen. It's got the best esports ready options with epic deals for students, by the way, as it comes with power-packed Omen 16 laptop with desktop light cooling, and is also more affordable than ever. You've got some massive exchange benefits as well of up to 20,000 rupees and some major bank discounts partners of almost 15,000. And we also get a HyperX headset that is worth 11,000 and somewhere around 2,500 Steam wallet for just INR 499. If you really want to know more about this option, you have to scan the QR code. You can just rewind it a little bit. In one of the previous games during the half, we had the QR code as well. Or the best thing, you can visit your nearest HP World store today.
Easy. But hey, I think the rec pause looks fixed right now and we will be able to jump right into the action. Because the first BO3, it is onto the decider map right now, the map of Ascent. A map which RNTX lost the last time they played against SATUL. Now GEA is trying to continue the same fate. On the defender side, 4 half weaponry.
Revealing
If we
area.
talk about a setup, a 1-4 setup where the Cypher is solo anchoring B and other everybody else rather on the A side.
Yeah, but they're quickly changing that backup as well. A couple of players holding down the tree, understanding that there might be someone pushing on the other side. Holy smokes, this is giving me PTSD. They move back, alright. Bit of a breathing space out there, but look at that deep sonic sensor as well, which has been triggered by the decoy. And a full mid control has been taken right now, so they're going to burst themselves down through the market though. But Caramel is there for the answer. And it takes 4 of them to finally shut him down. And the discipline from Kibo, not really pushing through the smoke, understanding there could be one more player out there. Georgie lands in a nasty shot. Alright, that's the first one. Does not anticipate the second. So Garv is there for the answer. Does him one better. It's all down to just 40 HP antidote out here. Down to 25. Gets a 2K, but it takes Kibo to shut him down. It got way too close for comfort.
They bought 4 weaponries. 2 Bulldogs, a Guardian, a Spectre, but at the end, you needed Kibo to clutch things up. Because Antidote, he was doing some miracles on that recovered weapon. Oh, a round which could have been a thrifty yet again, but this time get denies. Just look at this play. Aravind just holding his ankle, knowing the market. Good one-way trip.
One
On
enemy.
cages. And then this one from Antidote is fine, but the next one on the side of UV. Last play could have been a collide as well, but just a bit unfortunate.
That was a careful peek by Kigo. Understood that he had to wait for that spray to stop. Can't really risk pushing him through it. But Garv absolutely does not care who's in front of him. That's the first one right on the dome. That's an operator investment in the third round itself of this half. That is something what PaperX normally did, Spardas. They would keep a lot left in the bank account, not investing anything, just to take an operator down in their third round. That would help them convert their bonus. It's like they're looking for at least something. Ryzen, a quick paranoia, just able to hold it down though as the barrier meshes. Holding down outside of the B-long, and rest of the players all clubbed up entry. Got a stinger in the hand though, but not the bullets in the magazine, as everyone will eventually push downside, and Venka will be the man who's gonna try and maybe catch a timing onto someone through the tree up the window.
Cage triggered.
The bookie. Oh, the unfortunate, but again, he got a reswing. The bonus conversion is absolutely on the way. The operator spots the head. This is done. Anti the hood. He's been spotted. Bad control, but Anti. Garv almost took a crazy decision there to just go all by himself with the classic, but in the end, he has a team backing him up.
That was an absolute bonkers of a decision to jump in like that. Just wanted to carry out a bit of a circus there, but yes, diligence from rest of the players, understanding their mistake from the previous round, correcting it this time around, and converting a bonus round on the decider map in the second half. This re-swing from Ryzen is what turned this round on its head. Had that not been the case, this would have been a very different round. And now they've also got the Odin into the mix for Kibo, as the jump peak of Raw Fuel is answered by a wall bang operator shot. Garv is leading the chart for the opening frags of his team.
I love it from Garv. It is always about the confidence of these duelists. The more confident you are in your agent, the more free flying style you will have. And Garv is exactly doing that. Now the Odin Spark. It does not matter because Garv on the other side of things is just taking the operator in his own hands. Now a 3v5. A drone from I'm just waiting for the grab. Let's see who sits this time. It is Attitude.
Yeah, that's the IGL out there. Now on the swing though, it's a bait for Aziz. He's able to catch one quickly. Venka has been taken down, so no control in heaven. Both the players down. In slumber, in hell you stand, and in hell you'll fall, Aziz. As Caramel gets a 3K, and Global Esports Academy move to double digits.
Wow. Who thought that this could be a case where Global Esports Academy in 3 maps, oh, they are able to pull that double digits before RNTX. The map of Pearl, they were able to do that. They were able to do that on the map of Ascent.
And the second.
What about the predictions from yesterday? Everybody thought it'd have to be a quick 2-0 from RNTX. So this is far from anything called quick.
Or a 2-0. The fact, Spardas, this is the second and the last timeout of Revenant XSpark in this series. You either change things now or never. They had 6 rounds when the half ended, and they haven't moved an inch.
This is brutal, I would say. You remember the day we were discussing the cutoffs and everything could happen? All that is just completely torn apart right now. Because if the impossible happens, if RNTX is thrown out of the split 3 by Global Esports Academy, the shuffles that are going to happen will be incredible. And then the cutoff will change, and then the top 4
will have an entirely new image. And if I'm not wrong,
Cage triggered.
Revenant XSpark was on 155 points, Pardus. So they have yet to clear that cutoff, though they will, even if they get eliminated right now. But everything will be so open, my guy. Not quite sure if that is something you would call comfortable. Exactly. You will qualify, yeah, maybe. Then that's the thing. You will qualify on which spot, because then maybe something around like 30-40 points from this season will be different. But hey, this looks like that Global Esports Academy have done their perfect calculation, because Ryzen, he's getting the first shot again. He's able to get another pick. And now just look at Garb. Just look at Garb. Unspotted. Now finally, his information is given up. But he will re-swing the window. He has the operator. He has been smoked off. But Garb just swing out. He's waiting it. And now he has a dimensional drift to pay things up. And the Ryzen Omen, he has the paranoia to make a play. He's just initially going in, just gathering the information from a shot, just clearing it out. Yep, nobody shot, and now the door is not broken right now. The trip gets dealt with. Alright. I don't know what he did there. He just cleared a part of tree. Yeah, that's a big thing. Now they can flood in both from him and as well as from the tree. All you need to do is just catch a few people. Caramel, the anticipation is insane. Down to a 3v5 scenario. The antidote is only good for one. As Ryzen with the offers. Wonders, it's raw fuel, but not for anything more than one. Global Esports Academy win out another right off of the timeout of RNTX. 11-6. Scared, this is brutal. Oh, I just want to see Gobs right now, but he is up to. I want to see his reaction on overall structure that is going on. Because right now, RNTX, they look like they are the one who is heading out home. They lost to SATUL first, and now they are losing to Global Esports Academy. A group of death where only two of the teams had the chance to go ahead from SATUL, GEA, and RNTX. Everybody thought that GEA would not get past the second phase. But now, they are on the verge of eliminating the champions of Split 2. The Land Demons are struggling on the online phases, and Aziz is trying to make a miracle, but Caramel, the Academy lineup player, gets the quadra. He's setting himself up for the Ace and the IGL. He is the solo player standing, and Caramel is being assisted by his team. Garb with the cleanup. Global Esports Academy onto the series point. And not a damn round after the half been dropped. It just feels an entirely different lineup. And holy smokes, Spartans, tell me they are playing with the heads of RNTX. Tell me that they are not going to discuss anything in this timeout, but rather be like, you know, boys, good work. But I'm not sure, was this needed? Do you need to break a momentum when your Cypher got a quadra? Do you need a timeout right now? At least let your boys play 2 rounds from 12-6 to maybe 12-8 and then call for a timeout to close down the map? You know, I think so. It's one of those Hell Rangers special, right? That we used to remember Hell Ranger whenever he would use to bring his team, and his team would be winning out the map entirely in a very dominating fashion. At the very last round, he would just pause. He'll call a timeout, and he'd just say to his team, "It's fine, boys. You did good." And I don't really want to say anything to you in this timeout. It is just to play with the heads of the other side, and I'm pretty sure that it is that. That just go a long way, I would say. Yeah, they're just playing with the heads of the other team, man. It is out of this world, and Ryzen has invested in an outlaw as well. He's got a phantom in his hand, but there's an outlaw too, and UV is playing with that. Mid is where they want to control. Mid is where they want to contest, and Venka wants to give them the fight there. It's perfect. Venka trying to jump peek that, and now UV is so aware. He is completely aware, and Venka just falling into the trap. A Gravnet to stall the push as well is ready. The first barrier mesh, and with the Gravnet pairing things up could be very different. They have the Annihilation as well.
if things go haywire. But right now, after the first strike, RNTX has slowed themselves down, and Global Esports Academy, they are happy to control the pace.
Watching.
They're seeing absolutely everything. The spam from Kibo. Chips up a bit out there on the other side as Caramel is out here through the smoke, though his Stripfire not really catching any, but the recon is absolutely humongous. Goes in 1-for-1. There's the second tick of scan 2 on the back of that recon, or rather the owl drone. That's absolutely fantastic as Ryzen staying on the backside, holds it down, plays ring around the Rosie. It's an annihilation. There's one out there. An antidote has got nothing in the magazine. It is Global Esports Academy to continue through Split 3 and shoot out the champions of Split 2. Down in 2-1, eliminating RNTX.
How are these boys so comfortable and calm right now? They defeated the Split 2 champions, and this is what their reaction is. They're sitting on the chairs and flexing their arms and talking of themselves like they just won a ranked game. What have we just witnessed, kid? Because this is history into the making, because this play was something nobody expected to happen. But a Yoru deadlock will go a long way for them, while the Jet and Yoru combination will go home. Because this time around, it is the Academy roster taking the demons down, making the gods bleed.
Call about necromancy, my man. Just pulling themselves from the slumbers, losing the series against SATUL 2-0, and then pulling themselves through like this. Not once but twice against Exo GG first, and then against RNTX. This has absolutely been one of the best events that I have ever casted, because the amount of surprises that are here, haven't seen any, and might as well be damned you're all the pick'ems on any of the sides there, because none of that is coming true for this one, dude.
Oh, for sure. Like, the pick'ems are like way out right now. First Reckoning and now RNTX. The grand finalists of the Split 2, they're out of the Split 3 in the group stages. I don't know how that sounds, how is that possible, but this is what it is. Grand finalist to the bottom of the tier list right now.
Down in the bottom 4, that says numerous things about what's actually happening here. And the fun fact is, Spartus, the first runner-up have been eliminated all the way from that first eliminator. The winner have been eliminated down in the bottom 4 again. That means we're gonna have a new top 4. That means every single place apart from VLT is going to be opened up for grabs.
The tournament is completely wide open now.
Holy
Earlier
smokes.
it was looking like maybe just one slot remains from the top 4 for Ascension qualifiers, but now every slot is completely open. If you can get a good standing, get some different amount of circuit points, and you will be good to go. But someone who is far above from good standards, someone who is extremely well organized as a structure, Caramel, the match MVP, 23 frags and 328 ACS for the ex-ROG Academy player into the Global Esports Academy. He has done a tremendous job on the Sentinel today.
What a journey has it been for Caramel, starting his days all the way back in the Reckoning lineup, then changing a few orgs, moving from ROG Academy to now being a part of the Global Esports Academy lineup. That too in Split 3. He has been absolutely wonderful. Apart from just one map against SATUL, that was also a very first map for him, he has been performing in every other one. And what an attacking side from Global Esports Academy, Sparta. 6 rounds played in the attack, 6 rounds converted. Or rather, on the defense for them, it was absolutely fantastic. Revenant XSpark could not get anything on their attacking side. They had their 6 rounds when they were defending, and 6 is where they stand at the end.
A double type composition was not able to get a single attacking round. And this is RNTX we are talking about. The team that thrived on the map of Ascent, a team that controlled the map of Ascent, is nowhere to be seen. 23-12 for Caramel. I told you when the tournament started that this guy is bonkers. Nobody believed me on that day, but hey, here we are on the stat sheet.
He's got 4 first bloods, dude. He's got freaking 4 first bloods. I'm pretty sure that's more than what Aziz and Venka would have got this time around. That's how things have been for this team. Absolutely crazy. RNTX had a total of 6 first bloods entirely, and that's the number of rounds that they've secured too. So that's a big amount of problem that they now have figured out and they now need to fix. And also, they're going to be praying to their gods, whoever do they believe in, that no one else steal their spot in the Ascension playoff qualifiers, because they can't do anything now but rather watch from the sidelines while the rest of the team will eventually pave a path of their own. And this man is the first one to bring the shovel, not only to carve the path for his team, but also to bury the other side. A 58 bonkers dropped out against Revenant XSpark with 8 first kills. Caramel is in top form.
Oh, he's just perfect right now. 268 ACS, 8 first bloods, being a defender, making sure he is able to anchor down the sides, being an attacker, getting the perfect timings on the loopholes or the gaps created by the defensive structure of the opponent. He's doing everything and he's doing it perfectly today. From the one-way cages setup to the one-way trips to the diagonal trips, which no one knows how that works. He is doing everything right. Oh, this guy, everybody thought like, who is Caramel? But that ex-ROG player who is in the scene for a very, very long time changed a few things about himself, get a different play style, being a lurker sentinel, and now just look at him making his team go through the playoffs. He's just carrying them real good.
That from the lower bracket, man. That too after they lost the first series against SATUL. And it seems like revenge is a dish best served cold. But what a way and what a time to serve that revenge to Revenant XSpark, dude. Because this just puts them in that precarious spot now. And all they could do is just pray. But on the other side, Global Esports have got a chance to now reclaim their own territory, or rather just figure out a path of their own, walk on the road that has been less traveled, because they are the ones who are the author of their own story, and an opportunity for them now to basically write an ending that no one ever expected. I'm really down for it, and I'm pretty sure that if they end up in top 3, then they'll have a big chance to be in that top 4 of the Ascension playoffs qualifier. So they just have to figure out on how they need to move things through now. But that is for Global Esports Academy. That is a match that is done. There's another match that's going to be up incoming, and that's going to be between .exe, who just won yesterday, and they'll be taking on Asterisk.
Asterisk, a team that won against Reckoning, and then .exe, a team that won against Reckoning and threw them out of the tournament. So this is something which they have in common. That is Reckoning being the victim to both these teams. But that will be a Group B things right now. But if you look at the Group A overall structure, started off with RNTX winning the series against EXO-IND, but that was the only series they won. And now they're out of the tournament.
That's the most important factor, that even on day 1 we were discussing, you know, all the other teams are technically fighting for that one spot, because the first one's going to be taken by RNTX. But it seems like SATUL and Global Esports Academy, they took it on their ego. They were like, how dare you say that? How dare you doubt us? Guess what? It's both the spot for both of us, and it's RNTX who would really want to fight to steal that spot away, and that ain't happening today. Apart from just these 2 series, every other was a 2-0, and SATUL and Global Esports Academy have now moved up into the playoffs of Split 3. And that's about it for Group A brackets, because this is again a story that no one expected. One of the biggest surprises out here, that Revenant XSpark has been eliminated. And I like the fact how you mentioned as well about EXO-GG, that this was a team that again came back from Pro Morello, if I'm not wrong, along with Asterisk. There was an opportunity for them to maybe write a new story about themselves, but unfortunately the competition was a bit too tough for their side. And the reason why it's a bit too tough is because the circuit points Exo IND already out, 30, and they're gonna get a few more added. Reckoning Esports, who are all the way up at the 3rd place, Pardas, have also been eliminated. Not quite sure how many points they would get. It's probably 7th or 8th position points, so maybe they can cross that cutoff, but I'm not quite sure if that cutoff is now gonna save you, because S8UL, .exe, and Global Esports Academy and Asterisk are ready to steal those spots.
But Skate, that cutoff that we made was on the basis of the top 3 remains the same. It would be if SATUL where they finish, what standing they will finish, and then we came to the conclusion of the cutoff. But now since RNTX are out, now since Reckoning are out, the teams like SATUL and .exe, they have a chance to accumulate even more points. So those points will get higher up. Those points will be different, so the cutoff will change eventually. So that permutation combination is a lot for the league ops to discuss.
That's the biggest thing right now, and I know there's a lot of discussions that need to be made. There's a lot of questions that are supposed to be asked as well. We'll be sending it down to the Hindi desk for the interview pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. But man, oh man, Spartas, this has been absolutely mind-blowing. I really never expected this to happen though, but seeing that happen, it was so good. It was so good because Global Esports Academy, again, bringing the conversation back to this team. The amount of improvement that they've shown on the map of Pearl and on the map of Ascent, something that no one really saw coming, because these two were the maps where you would think Revenant XSpark are untouchable. Those set plays were so on point. All of the other plays as well, with the deadlock, those controls, the perfect use of utility, and the most important part, the trust between the players. That is what has got them this win, I feel like.
Oh, that was definitely there, but how did Global Esports Academy actually manage to pull things off? We'll let you know from the players themselves, so it is time to jump right onto the interview.
कितनी मेहनत लगी यहाँ तक पहुँचने के लिए?
I mean, I'm just a new addition to the team, but what I can say for sure is that we've been tracking very consistently ever since I've signed with the team. From the start of June, trials have been going on, and as soon as I was selected, we've been scrimming at least 4 to 5 hours every day. Each player has been like attentively attending the VODs, being very consistent with their work, whatever the coach gives us, and being very consistent with whatever solo grinding the coach has asked us to do. So मेहनत की बात करें तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा मेहनत लगी है, और obviously ऐसी win के लिए तो मेहनत लगनी भी चाहिए.
You know, game 1 इतना fortunate नहीं था आपके लिए personally, but उस strong game के इतना weak game के बाद, you know, Revenant जैसी team आपके सामने है, कैसे reset करके आप game 2 में आए?
Yeah, it's more of like I'm a calm and collected person, so I wouldn't really care if I perform bad on first map or second on first map. Every map is a new opportunity, every round is a new opportunity. So keeping aside whatever my last map's performance was, or whatever I think my future performances will be, just focus on the map, focus on the round at hand, and you'll do well.
You know, Garv, I want to ask one thing कि आपको महसूस हुआ पूरी गेम के दौरान कि Revenant बहुत ज़्यादा blunders कर रही थी? आपको लगा कि maybe शायद आज Revenant का दिन खराब चल रहा है? This is not the usual Revenant जो हम देखते हैं.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't really comment on that because I don't really know how Revenant plays. If you don't know, I am not really a fan of watching matches. I don't like watching matches. I find it kind of boring. So it depends how Revenant played, or if they were making blunders today. Whatever, it was a well-played game by them, pretty tough fight, and yeah.
Success.
But now heading on, Garv, abhi next is what? Because I mean, this is well established that no matter whatever you do, Ascension is still not there for you guys because you already have another team over there. So how's the mentality like? What are your plans for the future?
Yeah, so currently the plans will be to obviously try to win Split 3, direct launch that one. And obviously after that, the team's future will be seen. We're probably going to stick together after this tournament as well. Try to compete in the off-season, whatever tournaments we can get our hands on. And just because we can't play the Ascension qualifiers doesn't mean we'll try any less to win Split 3.
But you know, so far things have been panning out as such that we're seeing the appraisal of the underdogs / dark horses. What do you think has been the cause for it? Is it you guys working too hard, or is it being the fact that you know, the big dogs have become complacent? And do you think it's time for you guys to finally take over?
Yeah, I mean, sooner or later, such a dominance by the older players had to be like overturned. So the younger players have been working harder recently. I can see not just from our team, from other teams as well. You have much more younger players putting in much more hours and actually becoming serious about winning rather than playing just for career motives. Also, it may be a reason as well the older players not trying as well as they did in their prime or so. But I think it's more because the younger players really started to worry about winning actually and not just playing for the sake of the game.
Final question. Next matchup is between .exe versus Asterisk. What's your prediction and why?
My prediction would be .exe winning this probably 2-0 or 2-1, probably because I know what the players are and I feel like they'll clinch this win very easily.
Thank you so much, brother.
All right.
And congratulations. It was a great series. Mazedar. It was lovely. Enjoy it. Enjoy moment. Or practice karo. We will see you soon. Take care, Garv. Have a good day.
Cheers.
Okay, thank you so much.
Pretty solid performance being shown with the gun and pretty solid answers being said on the my starters, because I'm pretty sure this is the exact kind of mentality everyone was searching down there in the community.
That is very true. He is pretty bold with the mic as well, and this is something which we rarely see. Players are pretty much shy, especially when they are the first to come to the interview, right? And right now, Garv, he is in hotshot form, and his mic speaks for himself as well. But now, he has said that he kind of thinks and believes that EXE will be the one who will be closed on the next series, that too, 2-0.
I'm pretty sure that he's not the only one who believes that though, but if you're gonna ask that question to me, I don't know what to believe at this point. Every single prediction that everyone would have made has been going down in slumbers. It's just not happening the way how it was supposed to happen now, because Global Esports Academy has closed the series down 2-1 against Revenant XSpark and has shown impeccable growth. But will we see the same thing from Asterisk as well after they were able to take down the Giants of Reckoning, but then eventually fell down to the behemoths of VLT, as now they face another team up in front of them. That's going to be .exe. And we've already seen how well .exe played even yesterday's Spartas against Reckoning Esports. Now the only good thing or the silver lining for Asterisk is that they have had an additional day to prepare for .exe. But that same thing could not be said for .exe.
That is true. But also those extra days, I don't think they matter much at this stage. You have to play your own game rather than just hard counting the players, since both teams are fairly different in the way they play. Asterisk, a team which is promoted from the relegation phase yet again, .exe just finding its footing in the split 3. All these things are very different. But how the map will go out, will .exe be able to clinch down the victory 2-0, or Asterisk, especially Rinsat, will make a great performance yet again? We'll find that out, but after a very short break.
Here we go! What's this?
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn alone in the shadows. can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm a villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm a villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn. Alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm a villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm a villain. Too bad you can't take me down. 3 kills.
One enemy standing. One enemy remaining.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你们胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, popping, paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。到时候起来和盐酸奶直接出来，那真的 I'm great, I go way, paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test.
Here we go! What's this?
Welcome back everyone after a very short break to OMEN VALORANT Challenges South Asia Split 3, the decider day for the final stages. My name is Spartus and joining me on the desk is Miss Shadow. Shadow, the first BO3 of the day, it was a clear-cut upset where Global Esports Academy won the match against RNTX, but now it's time for .exe taking on Asterisk. What do you think about that game?
I'm up for the surprises. As Necro likes to call it, Split 3 itself is full of so many surprises. Astonishing performances are coming from all the teams who were in the bottom in Split 2 and Split 1 itself. Global Esports Academy was also one of them. Exe Esports, that was also a major surprise that came yesterday. So many surprises. I won't be surprised if Asterisk also wins against the players of .exe Esports.
Well, that would be a crazy game if that happens. But if we talk about Asterisk, if we look at their lineup, there is this guy, named Rinsat, who is pretty much nasty to deal with. He was the sole reason why Reckoning was defeated that day. But then, if we look at the players, well, Dogs or Lil Boy, they are having a decent numbers on this side, but the ACS is quite on the lower side, and Corange is not having a good game as well. So overall, Rinsat and Yash, they have a big responsibility to carry their team.
Yeah, I do agree with what you said, Spardas, but if you noticed, against the players of Velocity Gaming, I do understand that it was a tough matchup for the players of Asterisk. They were getting intimidated as well. Rinsat was actually not coming that online, especially Gorange. He was 2-16 on the very first map. Lil Boy and Dogs were trying to get those frags, but nothing really was working for the players of Asterisk on that particular day, especially on the map of Lotus. And Sunset, for a second, it looked like maybe Asterisk's strong map, they can stage a comeback, but that also didn't happen at all.
Oh, that is true. But again, if you look at the overall players, the way this was working, that is very different. But again, if you talk about .exe, DC, Trinity, Kohli, RVK and Makavali, they are the same roster who defeated Reckoning itself. They threw Reckoning out of the tournament yesterday, and now they are on to making their way ahead to the playoffs. Trinity, he was the star player yesterday on that jet, doing everything perfectly, and DC clutching things up, being the sentinel, controlling everything around. And if you talk about their ACS, each and every one is just around 200, except for Makavali. So he's the one who needs to step up today. But other than that, the team is looking phenomenally well.
Great, 100% to that, especially if you remember the performance which they brought against the players of Revenant Esports on the very first map. DC as a controller was so dominating, along with Trinity as well, where he was something 26 and 19. These two guys were actually getting all the frags, and RVK has been the guy who has impressed me the most from the side of .exe, because it's not just the rifles, even the eco rounds. Those are the rounds where RVK shines the most.
That is true. Like Sheriff rounds, these one taps, holding these angles. The mechanical diff they created against RGE was definitely worth comparing, because they were able to deliver some shots which turned the course of the entire round. But now, today as well, they need to repeat that performance, because Asterisk, they look like a team that came from promotion, so might be an easy task, but you have to keep in mind, they are the same players who defeated Reckoning as well to begin things off.
Yeah, I do understand Asterisk is also one of those teams you can't take lightly, because since recently they came with a very big victory against the players of Revenant Esports. But for the audience itself, we do have something. That is a question, the quiz of the day. And the question is, who had the highest ACS in OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 2? Was it SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, Aziz or Tricky? And to answer the question, all you have to do is just scan the QR code and just answer the question, and you will get something.
That is true. Pretty much simple. And I guess if you have followed Split 3, you know who that guy is. Someone who has been very consistent with the performance. So that should be fairly easy, and majority of the people should be able to get it right. But now, if we talk about the game, map veto is something where things are very interesting. Because .exe, the way they have played the map of Icebox, I'm kind of seeing that map to be the first ban from side of Asterisk.
Could be possible. It is a strong possibility, especially Sunset also, I'll say, is one of those maps which Asterisk can actually go for the pick, because it went really great when it came to Revenant Esports, but it was not that great against the players of Velocity Gaming. So that's a 50-50 chance of a Sunset being picked up. And here we have the map veto. Haven it is, which the players of Asterisk have gone for, and Lotus from the side of .exe. So that means Icebox will be the decider map.
Attacking oriented gameplay. Even Lotus triple head maps, attack dominance, and then Icebox, another attack favored map. So, by the look of things, Asterisk and .exe, they just want to play the dually nature of the game. They just want to be aggressive on this game. And let's see whose aggression will be worth witnessing today, because the winner will make their way to the playoffs, while the loser will get sent back home.
Of course, elimination matchup that always brings the extra pressure on the shoulders. But looking at the agent composition, .exe is going with the double duelist comp, a Euro and ISO in the mix, and Omen as a controller, a staple controller whenever it comes to the map of Haven. On the other side for Asterisk, it's a double controller setup, a Viper Omen. And since you are the big brain of Valorant, I want to ask from you, Spardas, according to the agent composition, which team might have an upper edge?
Well, if you see on the side of DXE, this composition works really well, especially when you have a good control of players. When the players are playing the game very slowly, taking good map control, so they have a good enough chance. While Asterisk's composition is pretty much dual oriented. Their entire use case depends on if Machiavelli and Trinity will be able to deliver those frags. Because if Trinity shut down, Machiavelli needs to get a trade. If Machiavelli is not able to get the trade down at the right time, the round is pretty much done. So by the composition, Asterisk should have an upper hand with a strategic point of view. But .exe with the raw gunpowder they have, looks like the gunpowder might prevail.
Let's see which team is going to reign supreme today, because for both of them it's going to be a really important one, as Asterisk is going for a C execute where Yash gets one and second as well. Goransh on the back of it gets the third one as well. Seems like it's only 2 players remaining from the side of .exe. All the side tankers are down. Should be an easy plan, but for the retake is only the shock dart and only Kohli in a 1v5 situation. It's an ace or a round loss for .exe now.
Yeah, not gonna happen. He might be able to get one, but not even that. Goransh taking him down, and a good round from Asterisk. Pretty simple call. All they need to do is just rush down C side. That's it. Good one from their end, because generally you think people and teams give respect to the opponents quite some time. They try to play it slow in the pistol round, see what the opponents are doing. Asterisk are not having any of it. Just ran down C, won all the duels they had in their faces, got the pistol on the backpack.
Since they got the pistol round, so that means now they have the better weaponry in the entire eco round. For .exe, obviously is going to be a save round. Only classics. But let's see if they can do some sort of eco damage to the players of Asterisk so that the bonus doesn't look that comfortable. And this time, Asterisk is going towards the A side. And .exe, a gamble stack towards C. Seems like they didn't have enough good read on the players of Asterisk.
They don't have the proper buy as well right now, so they just gamble it out. So that gamble will go in vain right now. They have to go back towards A, and I think they will just try to die to the spike detonation. That's it. Not give any extra ult points to the opponents. And yep, this is what they're gonna do. Run as a 5-stack, a pack of wolves. If you find a good frag, good enough, econ damage should be the idea, but doing any of those things require a lot of things than just saying it out. And Asterisk, they have the entire side. They are not moving an inch, pretty much discipline on their end as well. And .exe, waiting for the last 5 seconds for the spike to detonate to just throw away their lives.
Yeah, definitely going to deny those or points to the players of Asterisk. So that also means the next round is going to be really critical for the players of .exe, because when you start... Oh, wait a second. Actually, Rinset is going for those off points. He gets one onto Kohli, and the remaining players go down by the spike. This guy is on a different level. If he sees a chance to get those kill points, obviously he's going to go for that.
Yeah, and also on the top of things, he just has a ghost, so nothing to lose. But now, the full buy round. All 5 rifles from the end of DXE. No outlaw, no operator investment, nothing of that sort. They didn't have enough creds since they don't have enough frags. But if you look at the Asterisk bonus, 2 bulldogs, 2 vandals, and the marshal, the buy is decent enough to convert a bonus, and how they are started. This is a perfect default. Camp towards mid, finds any B aggression, gets nothing. A side, wall dog. C, caged off, 1 way for any jump peaks, a shock dart to get the initial tripwire, and DC setup is already been dealt with.
They might have dealt with the setup of DC, but look at the change of pace from the side of Asterisk. They're not committing to any particular side. They're just waiting for more information. That tripwire outside B main is already there just in case if the players of .exe goes for any sort of a lurk play. But seems like Rinset is already going for that A-long control. And for now, the players of .exe also Spartans don't have any sort of idea that what actually Asterisk is planning to do. Oh, maybe now they have.
Trinity has the undercut.
Breaking them.
He's destroying their utility and going back. I'm not sure why they are so defensive right now, and Reezy is trying to make a play, but Trinity finally able to get a frag. He's paranoid, he's flashed, he is completely boom-bogged with the utilities. But he's still breathing because .exe, they didn't expect a rotation, but Makavali did. He's still anchoring the A side with Kohli. And Asterisk, they don't have any other way to go other than the A side. They are running it down, they have to make a play. But the crossfire should be good enough. Kohli is the first point of contact. Makavali being the second, takes one down. Kohli, Trinity, one frag left, right and center. Lil Boy gets dealt with as well, and Trinity with the triple, making sure .exe converts the full buy.
It was really important for .exe to convert the full buy round in their favor, and all thanks to Trinity's 3k, the round was converted. But it was not such a clean round for .exe. It has definitely hampered the economy because a few of the players, in fact one of the player is already on the Guardian. But still, round win was really important for .exe. That they definitely got. But the moment DC got taken down on towards the C side, for a second it looked like it should be an easy plan, but after that they were forced to pivot towards the A. A technical pause, but soon all the issues will be resolved. And I'm going to ask your prediction, Sparta, since I don't get to cast with you much. I really want to know your prediction. Are you also the one jinxing the teams?
Not really, I just predict the future and I'm majority of the time true to it.
Then go for your prediction.
DXC gonna win it all. 2-0.
Dot. Oh, 2-0.
Yeah, I said it.
I do agree with you that .exe do stand a chance to win against the plus of Asterisk, but I believe it might be a 2-1.
Well,
Let's see.
This map will tell us everything because Asterisk has picked this map, and Asterisk finally they are walking down mid. But RVK, he has the same idea. He just checked it, making the cam not give enough value, and Makavali on the other side of the map takes the Cypher trip wire. So Asterisk, they are kind of feeling pinched up now. They know the utility is getting breaking down, so they have to take a space somewhere on the map, and now the garage is the point of contact they want to make. And Makavali is jiggling towards the C side. He has the entire information of that area, but Yash peeking garage, he needs to make a play, and DC, he is aware of the fact they are leaking it down, and from the back side of the dome, there is a guy watching the garage. The position of DXC players are just like players on the checkboard. They exactly know where the opponents could be. They are marking it right, but now a loophole has been created. A window of gap is there, and DC needs to get the frag. DC spots the player, gets the cloud burst, and on the side of the map, Trinity is making play, but Lil Boy and Doxo trades the player completely well, but Kohli, he can get just one. Doxo with another reswing. Makavali and DC, the last two players standing. A 2v4 remains. Too big of a task to complete.
That could have been such a good paranoia from the side of RVK, but despite that, Asterisk was able to bring down 2+ from the side of .exe. Whatever play .exe wanted to make at that moment didn't really work in their favor, and now Makavali is the last man standing in a 1v4 situation. In fact, a 1v4 retake seems like that's not going to happen. He's trying to go for the save, but will the players of Asterisk actually allow him? Seems like yes, they have stopped their hunt. And the third round also goes in the favor of Asterisk. That paranoia, that play was really important for the players of .exe.
And they did everything right as well. They got 2 players. But the fact that somehow Lil Boy spamming it down got the headshot on Trinity. Those unfortunate interactions, they have just been pretty much ruthless for .exe. They had the good control, they had the good read, they had the good player setup, a good wave of util. But then the luck was not on their side. Bit unfortunate losing with the round, but Asterisk 3-1 up.
I agree with what you said. That was really unfortunate for the players of .exe. And now they don't have enough creds, just a hero rifle in the hands of Makavali, which has been carried from the previous round. And it's only sheriffs. But .exe is also one of those team Spartans that is known for their sheriff shots, especially RVK. If this guy gets something, there is a possibility of thrifty conversion. The paranoia goes towards the C link, but since C was left completely open, should be an easy plan for the players of Asterisk. And .exe wants to play on the complete retake, but wait a second, Spike is so far away from the site.
Yeah. And I don't think that matters much right now, since Lil Boy, he has a good look timing on Trinity. He has spotted other player as well, so he's just playing with the prey.
As of now, Makavli has a rifle in his hand, but he's not able to find any contact.
Planted.
A 4v5 remains. DC needs a sheriff pick. Makavli has a good barrage of utility. Decoy, a flash might be able to pair it up, but the thing is, the paranoia play has to be flawless. And the paranoia just misses out, and DC, he gets the pick on the back of his own flash, and it's Rinsat! He gets shelled with by Kohli and DC. They are spamming it down with the upgraded pistols. One frag is DC with the clear up, and somehow out of the blue, .exe spamming the smokes, getting those headshots. And Asterisk, they thought they are in the driving seat. Little they know that .exe had the entire truck in front of them.
I told you, .exe is really strong with those eco rounds. In fact, Necro always says this, that .exe should start playing with the sheriffs instead of the rifles because they're so damn good with those sheriff shots. And that has been a problem with .exe since the start of the split 3, Spartus, if you notice. The buy round has always been the problem. Is it the overconfidence, or are they just completely read by the opponent? Because if you look at it, Kohli's Hunter's Fury is also just 1 point away. The entire ultimate progression is looking really promising for .exe. They have got the weaponry, but somehow the buy rounds fail to get converted.
Well, unfortunate, I would say. Just like this round, a Hunter's Fury tagged in. Their players are anchoring backside, but Trinity this time gets one. He's holding for a second, and he will get the frag as well. The ISO, he wants a third, but just controlling the overheat. He knows it's a 3v5. The ultimate is good enough for the upcoming rounds. There is no need to be this restless, and he's just holding his horses, waiting it down, and letting Asterisk make a decision.
And seems like Asterisk has made the decision to go all the way towards A side. But look at the position where Makavli is. And seems like Asterisk is actually going for that mid control. They already have the cipher cam, so that they can get that information as well. But they still need to be very careful from the side of Makavli. And the site anchor RVK as well.
30 seconds left.
He's still waiting for them to come into the site. Oh, Rinsat. One Rinsat has been stolen up because Doxer, he finds the frag on RVK, and Trinity, he gets one. And Kohli takes down Lil Boy.
Down B.
One frag from both the teams. They are just dueling it out at the very end. And now Doxer in a 1v3, he's trying to get some frags, but nah. Makavli denies him down. 3 overall. Invested a big ultimate from a 3v5. But at the end, a precautionary measure which was needed has been taken and dealt with perfectly.
And now the players of Team Asterisk have been forced to go for the eco round, save round. Just a single rifle in the hands of Doxer, and that is it. It's only sheriffs which they do have. Viper's Pit for the post plant could be the win condition for Asterisk in this one. As Rinset has also got the neural theft, but for that he first needs to get 1 kill. So these 2 ultimates can definitely help Asterisk convert a thrifty round in their favor. But for now, once again going for that mid exploration, where towards the garage window we have got Trinity, and seems like Yash has a vague idea that someone could be there. He's already marking that particular area. RVK once again playing towards the B, and Asterisk is also making their presence feel outside B main.
But the fact that they just have sheriffs and a hero rifle in the hand of Boxer, it is pretty much a difficult round. And DXC, they're expecting that side, and Rinsat, he still gets one, and RVK just re-swinging it out. Good read from RVK and the team. Taking one player at a movement, stacking the B side, have the better weaponry, so the better shots will be delivered. And this time, a full buy from side of DXC is properly being utilized, knowing the better weaponry advantage, how to capitalize on that. Goransh on 1v4, nothing much remains for him. Just waiting to get some exits, and that's about it.
30 seconds left.
This guy RVK is built different. A 4K quadra for him. Every single time .exe has come to play in split 3, we have seen quadras, 3Ks, so many from the side of RVK. This guy never fails to impress me. 3 ultimates already on the side of .exe, and a timeout should be there from the side of Asterisk, because back-to-back 3 rounds is what they lost. And now since they have got enough creds to go for a buy in this one, a timeout is really important. They need to discuss with the coach that how they can convert this buy round, because if they lose this one also, Spardas, they'll be stuck in that economical dead cycle.
Oh, that's true. And the thing is, they have 3 ultimates of their own. But all these ultimates will be utilized once you get the site. You have a Viper Spade, you need a site to use that to perfection. Gorange might be able to take some spike, get a different off angle and everything. Or inside needs a frag to get the information with the neural theft. So the initial phase, the initial 30-40 seconds, they need something to upset .exe. And .exe, they are pretty much comfortable with the setup they are running. DC has a good anchor on C side, the garage is completely controlled, Trinity is not leaving B, and there is no gap that Asterisk is able to find today.
That's true. Asterisk is not able to breach into the defense of .exe. The defense has definitely amped up. But this could be the round where they can actually go and get few good kills, and the round also in their favor because they've got the Viper's Pit.
Standing ahead.
That's a major ultimate for the post plant, definitely. A recon goes in, and this time after creating a few question marks outside the A main, look at the players of Asterisk. They're going all the way towards the C side, and C side is completely left open. It's just a spy camp and the trip fire.
Cage triggered. But also the trip fire is very deep inside. Once they get into the backlines, that the trip fire will get detected and the trip fire will be able to land a frag right now. But Gorange taking the top angle, getting nothing right now, and the Viper Spit, it has been utilized. It is there for spawn control, and just the garage is the area where they need to get a frag. And DC, he takes on his boy. The first frag is blowing up, and Kohli, he misses that Hunter's Fury. He takes down his own teammate, sabotaging them, and this is not looking good. Got Asterisk, they have the numbers up, and RBK trying to make a play, but Doxer, he is well aware, and Kohli, he is the last and isolated player standing on this island. Nowhere to be found, no escape route right now. All he can do is make a save.
Well, Kohli did help the players of Asterisk convert this round, as if they were not already winning this round. That Viper's Pit itself was the win condition, and the moment they had the entire spawn control, the only place, like you mentioned, for the players of .exe to go for the retake was the garage. But since all the fights happened around the pit, everything just went in the favor of the players of Team Asterisk, and of course that Hunter's Fury also played its part. But now a big investment also coming in from the side of .exe, an operator in the hands of Machiavelli.
Let's see how this op will work. It has taken 8 rounds for Machiavelli to pull out this weaponry. The big boy gun, right. Let's see. He's pushing it towards the B side. He's expecting a B hit. Someone swinging out the window, and he's holding a pretty tight angle. But little did he know there's nobody B. And now the Viper Wall, they have been utilizing it for the cross, and Yash, he is just bitter. He has done it in the past, he is doing it today yet again. Blowing the opponent's first players time after time, and this time it is Kohli who falls. Neural theft deployed, information given up, A side completely compromised because RVK, he is the solo player standing. He will deploy a paranoia, try to buy a time, but Yash is there on his face, takes one down, and he has done his part. Machiavelli with a good trade though, but still the advantage on the side of Asterisk.
All thanks to Gorange Paranoia, it hit RVK perfectly and the back of it. Yash was able to shut him down. A 3v4 situation for the retake. They do have got good amount of utilities for the retake and the operator itself. But let's see, those utilities can be paired up if they can get something out of it. But seems like the call has already been made. And .exe might be going for the save this time. And 5th one for the players of Asterisk. Asterisk, they have read the players of .exe just like a book. If you notice the moment Kohli was anchoring the E long, it looked like Asterisk just know that players are going to push the A long, and they were just prepared for it. As Machiavelli was also prepared for Doxer.
He's able to save the op. A 3v3 was the round, but they were not comfortable enough to retake it. And now Asterisk on the attacker side of Haven, which is their own map pick, they are leading the charge. It took us few rounds to say that, but Asterisk, they are in control in the last few rounds. And now .exe, they are not happy with it. They want a timeout from themselves, and let's see what they can cook up in this tactical timeout.
Last time the timeout did went in the favor of .exe. Last time I mean in a different matchup, but coming back to this match, yes, they do still have the operator, and they need to talk with the coach that how they can actually get an equalizer and come to a lead. But the good thing is, Sparta, if you notice, .exe, they are on the defensive side, and it's a 3-sided map. So if you're getting 5 rounds in the defense, I think, sorry, 4 rounds in the defense, I think that's still a pretty good, decent scoreline. If you get 1 or 2 more rounds, you can come to an equalizer, and in the attacking half, things might start going in your favor.
Well, might be the case. But again, I just want to see Rinsad and Yash doing wonders again, to be honest. I really don't care about the results right now. I just want to see these two guys pop off. Especially Rinsad. They are doing pretty good as a team, but there is no big rounds that are converted. But this time out will definitely test how Asterisk are prepared. Because now Makaveli has pushed down a shot with the operator, and the timing is gonna be everything. The Viper wall is about to go down, and Makaveli, he is too paranoid about the crossing, and this is the sole reason for this Viper wall. The A-shot players will never get comfortable in swinging out wide. Now the owl drone being burned towards that A-long. The similar can be said for Doxer as well. He is scanning C. Information given away from both sides is 0. Oh, but RVK, he spams the smoke and finds Yash.
And also on the back of it, Doxer trying to get something with that Hunter's Fury, but seems like he's not going to get anything. But Lil Boy finds RVK. The trade game is definitely there. The recon goes in towards the side, but gets no information. Trinity is still hiding behind that cyber cage as DC gets Gorange. And Rinsad finds DC and Trinity both. A 2v2 situation. But the spike carrier has been picked off. But finally, Doxer gets a spike. There is still a chance of him going for the plant. But for the retake, look at the amount of util which the players of .exe are having at this point in Doxer and Rinsad. They both don't have enough HP to work around with, especially Doxer.
I love how Rinsad is playing. He's just giving him the perfect cover he needs. He's holding the crouch angles, he's holding the double swings, and now he has a cage in the camp. But the opponent has an operator for the retake, and there is no way Makaveli can change the weapon somewhere. All the weaponry are in the garage or towards the side, and Makaveli needs to make a pop flash play, but that's a real bad swing. But Kohli is able to justify that with the trade, but now Rinsad holding his angle, and he will clutch it out. A 3k for the Cypher, a 3k for the 16-year-old. He gives 6 to the Asterisk.
And I want to ask something from you, Spardas. I want you to break that particular round for me. Do you think in the last 2v2 situation, the entire util of Makaveli and those shock darts of Kohli could have changed the entire course of the round? Things might have gone in their favor if they had used more util in that particular situation?
They were too slow to use the util. The opponent is tapping on the second time. You have to just gamble it out like, yeah, they might be planting. Throw a decoy, pair that with a flash, and a reveal at the very same time at the close angles. 3 util on the opponent faces, they can't move an inch from there. You'll exactly know what they are doing, and then just swing out wide where the operator guy, Makaveli, is just Giga Chad wide peeking with a classic in his hand, and the other guy is just trading him out. Just have to be aggressive with that Yoru. You cannot be a passive Yoru to play at the pro scene. And Makaveli, he's fearing to make such plays.
Is it that .exe is second guessing themselves, or they are just feeling the pressure of the elimination match? Could be possible, because it's not like they are not capable. We have seen such great plays from the side of .exe, but I'm also going to give them a little bit of a leverage that it's the defensive side. But still they need at least one more round for a decent swap. And this time a slow approach from the side of Asterisk towards the garage, but we also have got Trinity over there. The snake bite to push him back into the side. But Asterisk, all they have is the garage control, and seems like now they are moving all the way towards the B. But that smoke itself is actually stopping the entirety of Asterisk towards the B main. But finally the smoke, the paranoia goes into the side, and so does Yash. They have the entire side control. Should be an easy plant now.
A 5-5 retake. The opponent does not have much of an ultimate to begin things off. They do have a Omen ultimate in the hands of RVK to just go towards the spawn and make a giga flank. But now Yash, he takes down DC from Dong, a perfect centered off angle. And now Makaveli, who's trying to make a play, will caught off guard. But now Yash on the other side of things will not let things happen. One frag each and Makaveli is throwing the utilities, but it is little too late. Lil Boy takes him down. The clock is ticking in and RVK on 60 HP. He's trying to take a contact, taps the spike, but Lil Boy taps his shotty onto the head. Asterisk 7-4 up on the map pick.
Exactly, 7-4 on their own map pick. The last round of the half and 4 ultimates towards the state of .exe. They have to use everything to get a 7-5 scoreline in their favor. But let's see if they can really do so, because the aggression which Asterisk is bringing at this point, the way they are winning every single duel, I don't think those ultimates can also help .exe if they lose the aim duel. So they have to be very careful. But Asterisk once again going for that mid exploration. The Cypher cam has already been broken, so that means B side is a stacked up side. But the Blaze Storm in the hands of Yash gets nothing, no value at all.
Oh yeah, just look at this guy. Flying inside the garage, and he's still there, but okay, Makaveli finally going aggressive, and now the pop flash play. He is doing wonders, and this is what was missing on his side. Just go ahead, take those frags, a quadra already, and Trinity, you need to lose that duel so that Makaveli could get his ace, but Trinity get his first, Makaveli with the quadra, and .exe with the fifth to close down the first half.
7-5 is the best possible swap which .exe wanted, and finally they got it. And for now to go to an equalizer, they really need the pistol round of the second half. But Makaveli did step up in the last round, and that was really important. The way he was able to get the 4K converted, it was much needed. And the guy is actually top fragging the entire server, 12 and 6.
Yep, got his 4 in the last round. And this is what you need as a hero. You need to make those pop flash plays, decoy, flash, and just swing. It was missing. He finally woke up at the very end and did wonders all by himself. But now, DXE on the attacking side will be a different ball game, and Makaveli finding the opening duel. Needed that so bad. Makaveli is there to deliver.
I have a feeling .exe is going to win this one. Not just this round, but this map. Because finally Makaveli has started coming online, and RVK was already getting those crucial picks, crucial aim duels converted in his favor. But as I say, Doxer goes in and equalizes the number by finding DC towards the A-long, and Trinity also gets one onto Orange. Attacking half seems like the half for the players of .exe for the retake, a 3v4 situation. But here's the thing, Trinity and Makaveli, they both are on a very low HP, especially Makaveli down to 45 HP. There is not much util towards the side of Asterisk. That's the only problem they have.
Peak Valorant timing, but Makaveli, you have a flash to clear up that long side. He didn't use that utility. Being cheap on the utils always causes life, and Rinsad will take the lives of 2. Kohli is standing in a 1v2. The timing of the gods. He connects the first right click. The second one remains onto the face. Lil Boy gets sit down. Kohli clutch up the round. .exe gets their pistol home.
Maybe Asterisk didn't have utils for the retake, but they did have Rinsad, and that guy definitely popped few good heads off from the side of .exe. A pistol definitely going in the favor of .exe. Rinsad alone can't get the round converted, but yes, definitely he played really good in the previous one. But this pistol was really much needed for the side of .exe Esports partners, because to go to an equalizer, this was really important. And all thanks to Kohli in the last situation, the way he took both the players down from the side of Asterisk. Kudos to him, but Orange, be careful, man.
Everybody just figuring it out, and now finally the information given up. Orange dealt with by DC. Yash there for the trade, but Kohli. The Spectre is the best weapon. He's just showing that, running it around the circles. Everybody just getting all the frags they need. OB2 remains. DC, Trinity rather, finds another pick. Lil Boy waiting for someone to close him down so that he can right click onto the face. But if that's not the case, he's happy to die with a spike detonation.
Toxins going up.
Yeah. 7th one for the players of .exe. Asterisk really wanted to do some eco damage to the players of .exe, and Little Boy is not stopping actually. He takes Kohli down, but Trinity was there to just shut him down. 3 weaponry is being carried forward, so that means the bonus is not going to look that shabby for .exe, especially with 2 bulldogs, 1 rifle in their hands. There is still a possibility of the bonus conversion, but also that brings the conversation that how important this round is for the players of Asterisk. If they lose this one, .exe will be in the lead now.
7 overall. But the thing is, how did .exe have their attacking side used up? Because all they are doing right now is just taking good contacts and winning those duels. But now, do they rush it down? And yes, they will rush it down this time around. Good ball to cover the first line of sight, and now 3 players taking slow and approachable contact. DC with a Cypher Cam, closes things close by, all by himself, taking enough time. Eyeing, or rather, pulling the crosshairs towards himself. A decoy to make the pop flash play, and Makavali! That's a good lineup, man! Outside the map flash to get the side control. And now, the side is completely compromised.
Yeah, it certainly is. Kohli is going for the plant. 5v5 flood retake is what Asterisk really want to do in this one. And look at the position. Look at the TP play that came from the side of Goranj, coming all the way the E-long. But Kohli, Hunter's Fury being invested, and look at that, Goranj on the lurk, catches Kohli. That Hunter's Fury get nothing. He was not even aware that there is a lurk play happening from the side of Asterisk, and Yash and Vincent also gets 2, Doxer also gets 1. That one single lurk changed everything for the players of .exe, and Asterisk going for the 8th one. A good round, a good retake.
Well, this is something you don't see every day from side of Asterisk, because generally the retake utilities have not been that good. Today they look like a team who are very well prepared. The victory against Reckoning and then the defeat against Velocity have not affected them, I believe. They are pretty good. The sequence is right on the bat. And now, they are fighting the A-long yet again, and if you look at the players, it looks like the classic Cubby height from the Jet. And yes, he's holding it down, and Yash, he will just miss it out. Makavali, just better in that duel.
But that was such a massive reveal also. Despite that. But now, the players of .exe, a slow walk up towards the A-long. And this time they're also checking if any sort of a lurk play is being made by the players of Asterisk. It should be an easy plant because the players of Asterisk really want to play on the retake. The smokes are there, the Viper wall is there, Kohli going for the plant. But for the retake, they do have good amount of utilities. Especially that Auldron is also there, the Snake Bite is also there.
Enemy tag.
Let's see. Doxer's position once again has been revealed. The Auldron gets the information onto Kohli as well. A good Auldron. In fact, they have got info onto 2 players of .exe now.
But now, what's the line of approach? Oh, they are not. This is what was concerning. Like, how do you approach this without your main guy? And despite the fact it was a 4v5 and Asterisk making a big call for the save. When was the last time we saw a team in a 4v5 sequence making a save? But Asterisk, they are aware that the economy is not that flourished, especially for Doxer. Other guys might be able to buy in the next round, so it was worthy of an attempt, but they are just letting it go. Maybe just saving or building those econ so that Yash will be able to afford an operator in the upcoming rounds.
Could be possible. But before that, the Hunter's Fury in the hands of Doxer is also really important, as he's just 1 point away from that. Can be a major ultimate for the players of Asterisk to get the 9th one on board. But here's the thing. The players of .exe, this is a full buy round for them as well. No major alt progression for now, except for the Neural Theft, which is still 2 points away. Could come online in the next round, but Paranoia goes in. And look at Yash going so aggressive. That aggressive play is going to punish him as RVK finds the timing onto Yash and Doxer as well. That was such a bold move, and it didn't pay off the players of Asterisk in their favor at all.
I don't think that move will ever pay you off, Shadow. Because you are just running it down. You might have at least 20 players in front of you if you are picking that type of cloud burst. Such an ambitious move from Yash. It was not necessary at all, especially when you know how .exe like to play it slow. But nah, not working out, and now Rinsat, he's pressurized to make a play and he is picking down Garage. DC against Rinsat, the Phantom lands. DC with the frag, window is being compromised, but DC is aware, but so is Gorange. One more frag, RVK in a good crossfire setup. Gorange is not able to do much from there. RVK with a triple, and RVK should be dealt with. The information is given up. Good paranoia, it is gonna hit him. And little boy, better save that rifle, man.
Yeah, save is the best option at this point for little boy, and seems like he's actually going to go for that because of 1v4 retake. It's all about the timing, and it's not really possible to convert the 1v4 and have enough time to go for the defuse as well. So why take the risk? A good call, a good decision from the side of Asterisk. But now .exe, they are in the lead, a 9th one. But can little boy get one more, as Kohli is going for the hunt actually? Seems like no.
Yeah. Nobody's here. He's like, where are you? Nah, not here, not here. Can't find you anywhere. But now, I just want to see Asterisk to actually call a timeout and talk to the players. Especially Yash. What is he trying to do on that A-long area? Because it has been multiple rounds where he's trying to make up a play all by himself and he's not been successful. Instead of just throwing away a gift, or rather hold or anchor down your side, or maybe just swap around with Rinsat. Take C, take an platform angle. Let's see if that works out, because they have listened to the timeout call at least. We have to figure out what they call eventually will be taken in the management side.
Yeah, seems like they have heard your prayers. They have actually called for the timeout. But do they have enough creds to go for a full buy? And once .exe hits the double digit, it's going to be not easy for the players of Asterisk to stage a comeback, especially when they are on the defensive side. Defensive rounds are always usually very difficult when it comes to a three-sided map like Haven. But Necro used to always say that in an Indian circuit, teams tend to perform really good in the defense and they struggle on the attack. Do you agree with that?
Not really. There are certain maps, certain rounds where you think that defense is good enough. There are certain teams who think that defense is their forte. But then there are sides who just won the attacking side flawlessly well. Like on the map of Lotus, we have seen some attacking teams just getting big swaps. Even the attacking team is getting 4 out of the last 5 rounds. .exe is doing the job phenomenally well as well. So it's just a perspective. Like which team's perspective you are seeing. I believe that teams are pretty much even on both sides.
You and me.
Oh, the kill contract is there from the side of Trinity, and can he get the player? Seems like no. Little boy was just a step ahead of Trinity, and that ultimate gets no value for the players of .exe. A good opening frag for Asterisk, but look at the position where Gorange is. If the paranoia hits perfectly onto the players of .exe, the situation will go entirely in their favor. The shock dart is there, the TP play. The Hunter's Fury from the side of Dog, so nothing really is going in their favor. Look at the plus of .exe, not even a slightest chip damage, but Rin said, where the Sheriff gets one.
Oh, Kohli, he gets a triple out of the blue. Nobody was able to spot him, and he got a triple onto the seaside outside that looked like Asterisk had the entire control of, but now a 1v2 remains for Yash. How the tables have turned within a matter of seconds, Shadow. Because now .exe, they are looking for double digits. The spike is planted in such a way that it can be one way. And Kohli is just tagging him first, making him jump around the corner. And RVK, he has the paranoia ready. The one way, the paranoia will hit him, and he does not even know where it is coming from. Yash trying to make up a play. It is already stick to half, so he needs to be quick on his feet. But RVK, he is quick with the Vandal. Takes another guy down. Double digits for .exe.
If there was any chance of Yash converting that round, RVK made it impossible. Yash was not even aware where exactly RVK is, where that paranoia came in from. And that was one of the major reasons that Yash was not just prepared for RVK at all. The 10th one goes for the players of .exe. But here's the thing, the Blade Storm and Neural Thread, two major ultimates towards the side of Asterisk are there. But can they really get the 9th one? I think this is going to be the decider round, Spartus, if you agree with me. Because if Asterisk lose this one, it's pretty much done and dusted.
Well, let's see if that's the case. Right now, I just want to see... yeah, the Garage split. The read is so good from .exe. RVK is just... he just knows what the opponent could be doing. A good call, but Rinsat, a good shot delivered, but he is a Cypher. He cannot do a multi-frag from that very angle, but he needs support from Lil Boy and Doxo, and they will provide it pretty much perfectly. EC1 gets dealt with by Lil Boy. Good read from the side of DXC, but better shooting from the side of Asterisk. They get one back.
Really important round has been converted by the plus of Asterisk. And now they have got 4 major ultimates as well. Viper's Pet to block off an entry to one particular side completely. Then they have got Neural Theft to get the information. Blade Storm is also there. So yes, possibility of an equalizer is definitely there from the side of Asterisk. But let's see what sort of play .exe is going to make at this point. Looking at the position of the spike, could be a C hit. Or maybe try to create few question marks around the mid as well. The shock dart, just in case if there is any sort of a tripwire. Seems like the players of Asterisk are aware that .exe is actually going for a C hit, but Yash finds the timing onto Trinity and RVK both.
The spike is not planted yet. They are going for a fast shot, a good pop flash, a paranoia exchange should be the case, but nah, he's just waiting it down. Now, they know where the players are. They are running back. B side will be compromised right now, and yes, it will. But they can go back towards A, but little they know, Lil Boy is already on A long. They have to be very diligent of what they do from here. A 4v3, the numbers disadvantage. They need to make a big play, and Lil Boy can be the one who can turn things around, and they have to clear from A long to A short, and he has to pick his own poison, and he is taking A long for the clearance. He cannot clear the Kirby. The players could be flanked, they are aware of that fact. But now the spike will go down, and DC, you need to survive, and he'll run away. A 4v3 remains. Defenders need a quick retake on the board.
And Little Boy's position is always going to be really important because he has got the entire A-long control, which the players of .exe are not anticipating at all. They're not even aware that someone is coming from the entire A-long and A-main, and the paranoia is there, combined with Little Boy's swing. Gets Kohli, DC gets Yash and Goransh. Little Boy is still getting one more. There's only one player remaining, Makavali, and Snake Bite is there. Rinset, half reviews has already been started, and Rinset also shuts down Makavali. The round goes in the favor of Asterisk. A 10th one, an equalizer has been established.
Oh, Makavali, the idea was there for the pop flash play onto the spike, but you have to just plant the gate crash earlier. You plant that gate crash, you will get the round, but the timing was just not right. And Makavali, a good try from his side, but not enough to secure the round. The scores have been tied up, and Asterisk's timeout making their way for the equalizer. 10 overall is the scoreline, and now this looks like the round where the deciding of the map will happen, because this is the last round for .exe. If they lose this out, it will be a case where Asterisk close down the map of Haven.
Could be possible. .exe, they have to try their level best to not let the players of Asterisk push this entire series to an overtime. Look at the position where Rinset is. Having that entire garage control and also that tripwire is also going to help him out, just in case if the players of .exe decides to go for the garage control. But since the old run is towards a long, seems like try for an execute, and Yash finds Makavali. Such a great opening frag. So that means that entire A-head plan is not going to go in the favor. They have to pivot either towards a B or C. B could be the way because B is left completely open by the players of Asterisk. Actually, Yash is there with the Blade Storm and the Operator as well. This can go either ways. Rinset also finds a timing onto RVK. Slowly the players are falling down.
Yash with a shorty. Gets one. Has the play strong and he's missed that out. But a 2v4 remains. But DC, he can do the impossible. But Rinsat, the veto cipher in the server. Another round for Rinsat. Another 3k for the young lad. 11th for Asterisk and .exe. They are fumbling now.
They most certainly are. They certainly are, and they need a timeout. Back-to-back 3 rounds have been converted by the players of Asterisk. And a timeout is really there from the side of .exe. But the main question is, can they actually go for a full buy in this one?
I don't think they have enough rates for that. And they might just play the overtime from this point on. Because this is what they are eyeing out for. Losing 3 rounds in a row is never a good sign. And Asterisk, they are making some crazy movements happen. Rinsat, Yash getting good frags, Lil Boy being a good anchor overall. RVK, he needs to make a set play.
He has to. And he's the guy that the entire team can rely on, because RVK is known for those sheriff shots, known for those eco conversions. So let's see how the entire play is going to be there, what sort of guidance exactly the coach is going to give the players, because the only win condition which they have is the Hunter's Fury. 4 players on the half shield, 2 Bulldogs. Not the best buy in such sort of a pressure situation and important rounds, but still, this is what it is they have.
I'll find them.
Let's see if they can actually push the entire series to entire map to an overtime. 3 players towards A, and that is where .exe is trying to go.
Here.
Let's see. They have bought it. They have the guns with the half shields, so they are trying to get equalizer from this very movement. But now, the operator pushing down the C long area, have nothing stopping in his way, and the information Asterisk have right now, just because of Yash pushing down C long, is humongous. They don't need to make a change in the game plan. They can just stand their ground and make sure that everybody is holding the right angles. With the Cypher utility onto the side, things are even more difficult for .exe.
Time to jump.
It certainly is difficult. And finally, Makavali directly into the side. A good reveal though. But Doxer has got nothing, no line of sight. The smokes are there to deny any sort of vision to the players of Team Asterisk. And Kohli in the back of it going for the plant. But for the retake, they've got the Viper's Pit. I don't think that is going to help anyway in the retake. The operator is there towards the side of Yash. The Owl Drone being exchanged gives information about Doxer as well. So .exe has got a lot of intel onto the players of Asterisk. The paranoia has been exchanged, but no value coming out of it. Kind of a standstill situation. Back and forth races coming in. Trinity also gets
Trinity!
for him. Kohli gets the last one, and the round goes in the favor of .exe.
What was Trinity doing? How can someone just run down from hell and take everybody down? 1, 2, 3, 4. He kept counting and the frags kept coming to his name. Trinity is a menace right now. That round was near to impossible to convert with the type of flood Asterisk were preparing, but Trinity, he just ran onto their face. Makavali just shot one player, could not even finish the frag, but Trinity is just tremendous player right there. Now a good pop flash, but 140 headshot for Makavali. Unfortunate, I would say, or a bad weapon choice from him. This Phantom, they are not reliable enough.
Right here.
Back and forth rounds. There is a possibility, strong possibility of an overtime. But look at Gorange hiding inside the smoke. Good reveal onto RVK. And Doxer with the Hunter's Fury also gets a timing onto Kohli. And Gorange swings out of the smoke, gets 2. This is the second or the third time Gorange is hiding inside the smoke and getting value out of it. A flawless round. And Asterisk, now they are in the map point.
Match point.
This is something which should not be the case, but again, Gorange getting the timing right at the very end, and now .exe. They have to play for the overtime, and they might be able to get to that point. Since Trinity has his skill contract and Kohli has his Hunter's Fury, so they have to pair these utils up to get the opening they need. But Asterisk, they are playing really good. 12 to 11 the lead. No major ultimate on their end. But let's see what they're gonna do from here. And the ultimate that Trinity has, that's not the win condition right now. Trinity with a Sheriff, which is a quite surprise, to be honest.
Let's see. A scrappy buy. And a very important round for .exe. If it goes in their favor, it's going to be an overtime. Otherwise, Asterisk will be the one taking a map win on their own map pick.
It's you and me.
A very slow approach from the set of .exe, and finally, A side was left for the retake. Should be an easy plant for the players of .exe. But for the retake, Asterisk has got so much util. Makavali going for the plant. The flood retake is something which .exe has to deal with. And there's Lurk also.
3 players. Big Lurk timing. He has deployed a case, so DC is aware of the fact that someone could be flanked, but a paranoia dash. Yash has missing out, but Yash, he turns 180, gets the frag. A triple has been secured. Makavali gets 1. Yash gets a 3 to his name, and DXE, they are getting shut down left, right, and center. But RVK! RVK, how did he manage to close things off? Unfortunate collide on his end. He just spammed smoke, got the double win, and securing the entirety of the round. A 1v3 stand in his way and overtime, and RVK is able to clear things off. The IGL is able to strike back. And misfortune event for the side of Asterisk, where they could be winning the map, but now they have to play the overtime.
This guy just walks with murder. Yes. RVK on a different level. This is not the first time he's saving the round for the players of .exe, and it's the second or third time in this map that Asterisk was so unfortunate. The moment it looked like the round is going in their favor, not just the round, the map is going in their favor, RVK comes out of nowhere and pushes it to an overtime. I'm sure even the players of Asterisk are surprised how exactly did that happen. But in the OT, DC gets a great opening onto Goranj.
This is what exactly happened. Last 4 frags that Asterisk have lost have been through the smokes. You talk about a bad omen, Asterisk is going through it. Oh, RVK is not able to do anything. And again, they have the side control, they will get the spike down, but the retake sequence is what has to be interesting, because Lil Boy, he's in garage. So how do you clear up garage right now, since your tripwire is already there, but you have to clear it out, and the good paranoia has been placed. But yeah, Lil Boy, as expected, takes one down on the perfect time, and Trinity gets one more. Doxo finds the trade. Trinity gets a double. He has his frags falling left and right, but now the cover, the Hunter's Fury has been committed. He's trying to give him some cover, but the spike has been sticking down, and they will ninja defuse it. The fortune is not favoring the Brave at all. .exe onto the series point, or rather the map point first of all.
Yeah, map point is where they are. They just need one more round. But since the way this entire map has panned out, rounds are going back and forth, especially the last few rounds, there is a possibility of Asterisk also converting the 13th one in their favor. And look at that glass cannon operator from the side of Yash. A major buy.
Garage hit.
Defense, as far as has been working for the players of Asterisk. Oh no. They were expecting the players of .exe towards the side of Garage, but they are going for a B hit.
Perfect, Trinity. This is just class. This is a perfect read. You know RVK. He is a better IGL overall. He exactly knew the players where they could be standing. He just takes down B space, cause in the last 24 rounds, B has been the weak link which .exe has never explored. And the time they will explode is the series, or rather the map point first of all, and getting one up advantage already. Cause again, this is a 2v4 and an RVK performance is required to push us to another overtime, and Doxer is trying to make his mark.
The Recon finds nothing. They are still outside the smoke, but the timing is perfect from Trinity. Finds one. Goransh in a 1v3. The position is still unknown, but now Kohli takes him down with a flick. .exe from the verge of death takes the map home. 14-12 on their side.
Exactly. .exe coming on top on the map pick of Team Asterisk. That's the main thing, Spartans. It was a map pick of the plus of .exe, and despite that, it's the map pick of Team Asterisk, and .exe has got a victory for themselves. So chances of a 2-0 happening are pretty high because the next map is a map pick for the plus of .exe themselves. Oh, look at the smile of RVK. So happy.
He knows how this map have turned around. He was in a 2v4 the last time .exe was down in the score points. And then he spammed a smoke where he saw a gun barrel on the opponent side. Spammed the smoke for one guy. He found a double out of the blue, and then the quadra just filling in his all way, and then the winning streak continues because in the very next round, in the first round of overtime, DC did the same thing when he found Yash through the smoke. The event of misfortunes that happened against Asterisk, they have done nothing wrong. It's just that the luck was not in the side at all.
Yeah, I totally agree to that, because be it with the lurk plays of .exe which was coming in the defensive side, or be those eco rounds where it looked like almost that Asterisk is going to convert that round, but suddenly one of the player of .exe steps up majorly and things just go in the favor of .exe. Few unfortunate things, or you can also call it that they need to have a better read on the playstyle of the plus of .exe. It's not always about the luck. Sometimes you have to read the opponent's mind as well.
I completely disagree, Shadow, because Asterisk have done it phenomenally well. They had the entire grip of the map. They were doing perfect. The last 12-11 round, they played it to perfection, or 2v4. But then, RVK stands at a place where everybody knows where he is. He just spams the Vandal and gets a triple. That very movement was the pivoting point of the map. Otherwise, Asterisk would have taken it home. But they were a better side overall. They had good players, good timings, and .exe, they were struggling so much. But the overtime, RVK just being the better IGL at the very end. Just look at this. Right clicks across, finding frag. This smoke timings, and this has been the pivotal way for .exe to convert the map.
RVK, definitely, I totally agree with what you said, has been a major addition in the entire roster of .exe. This guy has been performing phenomenally well every single time. But this time, Makavali's, at least in the second half, he also stepped up majorly. That led .exe to a great victory in this particular one, combined with Kohli's initiative utility. Not just the utility, I think even in the trade game, Kohli has been looking very promising.
Oh yes. But yep. But now if you look at the MVP, has to Trinity. And ISOMAIN running it down, 150, almost 150 damage per round, 3 first bloods, 217 ACS. Did hit job perfectly well. Paired alongside Makavali, the first bloods were definitely shared among those two players. But at the end, Trinity's quadra that converted them the post-plant round, it was something which .exe is really, really proud of. Because those rounds where you have a very low percentage of winning, you are able to convert those. And Trinity has been a major part of it.
Well, certainly he has been. And 21 total kills speaks for themselves, that how much he was getting those values. Be it the... I think the ultimate, he got the value only once, if I'm not wrong.
It could be.
The kill contract, yes, he got only one player of the plus of Asterisk one time. But he was anyway getting those kills which were really required from his side. 217 ACS headshot percentage says that he was very crisp and clear with that aim as well. He was actually popping off the heads.
Well, that's true. But now, the next one would be their own map pick. And Trinity is definitely comfortable what is coming next. But if we'll talk about the team overall, the number of first blood is what I want to see. 16 on the side of Asterisk and converting 12 of them. Slightly less in the number. Like you had the advantage 16 times in 30 rounds, or rather than 28 rounds, which is crazy high, and still not able to convert majority of them, which is kind of surprising. The post plant is pretty much decent, just losing 2 of them, but the clutches, those thrifties, is what made DXE stand differently and make the map on their side.
Well, certainly 10 out of 8 times they were able to convert the side. 2 clutches, 1 thrifty, and I always say one of the major reason of .exe winning is those thrifty conversions, those clutch moments which these players are very well aware of how to bring in. So that's one of the major reason for DXE being so strong. And since our next map pick is their own map pick, Asterisk, they need to find a way. They are getting those first kills, but those mid-round conversions are not there. Something happens in the mid-round or towards the end of the round, majorly towards the end of the round, where they start fizzling out. So they need to be very cautious in the upcoming map of those sort of scenarios.
That is true. But now, this is the slide I wanted to see. 19 in 17 for Makavali, 216 ACS. 21 in 16 for Trinity, 217 ACS. And then there is 215 as well. 215, 216, 217. 3 players joining hand in hand, securing the map. But look at RVK. 18, 16 and 18 assists as well on that Omen. It is crazy. I know Omen gets a lots of assists. Someone is pushing down the smoke and the players are able to eliminate that, and RVK just putting the dark covers at the right time. But also, those are half frags, like 80 damage dealt with, the damage has been exchanged, and the paranoia plays he was making. Being the IGL, this is such a class performance from his side.
Totally agree to that. Can't have any doubt. 18 assists, but looking at the stats of Gorancha as well, he's getting those assists, but he was not able to get those frags. And even 17 deaths say that he was getting traded off a lot of times, and that's something Goranch needs to fix as soon as possible, because there were a few rounds where Goranch was the first one to be picked off by the players of .exe.
But now, that's the thing. Goranch needs a game where he can find his own confidence, cause and he was finishing like single digits in an overtime game, which is not a good sign at all. And if he stepped up at the right time, maybe things could have been different for Asterisk. But now, since it is an attacker-sided implementation of the entire series, the first map, the map of Haven, now the second map is the map of Lotus, a triple-sided map yet again, and attacker-sided map yet again. And is Asterisk ready for that challenge, or .exe is there to create an historic 2-0 entry to the playoffs? We'll find it out, but right after this very short break.
Here we go! What's this?
Hold up. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Here we go! What's this?
When we are on and ready, Shadow. I know you've been so into those Machiavelli Yoru lineups and you forgot to look up out here, but my oh my, I kid you not, I've been so impressed with the way how this entire team was playing and all of the plays that they eventually were making, you know, those jet updraft dashes and every other kind of stuff. I'm really excited to see what they've got packed up for the map of Lotus.
I don't know what's going to happen on Lotus, but I really want to see a few of the mistakes which Asterisk was making. And there, I tell you, very few mistakes were there because Asterisk was actually performing really good. Especially few things like Gorange pushing out on the smoke, going solo, getting picked off. Few little tweaks here and there. And I think Asterisk can definitely take down the players of .exe on the map of Lotus.
I really hope so, because only and only then will this entire series will be pushed to map number 3, which we all want to see now, because I'm pretty sure that we don't want it to get over in a 2-0 fashion with the way how they have been performing. But now that we're moving down on the map of Lotus itself, Shadow, we have known this to be another triple-sided map just like Haven, and this is also a very attack-centric map, right? So it's going to come down to how well can you land your executes on the attacking side, and .exe, they seem to have upper hand on the map of Haven.
Yeah, they do have an upper hand on the map of Lotus, but Asterisk also looks prepared for the upcoming map as well. So I'm expecting a similar performance which happened in the map of Haven, a very close score, or at least that's what I want to see or witness, because I really want to see the entire series go to a decider, because it's an elimination match. Both the teams do realize how important every single round it is, and that's the reason that Haven went so close.
100% agree. It all fell down to, you know, some of those factors where you can pick up the timing and spam through the smoke, and then when you're going to get one pick, that's going to give you an advantage. That's how RBK also saved his entire team. So it's now going to fall down onto the map of Lotus. If we can replicate what you did in the previous one, or maybe this time Asterisk have got something else to answer back, ladies and gentlemen. We've mostly seen this map to be consisting of that Viper as well as the Omen, the double smoke composition, the Fnatic built up. And .exe will keep that same one with a small iteration of adding a Wise instead of a Killjoy. And that same thing is going to be followed by Asterisk too. So Shadow, this means same macro ideas.
Same macro ideas, but can they execute the same ideas? Let's hope they do, because almost a similar composition. In fact, like you said, mirror composition from both the sides.
And it's also going to be...
prediction?
Here's the thing, you know, I have absolutely no clue, Shadow. The first one went to a 14-12, and this is also almost a similar map, just a few different tweaks in regards. So I have absolutely no clue who's going to win this one. But it's all going to fall down to who's having a nice day, who's having that nice feel, who's holding his ground at the very last second as well. So all of these things are going to be very crucial for both of them, since .exe right now have got an advantage. 14-12 finish on the map of Haven, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the last best of 3 of this evening. Potentially the last map of this evening, and potentially the last map of group stages. Can Asterisk push forward and make it the second last and push us to the third map of the series? We're going to watch it down now as it unfolds. Yes, quickly following up with the paranoia as well, but Trinity answers back too. There's still a lot of firepower left on the other side, but Gorange starts up really well in the series. Low HP on him and Lil Boy, but at least they've got man up.
Well, certainly have got the numbers, but look at the HP of Gorange and Lil Boy. Like you said, a very low HP, but the 3 players of .exe, they have got full HP to work around with. In fact, they have got good amount of util. The Boombot, the Pain Shells, the Prowler, Seas. Few good utils are also there towards the side of .exe to work around for the post plant. And since the A side is completely empty, should be an easy plan. But RVK, you can't make such mistakes.
I'd just call it as Rinsad being pretty solid one out there though, and Kohli eventually getting caught out there on the other side. Oxa wants to try and find a timing. Just holding his ground down now. He hears the footsteps of Kohli. He's going to try and peek right now. And it's half a second on the other side. But Oxa follows up. Trinity, the man who opened things up, is now ready to try and close things out. A possible clutch into making, but it's Gorange with a 3K, 26, and a dream. Get this pistol for Asterisk.
The pistol round has been converted. A great start for the players of Asterisk already on the map pick of .exe. So that means the next round, which is going to be the entire eco round, they'll have the weaponry advantage. So chances of the round going in the favor of Asterisk, at least on paper, are pretty high. But .exe are known for their eco conversion, especially when RVK is on the Sheriff.
Probably one of the highest pistol round conversion rates of any team out here. And VCSA split right now. Another Seize nade play to try and hold down for any kind of aggressive push. .exe. And they're going to feed that orb into the fade as well. My goodness, little boy. Just able to spam it down though. Jump peak sees a couple of more players. Oh my goodness. They're a bit ahead of that curve from that paranoia. Trinity is able to land in a shot though. And the only thing they've got in their hand is the Spectre. But it's the Sheriffs that I'm scared of.
Even the players of Asterisk are, I'm very sure, since they've already dealt with RVK, that's a silver lining. But look at DC, has already recovered the weaponry of Little Boy. That Spectre can still change things around for the players of .exe.
I agree.
And that Outlaw can actually do a lot of damage. And is actually doing it, say.
Oh.
He has been taken down. Yash, what just happened? DC Makavali. Nobody was checking the drop angle.
Yeah, they eventually got caught out there. The entire attention was focused onto Yash on the other part. Or rather, on Rinsat on the other side. And Yash was able to silently drop down and take the lives of the rest of the players. Lovely retake from Asterisk. They had all the avenues that they needed. But this round is now going to be important. Trinity is just one away from his showstopper, so they might want to play in for the C-long orb or take that one and then move forward to the other parts of the map. Asterisk still looking to aggress towards the rubble.
Most certainly are.
Where are you?
Let's see. The Viper wall on the back of it. There is no scale up. That was actually a fake. The entire team of .exe is going all the way towards B, which is completely empty. Should be plant, and Trinity with a judge gets Yash. The trade game is there. Guranj gets him. But will that be enough?
If only he's been a second faster. Might have got at least 2 or 3 out there. But at least they've given them the opening, though I don't really like this positioning from .exe. They're claustrophobic. They've got nothing to work around with. And that Nightfall is going to give so much information. Rinsat, though, down to just 74. And the fun fact is they've only detected one, and that's the Viper, and that's RBK. Still holding strong. Takes the counterpart down along with DC. It's answering back on the other fray, and in an instant, it's been dropped down. 1v4. Yeah, good luck making that work, Rinsat. That's not happening.
Yeah. Even said 1v4. I don't think that's gonna happen. We can try bringing down few more weaponries from the side of .exe, but seems like even that's not gonna happen at all as he goes down by the spike. And the round goes in the favor of .exe. Good thing is, maybe .exe lost onto the pistol round. They converted the buy round, and Trinity has already got the showstopper online. So that means there is a high possibility of a equalizer coming in.
They also baited out the Nightfall on the other side, so Guranj is not going to have that for the while now. So it's a pretty big win for .exe in terms of the major utilities too, because no one else is any more closer to their ultimate than DC or RVK and Kohli's. There's a showstopper ready for Trinity. And it's ready at the right position as well, though. Could potentially be a trap play by Asterisk. Gets the buy round off the map. First one indeed, so it's going to be very important, but hold on to that thought. Doxer just turns into a Godster this time around. Takes one down. Oh my goodness. They just move all the way back. Kohli takes one down. Trinity answers back as well. Hillboy just down to 32. Not the highest out there. Boomboard on his face. His position noted. Sends out the paranoia to set things up for Doxa as he gets a 3k out there, but still a 1v2 to be converted. As Rinsat is gonna hold it down and wait for the to expire. Maybe catch a timing. It's up close. Way too close. He tries to spam it down, but Kohli survives on 1 HP. And that's all he really needs.
That's the importance of 1 HP. Sometimes even 1 HP gets you the round. But initially itself, Trinity with the showstopper did get a lot of value for the entire team of .exe by getting that C-mode control and C-side control. But after that, Lil Boy's paranoia also did hit the plus of .exe so perfectly that Doxer was able to get one. For a second, it looked like he might be able to get the second one as well, but that was completely denied. This round went so close.
Yeah.
It was not at all a clean round. Although Asterisk, they don't have economy for this one, but the judge in the hands of Doxer can definitely change things around.
And that is exactly where all the players are flushed to. 3 players holding it down towards the A, rest of them pushing down towards the C. Oh my god! He's gonna spam down through his own poison cloud. Was eventually caught by the boom bot. And that's a big one indeed. That was the only investment out there. Now Rinsat with just a sheriff. Ain't gonna stand strong. All being tripped up as well gives you out the information as RVK is holding it down for Lil Boy. That's a nice shot from him. He's going to take one though, and was it for the fake TP as well? Has eventually pushed the crosshair away and maybe got a timing. No. Trinity is ready for the answer. Lil Boy only down to 20. Could not get anything more than just one more apart from the first one. That's another round for .exe. And they have the lead.
Yeah, back-to-back 3 rounds have been converted by the players of .exe. Now Asterisk, they need to figure out a way. Because now the economy has started suffering for Asterisk. If they lose this one again, there is a high possibility of not having enough creds in the follow-up round. So that means it's going to be a really important one for them. But look at Kohli, he has got the Nightfall. Major ultimate, even Trinity's showstopper is just 2 points away. Once again going for the trouble control, easy trouble control being established. And if you notice, every single time Asterisk, they give up the trouble control. It's only one side anchor towards A, and that is Rinsat. Even his Steel Garden is just 1 point away, by the way.
That's the main thing right now. Flash fully connected out there. Gauransh as well holds down from the angle of heaven. Paranoia to try and support him, only to catch him off guard out there. DC is ready with his own Arcros as well down on the floor. If anyone wants to peek in, he's going to pop that up in an instant. Only one being taken down in that entire fight, and that's your anchor, or rather the entry. The shear has not yet been triggered. That means you still have some passive control out of here. Rick is going to make sure that that does not stay on for long, but how is TXT going to play this one? Only space that they've got outside is of rubble. And nothing apart from that. Still 2 more players holding it down at the connector, but RVK seems like that's how he wants to open things up.
Lil Boy. But before that, Rinsat gets one onto RVK. Lil Boy's show is there. A 3K for him. A complete mow down. No one was aware about Lil Boy's position. And finally, a 3rd round has been converted by the players of Asterisk. They have managed to break the momentum for the players of .exe. And in fact, they have got 2 major ultimates as well. Steel Garden and Viper's Pit. They can completely block off entry to one particular site. And after that, use Steel Garden for retake. Could be a possible 4th one also for them.
Indeed, was a massive round for Asterisk, and maybe the start of that snowball which you just rightly mentioned, because even Yash is 1 away from his showstopper, but the same thing could be said for .exe as well. It's a trap play, another one towards C, but this time around it's been answered back. Not for too long though, because Gauransh and Doxer pushing outside of the B were able to quickly get those last 2 players who wanted to be on a safe distance. But here we go, full-fledged push out over towards the A side after they realize that all 5 of them are over towards B and C.
Spike planted.
Now it's going to be a full-fledged retake where goalie is just going to try and hold down on for the flank, which no one is actually showing up for. So it only falls down to 2 players on site. That's RVK, Makaveli. Steel Garden missed it out there now. Vulnerable should be enough. It absolutely is enough. Rinsat tried to go in through the smoke, taken down. Doxa should catch goalie in action. Was able to do that too. Makes it 2. Paranoia. Machiavelli can eventually go for a TP play. He's got all 3 of them, but just did not have enough time to take all of them down. It's Asterisk with a second and a half to spare, closing out this round.
That was such a good paranoia from the side of Machiavelli. But like you said, there was no time. Initially, when the players of .exe were going for a C-mount control, the taunt from the side of Goranj was so precise and perfect. He did get a lot of information onto so many players of the .exe. But these rounds are getting so intense. It looks like it might go in the favor of one team, but suddenly goes in the favor of some the other team. And now .exe, they have been forced to go for a timeout. They've got 3 major ultimates, Showstopper being one of them. Last time when Trinity had the Showstopper, he got the perfect value out of it. But there is also Showstopper towards the side of Yash. But the only difference is Yash is not coming online. He's sitting at 2 in 5.
He's been struggling for this one, true indeed. But Doxa has been stepping up big time for his team. Same could be said for Lil Boy as well. A 3K in round number 6. Saved his team from being washed in that one too. But it is these eco rounds that have always troubled Asterisk. And not just Asterisk, anyone who's playing against EXE. It just seems like there's a different beast that awakens inside of them whenever they're on a scrappy buy. Investing in a hero Vandal and a few sheriffs. So they are still ready to take the fight to the members of DXE. Rather AST.
All set.
Holy smokes. Look how deep that wall is.
Easy C-mount control for the players of .exe. But Rinset and his entire setup is also towards C, along with Doxer, who is actually coming online, like you mentioned. Goranj keeping a control towards the B side. This is not going to be easy for the players of .exe since they don't have the weaponry, and the map control is also with the players of Team Asterisk. But Lil Boy, instant TP. So that means the rebel control can be established, but seems like .exe, they're pivoting all the way towards C mound.
Yeah, because that rebel control now is just a feint for DXE to show that we might go towards the A side. Lil Boy still gonna keep that control for himself, and the Steel Garden along with the Showstopper can help them find the opener. It absolutely will. His Rinsat down and drains though, but Doxer Snakebite answer back on the other side. Still keeping the numbers equalized into the pit as well. Now they go, and these sheriffs are gonna be very problematic. The DK is now hitting Yash, but he's still gonna hold it down in, and that's the spike down too. They've got the control, and it's gonna maintain that with the paint shells. The time is gonna be a big problem, but it's not gonna stay for long as every single one will fall. What a flood from Asterisk, and what a hold.
That too at the right nick of time, because the Viper Spit was already there from the side of .exe, and the moment the players of Asterisk saw that, they immediately flushed towards the C side and won every single duel. It was indeed an alt-heavy round because Steel Garden was also invested from the side of Asterisk, but back-to-back 3 rounds have been converted by the players of Asterisk. 5-3 in their favor. Viper Spit is still there, Nightfall only 2 points away, and once again, an aggressive C-mount control from the side of Trinity. The Boombot goes in, the Prowler, the first wave of Util is already there, but it is anchored by 2 players. It's not going to be an easy execute.
First of all, they take care of the shear over towards the B. Also got the rubble control now, so again this hold of A Viper Wise, it kind of works in a similar way like a Viper Killjoy. But alright. Since every util was used up already, Rinsat's positioning impeccable. And Oxa falls as well on that. Trinity the only man who finds something, maybe something more, but not too much as Yash on the other side. Will move left and right, play with the crosshair, and also win out the round.
Make it 4. Back-to-back 4 rounds have been converted by Asterisk. And that too in the defensive side. That's a major problem for the players of .exe. If they are struggling in their attacking half, the second half itself is going to look much more difficult. And the economy is also in shambles. It's only a stinger in the hands of Kohli. That's it. But .exe, once again, I'll repeat, they're known for those eco conversions. If they repeat that, if they convert this eco in their favor, there is a solid chance of an equalizer coming in. But before that, let's see how they're going to deal with those ultimates and those utilities of the players of Team Asterisk.
Placing wall trap.
Hitting it for the first time. They're going to try and take control of a bit more. Again, it's more like a rinse and repeat for Asterisk. The defensive setup has been working. This 2-2-1 setup has worked for the past 3 rounds, so they're still going to revolve their macro around the same. While the rest of the members, it's up to DXE to find some answer to break this. Have decided the right side this time around. That will be the A, but the longer they hold their push, the more difficult it will become to breach it, because look at that, rotation is already here. 4 people ready to answer back in an instant as soon as the spike will go down, and Yash seems to be in an area where he can find something, but Goranch is the first one. Make it not the first, but rather the second too, as Yash joins at the party, and he is out here enjoying his damn best. The IGL on the other side, left alone on an island, and it's got a mountain to climb. It's just gonna burst in an instant, as you only have 10 more seconds remaining, and you've got a lurking Viper on the other side, as Asterisk will establish a sure lead in the half.
5 rounds have been converted by the players of Asterisk. Look at the amount of pressure which the players of .exe might be feeling at this point, and it's not the first time that RVK has been brought into such a situation. And despite that, despite just having a sheriff, he was able to get 1 with the sheriff, 1 with a rifle. This guy always pops off head, but he also needs the support of his teammates. And this time nothing really was working for the players of .exe. Once again, .exe going for that C-mount control, trying to create few question marks towards the A. But here's the thing, Asterisk doesn't buy the fake, which .exe has been trying to sell.
Because let's just say that the salesman has not really been the best one out there. Have really sold that fake very properly, only just taking control of a main part of the map and then moving to the other side. It's just the fact that Asterisk has got a very good stall in terms of this Viper Wise combo. You've got the snake bite as well, you cannot disrespect that. And then you've also got Razor Vines, the only one who can travel through them. Oh, happened, the Omen, and Markavelli is the first one to fall down with the operator. As the Omen on the other side is there to answer, makes it 2. That one blast back, just annoying the movement, obliterating them one more time. And this 4-1 spread
30 seconds left.
has not been working out for .exe.
Is he really going for the save, RVK?
Can he?
Yeah,
the question.
that's the main question. Will he be allowed? And coming back to the conversation which we were having,
left.
you were making a point that the split is not really working for the players of .exe. I totally agree with that. RVK finally gets 1, but Princet was there to get the trade.
Don't do it
The only thing .exe has established in this one is just to deny the flawless to the players of Asterisk. And the amount of ultimates which the players of Asterisk are having, it can very well possibly be a 9-3 swap. So that means the chances of moving to a decider are also pretty high.
Might possibly see the decider. Yes, I agree. Could happen very, very soon.
Let's start this party.
Asterisk would really want that to happen, right? Wouldn't really want to see this series ended up so very quickly. And this is the defensive half, by the way. Last possible round. Lil Boy has got the outlaw as well into the mix now. But it's not A or C where the cavalry is headed. It's all the way towards the B side. Again, Trinity with the judge. Last time he went in there, he was not able to catch the timing. This time he waits for Doxer to walk in his crosshair. And it's the exact same damn boom board which actually ruined his plans last time. This time he's able to deal with it properly. Shorty, the range is a bit too long out there. Sun Rinsat still closes the gap out, brings out the Vandal, and sends EC back to the slumber. Machiavelli is good for the answer on the other end of the spectrum, so he overstays his welcome out there. They also combine the snake bite in that, but look at this timing of Yash. Got the range advantage. Now he's got every kind of advantage. Sends out the rocket, takes him down, and the attention of Kohli to himself. It's all down to Machiavelli. Tries to sell this fake. Use it for the plant as well, Shadow.
Oh, he can get Lil Boy, and finally Lil Boy and all the remaining players are aware where Machiavelli is, and he gets eliminated. A 9th one for the players of Asterisk, a 9-3 swap. I'll ask you a question: is the 9-3 course going to prevail?
Only and only if .exe can get the pistol.
And bonus, and the buy.
Switching sides.
It all starts with a pistol first, Shadow. All you need is that one first round. But all you need, people out there, is one Omen Max 16. Because it's a new standard of gaming performance. And if you want to compete in Valorant Esports in South Asia, you definitely want to have that. It's got the latest processors from Intel, as well as the NVIDIA RTX 5080. Plus, the cooling that it provides is comparable to that of a normal PC setup. So, might not want to miss out on all of those options, because you've got some massive cashback options of up to 15,000 rupees as well, and over 87,000 is the money that you can save. All of that after just scanning that one QR code or visiting your nearest HP World store. Right now, it's about time for Asterisk to visit different sites and try to find their own openings right now, with the position of Yash up close and personal, but there's a shear in his face. So I'm not quite sure if he would want to push out his luck. There's also Doxer standing on the other side, ready with a snake bite. Jumps over on top. Oh my goodness! He did not trigger the shear, but he definitely triggered the rest of the members.
Most definitely did. But for now, the players of Asterisk, I like the approach. This is trying to get as much information as much possible, and after that they will try to commit to a particular side. They did manage to get the A rebel control and trying to go towards deep into A behind that Viper wall. But here's the thing, it's a double stacked up site. Especially with Machiavelli being there left, along with Kohli. It's not going to be easy to take down the side tankers, but finally the spike has been planted.
Oh my god!
Doxer is placed perfectly. He gets one-on-one trade onto Machiavelli. That's it.
Yes, is down to 26, so that trade still is in favor of .exe, you could say. And yes, that's Trinity answering back on the other side. Lil Boy can't really overstay his welcome. They've got the advantage, or rather disadvantage out there. RVK sees the first one. DC answers back. There's only a Viper wall up in front. Rinsat got nothing he could do. Maybe he can. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a lot he can answer. DC gets ready for him with the classic. Is able to land the shot, but not able to stake the defuse. Pistol goes to Asterisk. It's half a second. That makes a difference.
We have seen this second time. In the first map, it was with the players of Team Asterisk, and this time it's with the players of .exe. Just by a few seconds.
Yeah.
But Doxer's position was really important. to me it looked like he might be able to get more than one, because the players of .exe were not even aware that where exactly Doxer is. I like the approach of Asterisk, create few question marks towards the A and C, then go ahead and plant towards the B. That did really work in their favor. But the duels is rare. .exe shines the most, especially in those pistol rounds. But now a 10-3, the chances of comeback are almost very slim for the players of .exe, and that's the reason Asterisk is not trying to take any sort of risk. They're not W gaming, they're taking this sweet little time, going by the information. Oh, just look at the setup. Directly on the mound.
Slowly creeping up, and they have picked up the right side too, because again, it is a save round, Shadow, so you don't really have a lot. You can't really invest a lot either.
I'll find you.
They've tossed the stack over towards the A side too, and there's the paranoia. DC cannot hold his angle down. He's going to go all the way back. RBK was trying to get something, and Markavili on the exact opposite end of this map has eventually been taken down.
Planted.
This is going from bad to worse for .exe, and they can do nothing about it. Apart from just one of them turning into God, but Rinsat is an absolute non-believer. Shutting them all down one after the other, and it's a flawless round for Asterisk.
Yeah, a flawless anti-eco means the bonus is going to look really great for them.
Yeah.
And if they convert the bonus as well, it's done. They just need one more round.
But that if is actually a pretty big if, right? Because they've...
Back-to-back 9 rounds, Kat. That's the thing. They've converted back-to-back 9 rounds. They can very well convert the 10th one as well.
It's a quick math, I have to say.
Not ready yet.
Thank you. I'm learning from the expert.
Pretty sure that's not me.
That's actually you.
I'm pretty sure there's another caster whose math resembles what I would normally do. 15 plus 7, 25, 1. Right now. We're gonna bring it back. The map in front of us.
A different lesson from that caster, jinxing the teams, by the way.
Probably not.
I couldn't resist saying that.
I absolutely knew. I just set it up for you. I absolutely did. But right now, .exe, they've been fully set up on the wrong part of the map as Asterisk are looking to run it down towards the sea. Everything has been tested up. Nothing has been left to slow them down, and they've taken the control of the site. And .exe are gladly giving it to them. They've decided to go in for a full-fledged retake. 3 people from CT. Or make it 4 from CT, just 1 from Waterfall. Now that's the first few shots. Not get landed, only to put Garansh up. And upside for success, but that's still an outlaw shot. Landed perfectly. DC down to 10 HP. But the shot lands on his head as Markaveli finds something. But he needs to find something more as well. But maybe Rinsat, maybe he can try and pull this one. 80 HP, 2 bullets to the body. And Markaveli will land it perfectly.
Thorns are alive.
Well, certainly. But is it enough? That's the main question, because .exe is still 7 rounds deficit. A step in the right direction, but I think it came way too late.
Yeah.
It could have been a much cleaner round, because it was the bonus round for the players of Team Asterisk and a full buy for .exe. And now they have got a scrappy buy because it was not a clean round. The economy is flourishing for the players of Asterisk, where else .exe, they have to resort onto Spectres and Guardians and half shields now. No major ultimate also towards their side. But Steel Guardian or Frinsat is just 1 point away.
There.
Important thing that you mentioned. And on the contrary, though, they're not really starting on Mound, because that is one of the easiest orb to grab for the attackers. I don't know, I probably think they've got a read like .exe might want to set their trap play up, which we have seen them do in the past, where they get ready up with a paranoia through Waterfall and then send a few people. It's always at least 3 to 4 people there, but they wanted to push outside of the B. Those shots, a few of them astray being landed. DC is trying to walk out as well. Can he catch one? It's like absolutely has no clue who is on his left. They've made their crosses, and that Sheer is actually going to give out the information of where DC is. He's got no clue, but now he will know where Doxa is. One of the Sheer not being tripped though, but the plant all the way towards the A side. Not a lot of breathing space. Same could be said though. Doxa is ready for DC. The Nightfall being sent out to try and delay the push, as now Doxa is going to push out forward, but Rinsat is the man who's going to hold it all down on side. Lil Boy doubles up with him and make it another one, as the Lurking Viper catches a Lurking RVK. Lurking in the aim there, as it's a 3K. And map point for Asterisk.
Match point.
Just one more round is what Asterisk need. .exe were able to push the map to the overtime in the previous one, but this time they're trailing behind by 8 rounds. Lotus seemed like complete domination of the class of Team Asterisk. And is it actually the timeout which the players of .exe are having? Actually, it's an Asterisk timeout. I do understand the idea behind it, because they want this one to be the last round.
Still is a bit interesting out here though, because they have comfortably won this round too. But I'm pretty sure they're probably playing around with the heads of DXE. They don't even have the buy. Might also want to discuss if they want to invest in an outlaw out here, because there's a lot of half shields on the other side. You'd want to have the best weaponries in your hand to try and neutralize the advantage of the other side.
Let's see. The Shield Garden is already there. Showstopper just 1 point away. A lot of ultimates to both the side of Asterisk to work around with, and obviously the weaponry advantage is also there. And yes, the outlaw investment is definitely there. Good thing the teams are actually reading the economy of the opponents, as Anti mentioned in his interview. But this time the double control has been completely denied. .exe is not giving that control to the players of Asterisk at all.
After a very long time, to be honest. They haven't really had a lot of rounds to play on their defense either ways, so it's only the 4th one that we are seeing. Asterisk were holding it down for the first 40 seconds, anticipating some kind of aggressive play from .exe, but that's really not happening, and I like this from DC. Held down on one of his Razor Vine, because he knew that there's a paint shell always being sent out his way. Such a deep haunt being sent, and now Trinity sees a few players out there. The Sea Snakebite going in. Paranoid to answer back as well, along with Nightfall, but that's a big haunt, a huge reveal though. But finally Asterisk realized that was a humongous trap, a ton of utility being thrown on their face. That means C is going to be the weaker side, but heck, it is not absolutely weak. There's a Snakebite for RVK as well. They're gonna hold it down though, but it's not gonna land as the rocket finds him first. DC is able to answer one, and he makes it a 4K! Helps DXE survive! And RVK from the grave was still able to help his team out in winning this round. He threw the Snakebite at the last second shadow.
This was a timeout for the players of Asterisk, but it worked in the favor of .exe. They wanted to play with the minds of .exe, but seems like they were played. And since in the second half, Asterisk were not having that clean rounds, their economy is also not looking that great. This could be a chance for the players of .exe to get the 6th one, and that's the reason they are going for a timeout. Don't think scared. Is there any chance for .exe to push this map to an overtime?
I mean, whatever I answer right now, I'm pretty sure that you'll eventually pull my leg for that.
No, I won't. I genuinely want to know.
It is difficult, Shadow. I don't really feel like they'd be able to, because look at the ult economy on the other side. They're one away from the pit, one away from the shadows, and they already have the Steel Garden. While the only major ultimate on the other side is DC's Steel Garden, yes, and Trinity, who's a couple of points away from a showstopper. So .exe can potentially win this one, but the one after that, yeah, not quite sure.
Totally second that. Pain shells being exchanged. Stacked up sides, so the entirety of Asterisk is pivoting towards the B side, but that is where RVK is. And the snake bite can actually delay the push, which Asterisk is trying to have towards B. But that smoke is not giving much information or vision to RVK. Random spam, but catches nothing at all. And finally a pivot towards the C. Double stacked up side. The entire Vice setup is also there. Those razor vines are also going to be a problem for them.
Dead for the
Asterisk
first
is
one
looking
instantly.
confused.
They're just testing out the setup right now. They're figuring out where the players are. All they want to do is make sure that the sheer wall over B is triggered, and then they clear off all the razor vines of DC as well before they want to go in for any kind of execute. They just want to thin down the defensive setup over towards the B side as quickly as possible. There's still a couple of players now holding down, not exactly the cross, but really the choke point. Trinity, one away from a showstopper. Might as well really want to try and catch one frag. Maybe opening things up though, but it's Rinsat to answer. He's the first one to break it open, and they really want to push it towards the connector. A bit too over-aggressive, and out goalie RBK. Punish them instantly for that. Now through the smoke as well. As soon as it clears, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Doxa is becoming a big player, a big time. 5 more seconds to stick for the plant. Steel Garden, he's sticking for the plant, and EC will find the body. Goranch almost tried to clutch it out for his team, but DXE are still surviving.
But it was not a clean round, but at this point the round matters the most.
Exactly.
They are getting their round, that's a good thing, and Trinity has got the showstopper as well. Even RVK's Viper's Pit is just 1 point away. If he goes for the AWP point, he can actually block off complete entry towards the C. But on the other side, even the players of Asterisk are having 3 ultimates. And a good buy as well. It's only one single player who is on the half shield. But what just happened in this round? It looked like it might be an Asterisk round, but in the end, that 1v1, a perfect timing from the side of RVK was there. Once again, trying to create few question marks. The Prowler, the smoke is there towards the B. I think .exe is just ready for that sort of a play. The TP from Lil Boy didn't pay off, and Yash with the pain shell gets the timing on.
Oh!
He also goes down.
Pulls him through the grave. He becomes a Reaper out there, and a beautiful flash as well by DC. Sends out another Razor Vine, is ready for Doxa. And sends him all the way back to the Nether Realm. This time you're not able to experiment any major thing out here though. Kohli and DC with a high-low setup and a smoke on their faces. Yeah, that's not happening, Goranj. Can't really go there. Maybe try and go to the other part of the map, but question is, will he be allowed to? Maybe just go and save.
30 seconds left.
I think so. There's going to be anything apart from that. Yeah, it's
like
it's a
going
save.
for the save. Yeah.
10 seconds left.
7th one on the board for .exe. Just 5 rounds deficit. I'm seeing a comeback, scared. Or is it way too soon to say that?
Find you.
I think it's a bit too soon to say that.
Just a bit. 2 rounds more in the favor of .exe, and after that we can call it a comeback. Maybe 3.
Probably.
Maybe 4 then.
Until and unless it's a 10-12, I don't really feel that it's actually going
That's
to be
4
a full-fledged
rounds.
comeback. Yeah, exactly. But you still really overall need to have 5 straight rounds out here towards the rubble. Is the first fight. Yes, was in 1-for-1. Kohli is good for the answer as well. A lineup almost coming in, but Kohli is the man who actually gets the better end of that stick. Still down to just the classics though, so that's majorly a weaponry def though. Kohli himself down 2 HP. He'll be running back to safety. And I like this from DXE, min-maxing every single thing. Picks up the orb as well. Now he's 2 points away from his own Nightfall.
The thing is, .exe, they're completely denying the sight to the players of Asterisk. They're not letting them play for the post plant. Toxer, Goransh being picked off by RVK and Kohli, a 3k for Kohli, and the 8th round for .exe. Just 2 more, they'll be on the 10th one. 4 more, and they'll be on the overtime. And the chances of that happening are also pretty high. They still have got the Viper's pit. And a full buy round as well.
The same could be said for the other side too.
Yeah. They just have a Guardian in the mix.
How the heck do we still notice the exact same thing? That's actually nice. But here's the thing. Goransh is still just 1 point away from his own Nightfall too. So they are prioritizing the orb towards the sea. But Trinity is technically ready for this. And it's a trap play again. As soon as you hear the orb, there's the trap, there's the spring, and they have caught the first one. Picture perfect play. Lil Boy was a bait to trigger this spring trap, but he just could not retreat back on time, Shadow. Now, it's all going down in slumber. They have no smokes to play around with. So they've got to utilize this Viper ball. Rensart is going to do his level best to try and keep the defenders towards the B side, while the rest of them make their way towards A. There's no one there and no util there, so they still can take that space, but we know that. Not Asterisk.
Oh, Viper Spirit being exchanged, and I think is still favoring the players of Team Asterisk as they can easily get the spike down. Let's see how this retake is going to happen. The Nightfall is also there.
Yash has been taken down the first one though. That's not really the best thing happening out there for Asterisk, down to a 3v5. But Rinsat's positioning is going to be the most important one. He sees RVK. But RVK does one better to him, and Doxer answers on the other side. How long can he stand? How long can he hold? Goransh is there for the support, but it's just down to 10 HP. There's a shorty in hand, but it's all over. Goransh and Doxer work in unison and convert a 2v4 round on their attack to close things out and push us to map number 3.
Well, a 13-8 victory for the players of Team Asterisk, and yes, we are going to an decider, which is going to be Icebox. And Split 3, like I said, always is a full of surprises. I won't be shocked if Icebox also goes in the favor of Team Asterisk.
It could be possible. It very well could be possible with the way how they've been performing right now. And to be honest, it's not even like a few rounds win the fluke. It's like full-fledged strategies working out perfectly for the team. They're playing together. They're moving forward together. And that is what is catching .exe off guard as well on this entire map. It was a very solid mixture of proper mechanics combined with what you really want to do perfectly. Apart from that very last round, I don't even see any other round on the back of any single player's heroics. It was more or less a proper team combined play, specifically on their defensive half when they had 9-3.
Exactly. .exe did try his level best to stage a comeback. They came close to the scoreline, but not close enough to push the map to an overtime. Good plays from their side as well, but since they were struggling so much previously, there wasn't left enough room to stage a comeback. They were deficit by what, 8 rounds, if I remember. So yes, it wasn't easy for .exe to stage a comeback, but Asterisk, they played superbly well. Be it the timing of the utilities, all ultimates pairing, whatever it is. Everything was just working for the players of Team Asterisk.
really just want to relive all of those moments one more time, Shadow. I want to look back at how things unfolded on that map of Lotus, because as soon as we started things off, it was again that pistol round, and Asterisk looked so well prepared for it. Even though there were some answers on the other side, Trinity almost getting a few things for himself, but with the way how Asterisk were constantly pulling things off and how they were going in for their retakes almost every single time, .exe had absolutely no answer for that.
Yeah, even Rinset was also anchoring the site so perfectly from the sort of Asterisk, especially towards the C, that Vice setup didn't allow any sort of place for the players of .exe to make. And Little Boy with it operator shot was also, even Yash with the showstopper. Everything was working in unison for the players of Team Asterisk. Those cheeky plays didn't really work, especially if you remember one of the round where Doxer was hiding into one corner. It looked like he might be able to get more than one, but all he got was just one single flare, but that was just one of the few rounds.
And the thing is, even that one single pick was he was able to create a big opening for the team, and they eventually converted that one. So it's not really how many can he get from that place. It's like if you can really go 1 for 1, that is good enough. Because that still puts your team in a 4v4, and whenever it's a 4v4, defenders are always at a disadvantage. And on the back of those kinds of plays, right, he is basically leading the team with example. 19 kills for himself, and such a solid ACS Shadow. On the defense, on the offense, he was there, he was landing those shots every single time. He was the main reason why DC's Wise utility was not giving him so much value, because his wall was being triggered almost every single time.
Yeah, Doxer was also with 19 kills, 38.3 headshot percentage. He was so precise. Even those Viper spread towards the last round also did play its part. But looking at the stats, 10 first kills for the players of .exe, 11 for the players of Team Asterisk. Post plant is not looking that great for .exe. That is where they were struggling. They got the site 7 times and were able to convert only 3 times.
That has been the main problem for DXC. Asterisk's retake have been their solid strength. They don't mind giving up on the side though, because they know they can retake it much faster. And I think so if that kind of pursues Shadow, then the next map of Icebox will also fall for Asterisk. Because we have seen them play on the map of Icebox against Reckoning, and they demolished them. So it is highly possible for this team to try and close it out though. But having a look at the full stats of both the teams, Trinity did a fantastic job for himself too. He was going negative in terms of the KD, but still had 6 first bloods and 263 ACS, while rest of the players and the rest of the team, yeah, that's where you could see some of the struggles in terms of winning those duels. Most of them were down under 200 ACS, while till the 4th, you could see Asterisk having everything above the 200 ACS. Now, the reason why I'm giving a bit more, importance to that is the fact of, because it includes how many fights you were able to take, how much damage you were able to deal in almost every other round. So it was clear-cut indication of how together Asterisk were playing. And if this continues, the next map of Icebox will be theirs to grab. But all of that action, ladies and gentlemen, after this short break.
Here we go! What's this?
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what their problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what their problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss. Look, come on, always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
One enemy remaining. Sleep. One enemy remaining. So long, Sabine. Player standing.
Visions in my head, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels. To know these things are blow my head, the weight of everything, and everything's just through. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go it leads to an open door. Made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really pays. If I could look at the sky when you go outside, I know there is nothing to keep me back. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and no, there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we lead it to an open door. Keep me back, keep me
One enemy. Ultimate's ready.
Here we go!
welcome back everyone. We are right on to the last map for the decider of the Group B elimination. It is .exe taking on Team Asterisk, and only one team will make it to the playoffs. Who it will be, we will find that out on this map of Icebox. Shadow, the series we thought could be a one-sided affair for .exe. The Lotus map gave Asterisk the hope they needed.
It certainly did. It certainly did give a lot of hope to the players of Team Asterisk because they really needed a map in their favor. But looking at the stats of map Icebox, they both have played against Revenant Esports. It's not like it's a weak map. Anything can happen. But if you remember, in Split 2, Asterisk was not looking that great on this map. They even had to face a defeat against the players of Global Esports Academy. And the data is also in front of us. Asterisk, 50-50 chance, Spartus.
Well, I don't think so. There's a 50-50 chance because just 21% of the attacking win rate is not good enough at all. Like on the other side of things, DXC are 35% defense and 57% attack, which is technically better since Icebox is the attacker side in now, so you have to be there.
Sorry to cut you off, but those 3 losses, 2 of them are from Split 2. And Split 2 Asterisk was actually struggling. This is a different Asterisk which we are witnessing in Split 3. So I'm not looking at the stats that accurately because, hey, let's be honest, they are not just for Split 3.
That is very true. It is all in the past and it is a completely different side. But even on that point of things, just 21% on the attack is a bit of concern. Both the teams have fair share of the players who are carrying forward. Especially the duelists are there who were a part of the core. So that is something they need to figure out. But now, if you look at the composition, no surprises on the side of Asterisk. Rena and Jet it is what they're going for. And DXC with the Sova and Gecko combination. Both the teams are going with a single controller as Viper and then single Senti as Killjoy, pretty much default. But the battle is with Rinsat on that Rena, and we have seen Rinsat of the Rena is a menace to deal with.
He certainly is. He certainly is. But looking at the agent composition, the Gecko towards the side of .exe is making me tilted towards .exe more because this Gecko, KJ, this combination, this Sova double initiative comp, I love it on the map of Icebox. So maybe there is a slight chance of .exe overperforming or thrashing the players of Asterisk. But Asterisk is running high on the confidence, especially the way they played on the previous one. Back-to-back round conversions. And already we have a technical pause.
It happens. It happens with the players loading to a new map. It should not be big enough. It's just players just having some difficulties connecting to the game. Pretty much common. But the thing is, I just hope this is just a minor bug that takes approximately 2 minutes to just restart and fix things up. But overall, I just want to see Asterisk's attacker side at this point. Because last time when Asterisk played, the defender side was the one they thrived with Yash on the operator inside, constantly playing with hand in hand, trading each other off, playing contacts, leads, dismisses, and just creating a menace against the side of Reckoning. But at the same time, it was Reckoning who were making some unforgivable mistakes on their end, I would say, and getting punished for them round after round. But DXC, can they avoid that? Because the major part of concern is the role swaps that they're having, and Makaveli having to play another flex role as a Gecko. And we need to find out how the Gecko actually works. Because other teams have tried Gecko, have not been that useful, especially if you don't have a proper flash utility in your hands. And we'll find out if Makaveli is actually having that flex capability in himself.
Spartus, if you notice, whenever the teams have tried that double initiator, Gecko and Sova combination, we have always witnessed KO and Sova on the other side. And KO and Sova combination always went supreme over the Gecko-Sova combination. So maybe this time, since Asterisk is sticking to the solo initiator, this can go either ways actually.
Let's see. Ouch. Minima. What? He's using a Minima Ghost TC? I'm judging you so hard right now, man. Such a skin which is so rare to find. He has that. Let's see if he has the capability to anchor down B side. Because right now, Asterisk's game plan is to perform a B split with Yash dashing into the side. He has a yellow control already. Players just running it ahead, and now the mid player slipping up, getting one frag. Little boy He's able to get the trade, but now the lead is just perfect in RVK. He's been pinched down from so many different angles. Lil Boy gets the third. It is as easy as it gets for Lil Boy. Asterisk securing an easy pistol to start things off.
For sure, for sure. The pistol goes in the favor of the players of Team Asterisk. Already, the start is looking good for them. But .exe, what's happening to them? Seems like they haven't been able to recover from what really happened in the map of Lotus. This pistol was really important for .exe so that it can boost their confidence. But this A triple stacked up side, and looking at the position of the spike, seems like Asterisk are also thinking of going for an A execute or maybe a mid push as well.
Clean frag for Yash as well on that side. Under tube swing from RVK. Didn't give the justice he wanted. But now with the outlaw Yash, he's just gonna be farming frags. Owl drone towards the day side, finds nothing. Makaveli with the dizzy in his hand, waiting for a contact. But the thing is, there is no weaponry to back him up. Just classics. And if Rinsat goes towards the side to make a heroic play, only then he can be pinched by Trinity and Makaveli's flashes. But that's it.
Here.
Right now, pretty slow approach. Yes, still trying to find one more frag with the outlaw.
Here.
Will be able to get that, but DC, the double classic headshot. Pretty nasty, to be honest. He had played his part, got one frag down, but again, other than econ damage, it's nothing to be worried about.
Yeah, nothing much to worry about for the players of Team Asterisk. Goran is going for the plant. For the retake, it's a 3v4 situation and no weaponry. It's just Kohli's utilities which can help .exe do some more eco damage to the players of Asterisk, but converting a round itself is an uphill task for them.
Yeah, that is true. But again, all they are concerned right now is not to give away cheap frags. No extra ultimate points on the other side. Because ult economy is going to be very, very crucial, especially if Lilba is the one who is chasing them down. Just look at that guy, just 3 points away from that lockdown, and bonus round lockdown is what they wanted to avoid at all cost. Nobody's getting eliminated by Lil Boy. Lil Boy is not even chasing them, which is a kind of surprise. Like, I thought, why not just try Bulldog? Maybe you get something next round. But right now, a clean round for Master set again. Nothing to worry about, but this will be the pivotal movement in the map. DXC, full buy all across, no issues in the weaponry department. How will the setup look like is the thing which they need to figure out.
Let's see. This is going to be a really important one for the players of .exe because this is their first full buy round and they can't afford to lose a full buy round. The bonus conversion should not be allowed to the players of Asterisk because if the bonus gets converted, the first half they can entirely own. This is so close. That outlaw could have done so much damage to the players of .exe, but thankfully the player was lucky enough. Once again, a slow walk up, trying to go towards the yellow, and the entire yellow control is in the hands of DC. The poison cloud is also going to stop the players for a few seconds, but not for a very long time though.
Just look at Yash, spamming Stinger from 1,000 miles, hoping for a frag, but right now it is a very passive display. Both the teams are just moving like players in chess. Every piece is very crucial, every movement is very crucial, and right now Asterisk, they're holding towards that B side. Finally the wall will go up, the wall has been recharged, the plant will go down, and DC for some reason he's not spamming it enough. The spike will go down without any retaliation. This is not something which .exe should allow it, but they have, and now Trinity, he has been spammed. A 140 tag from Yash, and this outlaw can be even devastating because the players, they are quite low on HP, especially Lil Boy and Yash, and Rinside has been taking DK as well, and now they are flooding in, and Trinity, he finds the frag Kohli with the perfect pick as well. Rinside trade, RVK re-swings, 1, 2, 3, peak is the call, and RVK with the cleanup. Slow and steady wins the race, and so did DXC, securing their full buy round.
Well, certainly. It was really important, and since only one weaponry was dropped, I think it's a win-win situation for the plus of .exe. Now, Asterisk, they also have a full buy round, and Lil Boy's lockdown is also just 1 point away. That lockdown can land a third round for the plus of Team Asterisk. That's a great possibility and a major win condition. Let's see how the plus of .exe are actually going to counter that lockdown if it is used in this round.
Let's see. Right now, the intent is just perfect. Like, it is a pretty similar call. Abrupt on the basic side, just Cloudburst, take the first contact, throw the yellow player back. But now, the lockdown, how do DC plays this? Because DC is in a no man's land. He's trying to play some timings around that yellow, but he has to respect it. He has to fall back to safety. And Kohli, very aware. Droning mid, an alarm board. Rather, Nano Swarm and Sneak by it misses. You should not miss these. You need a liner for that, because that's the default plant which Asterisk are making sure that happens every round. But now, another 5-5 retake.
Oh, the shock dart. A good lineup, but no damage has been done towards Yash. But those nano swarms are nasty. Lil Boy gets RVK. Kohli also gets Yash in that shock dart follow-up. Such a great use of utility in this particular one. Gorange with a second Makavali. Gets a trade onto him. Lil Boy, the last man standing. Suddenly, Kohli and Makavali turn the tables. The round goes in the favor of .exe.
How the DXC is able to clutch things up is pretty much unknown right now. Because this round, they had multi-frags going against them, especially Lil Boy being a nuisance right there. But this wingman, he's just taking the spike perfectly, and those trades, those extra trades. Because you have to take the wingman down, and this Gecko has paid justice. And this timing, the diffusal things, this is definitely looking good for DXC. A good push plant, another round converted, and now Asterisk, they are forced to play a sheriff only round. For that, Rinsat, he needs to go big.
He certainly has to. There is no other option for him. But look at the position where Trinity is, such an off angle. And with that outlaw, he can do so much. But that flash goes in the back of it. Yash gets Makavali. RVK and Trinity getting two of their own. The trade game is definitely there on the back of those utils. No doable round for the plus of Asterisk, but seems like no is the answer because the weaponry has been recovered, but HP is not there towards Yash and Rinsat. Both
player standing.
How Yash? He had a timing attack, and the thing is, he's just down to 32 HP with a phantom in his hand. There are 1v3 players standing in front of him, and nobody is swinging out all by themselves. Kohli is jiggle peeking, is gathering information, and that's it. And Yash, he is being asked to do the impossible, and he just could not. RVK with the quadra, .exe with the third. Pretty much comfortable on the full buy round.
Tell me one single match which .exe has played in the entire split 3 and RVK has not got a 4K.
We need to find that out, because I doubt there will be any maps like that. Because RVK, he is being stepping up.
There isn't any. In split 3, this is a different .exe which we're witnessing, and RVK is on a different level. 6-3, be it as a sentinel, no matter which agent this guy is playing. Same Asterisk once again going for an A execute, a triple stacked up side, and those A hits. See if their work. Hunter being utilized, and Trinity gets Yash.
Oh, yeah. This is not good from Yash. He didn't expect the fridge angle, the top box angle, and he just misses that person entirely. He thought of taking tube with a storm there, but that off angle was just better. And now the drone has given up the entire information. They needed Rinsat. He's on the Empress, so things are going to be pretty much insane if the Rena pops up. But right now, the lockdown, he has to respect it and just fall back to safety. Because their entirety of the clock, they still have a lot of time remaining.
Revealing area.
Be fast. Well, Trinity also gets Gorange. 3v5 situation. Trinity.
Player standing.
Oh, a quarter
Ace, man.
for Trinity and maybe an ace.
Set himself up. Give this guy a body cover.
He deserved that ace so much. Maybe if that dizzy was somewhat earlier, Makaveli would be able to just assist Trinity for that ace. But right now, the jail angle has been checked again. RVK with a good trade. .exe, 4 in a row.
Well, certainly. 4-2.exe back in the lead. They lost out the pistol round, but after the buy round, everything is just going in their favor. And now they've got two major ultimates, Bladestorm and Hunter's Fury as well. Even Thrash is also not that far, only 2 points away. Especially the way Trinity is always positioning himself on top of those containers. Every time getting those value. And now, the players of Asterisk, even though they have called for the timeout, but they don't have enough courage to go for a buy. The only win condition which they have is the Bladestorm, which Yash can have.
Oh, this is not looking good from Asterisk. The last map was a whole different ball game for them. They were a brute force. Nobody was able to stop them, but again, in this map, the tables are completely turned around. .exe, they are firing on the cylinders, and Asterisk, they have no say on the attacker side, and this is not good. Because despite the fact that Asterisk were a better side on the defense in the past, the thing is, you still need sufficient rounds on the attacker side to at least let that be a possibility. And the concern that they had in Split 2, where they just had 21% rounds on the attacker side, it is still haunting them.
.exe. Chances on paper are pretty high. The .exe is going to get the 5th one on board this time. And look at the position where Doxer is. If he gets something out of that position, there is a high possibility of Asterisk converting a thrifty one. But for that, Doxer has to get something. It seems like the position has already been given away. And the trigger discipline of .exe is not going to allow Doxer get anything. Trying to scale up behind that Viper's wall. RVK is still present inside the site.
Enemy marked.
A very slow approach from the side of Asterisk this time.
RVK is still unchecked, and RVK just connects the perfect headshot. The better weaponry there and the better angle. Perfectly positioned. There is no issue whatsoever. Yash position has been killed as well, and RVK loading another triple to his name. Pretty with the cleanup mob. And DXCJ are just running away with the map. 5-2 already, Shadow. And they are not even sweating to secure these rounds.
Yeah. 5th one on board for .exe, but that was an eco, a scrappy buy for the plus of Asterisk. This is going to be a really important one. If Asterisk lose this one as well, Spartans, then it's pretty much done in the first half. They'll be stuck in that economical dead cycle, which they're already stuck in. Once again, the only win condition, the Bladestorm is there. But that Bladestorm, they're not getting time to use those ultimates as well. The Outrun goes in, gets information towards the yellow. That is a stacked up site. It's not going to be easy at all. But still, Yash is just slowly walking up. And Nakam is ready with a pop flash, and Trinity gets Yash. Doxer gets the trade onto him.
Oh, Rinsat getting a good frag there on DC. But now the Hunter's Fury, there is a tag and another one as well. 2 players down, 44 and 70 HP. A snake bite on the face of Makaveli, and Rinsat, he will get this frag and get his heal back up. A 2v3 remains. A good angle on the side of Kohli, but he misses out the shot. And now he has a shock dart. But now he cannot defy the spiker, and Rinsat, he might not even use the Viper Spit. Already secured the round. A 1v3 remains for RVK. And a big clutch to make it happen.
Seems like the round can go in the favor of the plus of Team Asterisk unless and until RVK pulls off a major 1v3 and gets enough time to go for the defuse. Seems like he's already made the decision. He's going to go for the fight. He's actually going for it. And he won't be able to do anything as Rinsat gets a 4vk, a quadra, and the 3rd one for the players of Asterisk. And indeed, a very important round being converted.
They needed this so bad. And Rinsat is the one who made sure this happens. The first frag was so necessary there from Doxer. A good pick, but then Rinsat getting those crucial double frags, and this on the spawn. I don't think Kohli was required to make such a play. But yep, one round with Asterisk needed. They had it in this side now. And Trinity, with the operator he has big responsibilities on his shoulder. But now he's setting himself up on the A side, and Asterisk, they love hitting B in the last 8 rounds.
Good recon. Yash on the Blade Storms trying to make that abrupt play, but the Bosch pit, the snake bite, everything is being utilized. The pop flash on the back of it, Makaveli shuts down the aggression of Yash. No value given to those Blade Storms. Such good use of utility coming in from the side of .exe, and Makaveli also gets second.
Necessary, very necessary fragging. And now Goranj is trying to spam the players, but now he's not getting anything. Another 3v5 for Asterisk. They are able to get closer to the side, but the fact that the yellow is the angle which is creating a lot of concern for Yoshi is pretty much diving in the same area. And this time around, Makaveli was ready with the mosh pit. Now the Lambot will detect the presence of Sova. They are going up ahead, and Goranj is trying to make a play. He has crossed the Viper's wall. But now the angle, yep, he knows, and he misses the shot though. Makaveli, he falls, and Goranj is trying to make a good play, but Trinity finds Little Boy's luck, and now Goranj is stuck in a no man's land. The spam from RVK is just better.
Who could have predicted
Good
this?
phantom spray, and another good round to DXE. 6-3 leading.
3 rounds advantage to the plus of .exe already. And even their ultimates are also looking fantastic. They've got the Thrash, they have got the Blaze Storm, and Lockdown is also just few points away. .exe is looking pretty much very strong on the map of Icebox. And Asterisk, they are not able to breach into the defense of the plus of .exe. That's a major problem. Once again, a scrappy by a few players on the half shield and a stinger from the side of Lil Boy. No major ultimate to help the players of Asterisk. No major win condition in this one. They have to rely purely on their aim. And those BX Spardas are not really working for the players of Asterisk.
Exactly. And despite all these, they are still hitting B, the mid B, and again, but this time around, this is even better from Kohli. He knows where the players are. They find one player B, double players mid, because there's nothing A. They have the information on that. And Kohli getting a double to his name as well. Dox and Goranj, the last 2 player remains, and Asterisk. Oh, they have no clue on what to do on the attacker side, but Goranj, he checks RVK, and Trinity re-clears Doxer. Goranj in a 1v4.
And a Hunter's Fury as well with him. Seems like nothing is going to really help him out to convert the 4th one. Just trying to save the weaponry, considering he has got almost no credits to go for a buy if he drops this weaponry. So yeah. Good decision, but a 7th one for the players of .exe. Seems like one-sided domination we are going to witness from the side of .exe in this one.
Exactly.
Because Asterisk, even if they get 1 round, they tend to lose 3 to 4 next rounds.
Seconds left.
They need to figure out the attacking sequences. They're trying to hit B and mid splits with Yash taking B side, Rinsat taking mid. But all this is completely expected. And the .exe, they are happy if the attacking side continues to be so one-dimensional. They are reading it perfectly, they have the better placements, they are gambling it from mid and B. A is just an anchor for Trinity to be a solo player, and it's always working around. There is something which is going wrong from the side of Asterisk. And let's see if they can actually turn things around. And this time, they want to hit A. The call is right. Let's see the execution.
But the weaponry is not there. It's just a single rifle in the hands of Rinsat. That is it. On the other side, they have .exe, Thrash, Blade Storm. Even Lockdown is just 1 point away. Hunter's Fury 1 point away. The entire ultimate progression of .exe is looking so promising. Just on the basis of the ultimate, they can convert the next few rounds in their favor. And since it's the 11th round, I'm very sure they're going to use at least one of those two ultimates in this one. The old round goes in to get information towards the yellow. And Trinity now has been forced back into the site. Still has got the operator though. Can try to do a lot of damage. Look at the pace of Asterisk. Certainly a very slow approach. But one of the player Reset is way too deep into the A site.
Macaulay, he's playing for that angle. He is expecting someone to cross this area, and the fact they are diligently checking all these areas.
You should run.
Macaulay, mosh pit for the delay for the post plant. But again, players right on the space, and Kohli, he wins the duel against Rinsat. A shock dart upon the face, and Lil Boy, he wins out a duel. The lockdown might detain a player or two. And yes, Macaulay is detained, but it does not even matter right now, because the spike will go down, and Macaulay, he has his ultimate for the retake. With his top angle of pipes, how do you clear all that?
Exactly. Thrash also being invested from the side of .exe. And Trinity are unstoppable without operator.
He's still getting one more frag. The wingman for the win. The wingman is untouched by the Viper's snake bite. It does not even matter. Lil Boy is getting all those frags, but all Macaulay needs to do is nothing. Stand there and survive. Because the wingman for the win strikes yet again. Another stick on the under the noses of Asterisk, and nothing they can do about it.
Exactly. No way to deal with the players of .exe. Nothing really working for Asterisk. After getting the pistol in the entire eco round, all they have got is just one single round. Nothing else. And 4 ultimates. And all those 4 ultimates are going to be utilized in this particular round. There is no chance for Asterisk on paper to convert this one in their favor.
There.
Inset. Still holding on to that angle, being very careful. And now the operator from A has moved all the way towards B, just in case if the plus of Asterisk are going towards B. But for the first time, Asterisk going for a mid-exploration. Even that information has also been passed on to the plus of .exe. Where is the smoke? Nothing working for Asterisk. Trinity once again on towards the yellow with that operator. Seems like this time .exe can deny the site control to the plus of Asterisk.
Doxer, he has his good angle. And now the defender locked on already. They know it is just 30 seconds, so they have to force into the side. The Hunter's Fury is being used up to clear up the ultimate, and it will, but DC in the meanwhile, he finds another pick. Macaulay, he's been traded out. Rinsat is trying to take the backside control, but it is looking not so easy, because RBK is still holding his ground. They know the players. Trinity finds the collide. Rinsat, the last player, remains, and DC just shuts him down. And a 9-3 half in the favor of .exe and Asterisk. They are crumbling on the map of Icebox.
We are strong because we are together.
But they certainly are. Not just crumbling, they are getting thrashed by the plus of .exe. If they lose this pistol, I bet the scoreline can be 13-3. So pistol is of prime importance for the plus of Team Asterisk. Not just a pistol rounds, but let's be honest, they need to convert the bonus as well after that, and have to make sure .exe doesn't convert their eco round. They need back-to-back 4 rounds. Only then we can say that yes, there is a possibility of a comeback for the plus of Asterisk.
Oh, let's see. Now, the earlier round which Asterisk can secure is this pistol. Saw a DZ. They know there is a guy on site. With yellow, it is not been cleared, but yeah, she pushed down this area from the belt. He takes on RVK, and now with the numbers advantage, they are trying to just hold the side down. They have to deny the spike, but the wingman, playing as an extra person, is there for the spike plant, and this is a good call. Take the room and control Gorange with a perfect trade. 1-2 peaks, but now Lil Boy, one more down. Another pistol is coming on the way of Asterisk, and Lil Boy will just secure it out as well. Another good fragging in the pistol department, and Asterisk, they are trying to make a comeback.
They most certainly are trying to. The pistol was really important for Asterisk to convert. And since they have converted the pistol round, the follow-up round should also go in their favor, since they will have the weaponry advantage in this one. But .exe, they are known for those eco conversions. They are known for those eco rounds, especially the Sheriff in the hands of RVK is something which Asterisk has to counter. They have to make sure that RVK gets no value with that Sheriff. Because if he does, there is a strong chance of .exe converting the eco.
There is a possibility. But right now, let's see what the game plan is. They have bought a Sheriff in the hands of RVK. They are just walking towards that B side. Everybody just waiting for some contact to happen, and the alarm bot will be the first line of contact. They have smoked it off, but yeah, the smoke sound was there, the perfect spam. Also, being lucky gets one down. Lil Boy takes one more player. Shock dart to deny at least the plant, but nah. Takes the player down, but not the spike. Makabali recovered a Sheriff, trying to get some exits. Not able to land headshot.
One enemy remaining.
Flawless incoming, I believe. But yeah, Gorange is there for the cleanup. A flawless round from Asterisk, a good retake commented. But on the positive side for .exe, they were able to get the spike down. More credits to them. And this full buy will be so much crucial.
Here's the thing, they had the weaponry advantage in this one. So the bonus, since it was a flawless, that's a plus point. There are chances of converting. The bonus round is also pretty high. But not to forget, this is also a full buy round for the plus of .exe. Oh, actually one player is in the half shield, since RVK went for the Sheriff investment in the previous one. But it's really important for Asterisk to convert the bonus. And that Outlaw, do you think, can get much value in this particular round?
Placing swarm grenade.
I don't think so. But hey, if you land the first shot, tag someone for 140 and survive, you have done your part. And Lil Boy is trying to do that on that A side. He has a passive angle from the top, marking the belt region, but nobody's picking belt. Everybody just walking down the orb, taking the contact, and Lil Boy, he's getting paranoid about this, and he is just falling back to safety. The wall will go up to stall the push even more, and Trinity, he needs to make a space, and he will. Zyben take the control, and now Trinity is holding the back line. The spike will go down. The 5-5 retake is there to get started, but that 5-5 retake is a bench from side of Asterisk, and Rinsat delivers the first blow, but Trinity able to get the trade.
Certainly, he got the trade. The all-round also gives a lot of information now. A 4v4 situation. Thrash is also available with Makabali, but Ayash gets one onto Trinity. DC is still holding on to his ground, but Doxa gets a timing onto Kohli as well. DC, can he do something? Yes, he does. He gets one, but he also gets traded off.
Enemy remaining.
1v1 situation. Makabali versus Doxa. Thrash is there, but not being utilized. There is no time. Makabali will shut down Doxa, saves the ultimate, and the round.
Oh, he was so concerned about the timing of him pulling the Thrash out and just getting swinged by Doxa. At the end, Doxa was not able to swing him properly. He was just standing there because even he knew if he went back to the spike, the ultimate will get the better of him. He just needs to win that duel, and at that very point, Makabali was a better player. Full buy round, which was almost denied from side of Asterisk, has been recovered by .exe, and now they're on to double digits. But the attacking side is far from convinced.
One on the board for the plus of .exe. Thrash still there with Makabali, one of the major win condition which .exe has to convert the 11th one. And look at the approach of .exe, a very slow approach. But they have to make sure to give no value to Yash. And not just Yash, but to Rinsat as well, because the angle Rinsat is having, he can definitely do a lot of damage. And he certainly do so by getting RVK. One of the key players from set of .exe has been picked off. Good news, Trinity gets a timing onto Yash though. A good trade.
I'm not able to smoke. He tried to make a cloudburst play, but nah, he was denied. But now DC, he is on the top of court, and he fought double player. He's good for one, and inside trade falls back. But Doxa, he is able to get one pair after the another. Makabali
remains yet again, and .exe, despite the fact they had the ultimate from the starting of the round, were not able to utilize it properly.
30 seconds left.
And now, Makaveli has a big 1v3 to clutch up, but the angle players are playing in. He is done. And Doxer clears out. Asterisk 6-1. The 9-3 gun is getting activated.
Could be possible, but I think it's way too soon to make any of that statement. 2 more rounds if they go in the favor of Asterisk, especially this one will for sure go. If the next one also goes in the favor of Asterisk, we can for sure say that comeback is there from the side of Asterisk. But since now, .exe, they don't have a good buy. So the problems are definitely going to be there, especially that outlaw in the hands of Yash. But here's the thing, Spartus, Yash is actually not coming online. Every time he's holding on to an aggressive angle, but getting no value out of that position.
But again, that's the thing. He is not being challenged enough. He's there. He's marking his angle because every time they go on A side, it is always Rinsad, the first point of contact, and he is doing his job perfectly. And now again, it is Rinsad's duty to hold them off, and Goranj with a good combination with the Snake Bite and Shocker takes one more play down. Doxer finds one more. Trinity is barely breathing on 7 HP. Will get shut down as well. And it is getting way too easy for the defenders. Another round converted. 7-10.
Yeah. 7-10. Just 3 rounds deficit. But this is going to be the decider in the main round. If it goes in the favor of .exe will come so close to getting the series point. So that's why it's of extreme importance that Asterisk convert this one as well. They've got 3 ultimates, Impress, Hunter's Fury, and the Viper's Pit. But that operator in the hands of Yash, I'm not sure if he's the right candidate for that, considering he's 5 and 13. Thrash already being invested by the side of Makaveli. Even the Hunter's Fury also goes in from the side of Goranj, but gets no value. Not even the slightest chip damage is there, but RVK gets climbing onto a little boy.
No one watching mid. No one's watching mid, and RVK gets a double, and Yash with the shorty onto the face of DC finds one more. Trinity is able to trade him off. Goranj with another swing, making a 2v2 fair enough. And Kohli is one more play down. The wingman has been destroyed. So the Thrash has to be utilized, and now the information is there. They don't have any kind of smoke utility in this side. They don't have any flash to make things happen, but Makaveli, he has his gun out. He has his shot delivered, and .exe, they secure the 11.
They certainly did. And like I said, the previous round was really important. And since Asterisk already lost on to that, just one more round and .exe will be on the series point. And Trinity already deciding to play on those Blade Storm. That's why we are seeing a Bucky investment. A lockdown is there towards the side of RVK. Hunter's Fury as well. No major win condition which the players of Team Asterisk are having, but the timeout might go in their favor. The coach can definitely guide the players of Team Asterisk that what sort of defense they can bring in so that the 12th round gets denied to the players of .exe.
Let's see. Oh, Asterisk, what do they have? No major ultimate. Lil Boy is still one off. But Yash, can he do something? Because this time around, for some reason, Asterisk have changed the setup they were running against Reckoning. It is not Yash and Rinsad onto the A side, playing hand in hand with the lead and the tailwind combination. With Yash going ahead, Rinsad covering his back always. And now, I think this timeout will be there to make the similar style of play. And yes, Yash is back towards that A side with the Rinsad just next to him. And we can expect another tube play where Rinsad will try to control the Pipe's aggression. Oh, Trinity!
Oh. Gets one with a Blade Storm. DC also gets Rinsad. Trinity can try to get more with a Blade Storm. Slowly trying to go for the A execute. 2 of the side angles are still there. Goranj being one of them has already been spotted down. The operator is not going to bring him down at all. Still playing towards the back of the side, but still a good recon.
You should run.
Gets gets the entire information onto the players of team .exe, but the lockdown is going to push the entirety of team Asterisk out of the site.
The lockdown just give them the space, but the spike has to be planted. But Lil Boy, he gets a timing somehow. He gets a double. It was a 3v5 against them, but now a 3v3 remains with the lockdown being used up. The spike is wide open, so they have the potential to play the post plant, but they have to play it from the far out. But Doxa, he's gonna invest the ultimate. Nano Swarm dealt with. First shot, Gorange, take one shot, and Lil Boy, he's just taking the players, and Asterisk is able to secure another defusal. This is not looking good from DXE. Lil Boy swinging out from heaven, getting a timing right, and .exe, they just slipped up the entire round. Asterisk on the way for another 3-9 comeback.
These sort of slip-ups sometimes mean the entire series gets slipped off from your hands. .exe, they can't afford such a thing at this point, especially when Asterisk is just 3 rounds deficit. But on the other side, Asterisk, what a play they are bringing in, especially in the defensive side. They've allowed only 2 rounds to the players of .exe. And now, .exe, a scrappy buy coming in from their side. They have got the Viper Spirit and the Hunter's Fury though. But let's see if they can really convert the round, because the chances of Asterisk getting the 9th one are very high.
Looks like it. Look at Yash. He has a perfect angle for anybody crossing from either side of the map, and yes, he will hit the shot as well. No issues. Although the opponent did not have enough economy as well to put up any challenge right now, and .exe looks like they are running out of fuel. The attacking side is struggling yet again.
Snake bite is there. Kohli is going for the plant, the updraft play, and the Blade Storm coming from the side of Yash gets one. Rinset also gets one. RVK with the Sheriff gets one onto Rinset. A great opening. Yash is also on a very low HP, down to 35 HP, but there is not enough time. And .exe gets every single trade in their favor of thrifty conversion, and now .exe is on the series points parties.
What just happened right there? Perfect frag from Yash. He got 2 major picks, and despite all this, a 2v4 was remaining. And RVK with the Sheriff gets one down, and then the other guy and Asterisk on the brink of closing the map, or rather getting it closer on their side. They got thriftied by RVK, and now .exe, they are on the series point, and this is something that even .exe didn't anticipate happening.
Exactly. But look at the ultimates, Spartans. They have got the Viper Spirit, they have got the Hunter's Fury, and this time out might actually go in the favor of the players of .exe. And if that happens, it is going to be a 2-1 in the favor of .exe. The chances of that happening are pretty high, especially Trinity coming online in such a good fashion. 21 in 14. Even RVK, this guy has always been performing good, but this time DC and Kohli are also stepping up majorly. And since Makavali is playing the initiator, he's getting those initiator utilities perfectly for the players of .exe. Such a pressure situation for the players of Team Asterisk at this point. Let's see where they are going to bring in. A side, that is where .exe has been going time and time again. It's for now a triple stacked up site.
Oh, Ali outdrawn. Big information there. But now Yash, even better shot. Trinity is able to get the trade, but Trinity makes it a triple. And .exe, they are on the verge of clearing the map. They are on the verge of making it to the playoffs, because Doxer and Lil Boy, they are the last 2 players remaining in the front of them. And Lil Boy has been hurt. Kohli deals with him perfectly. Another good frag delivered by Trinity, making the jet diff happen in the server, and .exe clinches their way to the playoffs, making it to the top 4 of Split 3. And Makavali, oh man, this guy is such a troll. They are happy, and look at RVK.
The intense pressure he has to go through finally paid off.
Yeah, finally the hard work has paid off for the players of .exe. But please decode it for me. What exactly was Makavali trying to say? What was the message? Was it real hot?
I wonder if I can say it right here. I'm not really sure about it. I kind of know what he's trying to say, but we surely have to let it go, and we ask Makavali later if he's there for the interview rather.
I hope he is. I hope he is, because I'm sure our Hindi desk casters are definitely going to ask what exactly the clear message was there. But congratulations to the players of .exe. They are moving forward, but a good game by the players of Asterisk. We can't deny that. They did give a very tough competition to the players of .exe Esports, especially the way Asterisk has improved their game style as compared to Split 2. Kudos to them.
Oh, that is very true. Asterisk has put up a real show in the entire Split 3. They have created one big upset against Reckoning, and then it was a great match against .exe as well. Looked like a game which could go either ways, but at the end it was just one player's brilliance who was turning things around, and it was a jet called Trinity.
Yeah, Trinity was definitely fantastic. Every single time this guy was getting those opening frags, those duels converted in the favor of the players of .exe. And that's one of the reason that Asterisk was also losing on a few of the rounds, because as a duelist, as a jet, especially on the map of Icebox, you have to come online, and that was not happening really with Yash.
Oh, that is true. Like, Yash has to be the one who was delivering the frags, but I'm still not sure why Asterisk changed the game plan. Why was Yash and Rinsat not playing towards an A side on every defender round? Because the moment Yash came towards A, he was able to get some picks. And this is something which you expect to happen, but again, whatever the call was, it definitely didn't work out for Asterisk.
Hey, by the way, my prediction came true. The Gecko-Soya combination actually won.
I'm not sure about the combination, but this guy definitely won them the entire map. 25 frags with 220 almost damage per round, which is almost like 1.5 players every round. 331 ACS for First Bloods and Trinity. He was a difference maker. He led his team to the playoffs, because if Trinity had not just clutched every round, not getting doubles or triples every other round for DXE, it would have been Asterisk's game altogether.
It certainly would have been. Headshot percentage also pretty high on the number. ACS also quite high. 331 ACS, 4 first kills this guy was getting. So yes, Trinity played to the perfection. Not just Trinity, I think the entire team of .exe is having very good ACS and stats, because every player was coming online, be it Makavali or DC, everyone was contributing and getting those crucial kills converted in their favor in the rounds as well. Looking at the stats, 11 first kills for the players of .exe, 10 for the players of Asterisk, but post plant is where they both were actually struggling.
That is true. The defender side, or maybe you can say the retakes were the concern, since the retake sequences were kind of missing somehow, but again, Asterisk, they made a comeback on the back of things. 2-5 is a post plant where you expect more rounds, to be honest, but Asterisk on the attacker side, they were completely lackluster. And then if you look at DXE, even they were struggling on the attack somehow. But since the first half was such good enough for them, they made sure it happened, and on the back of Trinity. Just look at the difference. 25, and then the second fragger is on 17, and then 11-11-9. The difference maker is a class apart performance.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Ravi K also 17 and 14, 216 ACS. Kohli was also getting those good assists and kills as well. But from the side of Asterisk, Yash was quite underperforming, 9 and 17. Doxer with 11 and 13. In fact, it's only one single player, Lil Boy, who's having more than 200 ACS, 216.
Oh, very true. Like 216 is like the ACS, everything was there, but this guy is built different, I would say. On the day he's popped off is crazy right now. Like the fact that he has a combined of 64 frags in the entire series. Being on the duelist role is pretty much difficult, since the duelist role is the one which is a kind of sacrificial in nature, and you have to dive into the side, get Trinity down. Until you are doing your job more than required, will gives you a match MVP, because generally the match MVP is for the players who are trading the duelist, which is an initiator or a sentinel. But today, Trinity, it was his day, and he made sure that coming this close to the playoffs, his team is not slipping off.
For sure, they are moving into the playoffs, they are moving forward, and all the hard work, all the improvement which .exe has showcased us as compared to the previous split 1 and split 2, finally that hard work, the grind has paid off, and they'll be moving forward into the playoffs. I really hope they did put up a good competition, whoever the opponent is, because I would love to see RVK making an entire montage of 4K in every single map.
That would be crazy to see. Like the amount of 4Ks this guy has, and just add 3Ks as well. It's like either he's getting multi-frag 3 or 4, or he's just doing nothing in the round. There is no in between for RPK, and this guy is definitely crazy performance. And the thing is, he's the IGL of the team, and despite the fact he is the one who's delivering in the fragment department, which is a very rare sight. Because generally IGLs, they have a lot of things going on in their mind, and the aim game takes a back seat. But with RVK, it's a whole different story.
Certainly, it's a different story, but I completely agree with what you said. It's a do or die situation every single time with RVK. Either he's going to perform really good or he's just going to die in the first place. And even the opponents also do understand that if you have to win against the players of .exe, you have to shut down RVK, especially on those eco rounds. Just like if you want to win against the players of Velocity Gaming, you have to shut down the aggression, Damara. So I think RVK is the guy we have to watch out for. But something else we also need to watch out is the interview segment on the Hindi desk. So let's directly head over to the interview.
And you're a man of your words. Salute to you. How are you feeling?
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone, my team, and also a big kudos to AST. Like I said yesterday, we were not taking them, like lightly, and I think they really showed up. And some crazy kids, man. Oh my god, man. I was saying smacked left, right, and center. So kudos to them, and I'm really proud of my boys. First 2 maps were off because the way they play is kind of unorthodox, because they like to do things quite individually, and we were getting caught off बहुत ज़्यादा. हम लोग को समझ नहीं आ रहा था कि ये इधर आ रहा है तो ये हम लोग, and we were losing duels as well. So it was like everything was falling apart. And in the third map, I'm very glad that Hacker and the whole team spoke to each other and we calmed each other down. And I think we played it very methodically. We played very disciplined. The third map, it was very disciplined from us. We were not over peaking and throwing rounds that should be in our favor. Of course, ek do hai, but it's okay. But I am over the moon. The last 2 years have been super tough for me, and I'm super glad to be back in the top 4 and compete for a slot at Ascension.
चलिए, ये तो होगी बातें. अब मुझे स्टार्ट्स पे जाते हैं. हेवन का वो राउंड बताइए जो आखिरी का था, वो ग्रेफिटी वाला. उस टाइम पे आपके दिल में क्या चल रहा था और टीम का माहौल कैसा था उस टाइम पे?
तो हमें पता था फ्लैंक आ रहे हैं, बट मेरे महाशय को सोवा अल्ट मारना था और उधर से सब टूट गया. एंड मैंने बस स्मोक कर दिया. एंड आई वाज लाइक, ओ नो, ये कहाँ आ गया? मैं जेट अपड्राफ्ट कर रहा है, सीटी आ रहा है. एंड आई डिडंट नो आई किल्ड द जेट. ऑनेस्टली मैंने सीटी वाले को मारा और मैंने बाकी सब मतलब मारा जो भी आ रहे थे. एंड देन राउंड खत्म हो गया. एंड एवरीवन स्टार्टेड स्क्रीमिंग. आई वाज लाइक, ओ जीत गया. आई वाज लाइक शॉक. I was just locked in actually. मुझे काफी याद भी नहीं है चीजें क्या हुई थी उस मोमेंट पे, बट I'm very grateful. I got that opportunity क्योंकि 12-11 1v4 उससे ज्यादा I don't think कुछ pressure situation हो सकता है ना. But I think Haven again, we were not very good. We won a lot of hero rounds, so काफी close game गया था उसकी वजह से. And Lotus was just a whitewash. I think kudos to them. They really smacked us on Lotus. But Icebox, I'm happy. So that 1v4 was good, but regardless, I want to thank one person. This kid, the 17-year-old kid, he's not here. But Trinity really stepped up his game. It's very hard for a 17-year-old kid to keep his composure, He's not had a lot of experience. He's not been in the scene for so long. And to come and play directly for a slot at the top is very hard. So big kudos to him. Thank you. And I'm really proud of him. Ada. You can say hi also to them. नीचे
क्या बेटर शर्ट लगाया है, बट आज सबको बेट कर करके मारा है, मतलब मजा आ गया. बट आरबीके, मूविंग अहेड, यू बीन एन ओल्ड डॉग इन द सीन, एंड क्या चल रहा है अभी आप देख रहे हो? इज दिस द टाइम वेयर यू कैन से ग्रेसफुली दैट द न्यू एरा इज फाइनली स्टार्टिंग टू टेक ओवर? इट्स द टाइम दैट वी एम्ब्रेस these new kids on the block. Definitely Asterisk lost from you, but man, they put a hell of a fight.
Yeah, and not just Asterisk, even G Academy, the win over RNT is very good. And I think the young kids were always there. I think they just weren't getting the right guidance. With G Academy, I think they're getting a lot of good effort put into them, and they're developing as a player. and with all these teams that come from Premier and AST as well, their whole management, I think it's not just the team, even for us, it's not just the team who makes the team. So these youngsters are really coming out. Like I said, oh my god, I was getting smacked left, right, etc. I was like, oh my god, these kids, if they were there 3 years ago, they would not be shooting me like this, man. So I'm really happy that the scene is developing. CSK times, I'm sure Krat knows this, but everything's been recycling. All players have been recycled for 10, 20 years, but I'm happy to see a new era of kids coming up, and I'm really excited to possibly play with them one day.
Thank you so much RVK bro, it was a crazy day. आप लोगों के लिए भी हमारे लिए भी अब मैं चाहूंगा आप जाइए अपनी टीम के साथ एंजॉय करिए. Thank you so much.
Party time.
And
thank you so much guys.
Say hi to विक्रांत पुजारी. विक्रांत पुजारी को हमारी तरफ से प्यार भेजना बहुत सारा.
Hello sir.
But chalo, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Have
a nice day guys. Thank you.
Yo.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Man, Trinity and Hacker can be said the two pivotal roles for the team. Trinity with the star fracking, Hacker with a behind the game brain, I would say, and then RVK being one of those just leading the charge. But hey, the Group B brackets, they have ended, and the two qualified teams are VLT and .exe. Something which nobody expected, because Reckoning were the favorites to qualify from here, but .exe stole their chance, and now the top 4 is in front of us.
Yeah, it has to be. Exe Esports showed tremendous improvement in the gameplay as compared to Split 1 and Split 2. .exe, they also showcased a great gameplay. Velocity Gaming and Global Esports Academy, these are the top 4 teams which are going to play the playoffs bracket. But I am a little surprised by not seeing one of the big name, the winner of Split 2, and that is Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, the biggest upset of the season, or maybe the entire 2025 Valorant circuit. Because Revenant XSpark missing out on a top 4 slot is something which nobody thought of. But hey, some things crazy happen every season, and this time it is Global Esports Academy making the craziness happen. And now if we talk about tomorrow's schedule, the opening match, DXE versus SATUL, followed by GEA versus Velocity, the old Classico, the Val Classico days. They are back tomorrow.
Yeah. I think we all still remember the OG lineups of Global Esports and VLT whenever they went against each other. They do, as an organization, they both have a good history in the entire Valorant scene. So tomorrow is going to be really intense, but I really want to see how SATUL is going to perform, how .exe are going to perform, because these two names came as a surprise, and I think they have earned too many fans by the performance which they have showcased, especially as casters. I think we all are in love with the gameplay of the players of SATUL and .exe.
Oh, for sure, man. These teams have stepped up a big time. Keeping in mind they don't have a star player in the making, they don't have any brilliant skills, they are not with some crazy veterans. Nah. 5 players who are working day and night to make sure that they play the best Valorant possible, and they are making it happen. They are living those dreams. Because now .exe and SATUL, they are one step closer to the Ascension qualifiers. And if they win tomorrow, they will be even more percentage of chances gaining ahead to the Ascension qualifiers LAN and everything in between. But hey, that will be a thing for tomorrow. Today's day is coming to an end. This is Spartus, join me was Shadow, signing off.
Here we go!